Let's go.
It's just me and her, and I'm in my zone. Hey, hey. Now we lit tonight. I hope y'all ready to be lit tonight. We are. Oh, hold on. Can we? I want to go back to the top of this playlist because she rock her hips. She rock her hips. Hey, hey, hey. Her hips, then wave. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ooh, she do. Look at them hips. Like how she rock it. She bend that thing over into the flow. She can drop it. Hey, 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 hey. Away. She rock her hips. Hey, she rock her hips. Let's go. Y'all, I got my matcha. I got my nappy. I'm in it. I'm up. And it's 11:27. This is abnormal. Yeah, I got that playlist on. I hope y'all ready. I hope y'all ready to get lit at 11:28 p.m. at night. I just want to rank game, period, Van. Starting off right with the LP. I need to clean my glasses. They are dirty. Can y'all see that? Look how dirty they are. Ooh. Where's my alcohol? Now I need my microfiber cloth. I'm on the second shift hours right now. It's basically my evening. So I'm lit with you, period. And I'm gonna help you get through the night, bestie. I'm gonna help you get through the night. All right, I'm looking for my off. Yo, Saturn, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 1 year. What the heck? Thank you so much, love. Hope you're having a great day today. And thank you for supporting the stream. Okay. Why are you streaming late? There's a tournament tonight that I have to co-stream. It's like a mini worlds, basically. Very mini worlds. Hey. Yeah. Girl, I passed out on yesterday on stream. No, like, I get it. Because as soon as I got out from this chair, honk. That's exactly what I was doing. Exactly what I was doing. I get it. What's going on, Vape? Another one or like a second part? So it's day 2 of 7. No, I get that, Cupcake. Honestly, the games were really good yesterday, and today Team Liquid is playing Top Esports, the Chinese team. So we gotta pray they make it through. But after their display yesterday, I think they can do it. I'm thinking about doing my hair on stream since we have such a long time. I'm thinking about it. Hey, crunk, crunk. And you got to be up every night just for 7 days. Like, I can power through. I can power through. Here we come to get you. Oh, so Samira is T. Oh, so Samira is T. Got it. And got it. So I see you're kind of building like standard ADC. That looks valid. I see that Neela game. What does your schedule look like for the next 7 days? I stream from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Mm-hmm. Hey, 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 hey. Gotta enough money. You ain't got enough money. Period, Jay. I got you. See me, I'm stacking money. Matter of fact, I'll let you watch it. Get big, get big, get big. Enough money. You don't have enough money. Oop. There you go. Today was a Samira day for me. I've been winning games with her, period. Sometimes like you just have to like stick with a champ for a day. Like they just feel good that day. I get that. Karma mid, yup. They got a new division. They do. They do. Yeah. Get big, get big.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, he did that. Yeah, he did that. Oh, you good? Okay. She good. She good. Get big. I'm so hyped today. Oh my gosh. I'm so hyped today. We gonna have a good day of league. We gonna have a good day of games. We gonna have a good day of tournaments. Like I just feel it. I just feel it. Team Liquid really about to win versus LPL. As we should, Julie. As we should. They took my champ. Why am I lagging? Is stream lagging? No, stream's good? Okay. Look at my ping. It's like going crazy right now. I normally don't have this much and it's like fluctuating. I definitely feel it. Must be something I have open. I gotta figure it out. It is matching the playlist energy. It is all the way turned up. All right, let's get this farm. Wow. I definitely could have killed her if I didn't miss. And I blame it 100% on this ping. Absolutely. It's fine. What could be? What could be the reason? Hi, Odie. How are you, Bookie? Wow. This is tough. I gotta find the fix for this. We gotta find the fix. Ooh, he... Cool. I should have just walked. Okay, let's see. What's going on here? What's going on here? What is the reason I am lagging? I don't have any crazy things open. Let me try this. Okay, Drank. We're just up and at it on a random Monday night, you know, nothing crazy. Okay, it's going down. It went down. I wonder if like one of my roommates was like downloading or something. Cause it's good now. It's back at 50, which is like normal. Yeah, I don't think my roommates are up though, is the thing. But as long as it's fixed, we good. Hey, 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 hey. Not like this, Jamal. Yeah, it's like totally steady now. I think servers are pretty bad right now. NA, I'm also lagging. Oh, so it's a server thing. Oh. I wonder why. Okay. Soraka know what she doing for sure. I want to start heel cut, like, if I'm completely honest. I don't think I should have came back to help. I really don't think I should have. Instead of giving 2 kills, just give 1, because we were definitely gonna die. Is he coming back? Is he coming back? Big LA. Okay, he came back.
A summoner has reconnected.
How many streams have I been missing? I got you. Yeah, he came back. We got to scale. We got to scale. We're chilling. We're cooling. Maybe. I don't know. Jinx to him. Oh. Up in the club. Dang, she got BF sword. We definitely can't fight now. And with Soraka, yeah, we don't fight. Yeah, no anti-heal, no Q upgrade. No fighting. Yeah, she can't beat me 1v1, but this is just not that case. Oof. Good morning. How you doing, Pookie? Up in the club. Dang. It's strong. Everybody get a... We're gonna need a gank before we can go in. For sure. We're gonna have to 3v2 them. I feel like that's the only way we win. Yeah. Still no. Still no. Still very much no. Dang. Oh, I wonder if Wukong is lagging because of the servers. I wonder if that's why he's DCing and reconnecting. He's got it. He went Bramble. Everybody get a... Everybody get a... Come to the back. Oh, I was really hoping she wasn't looking because a free kill would be so perfect right now. A free kill would be so divine. But we'll take 2 plates. I wasn't lagging when I was playing. The ping was just going up earlier. Yeah. That is what's happening now. I mean, ping is lag, yeah? Like when your ping like skyrockets. Vaya's down here again. all the way turned up. Hello, Markella. How are you? That account was created 21 minutes ago. That one, Erica, which is like, did somebody do that purposely to come in here and do that? Mad sus. Hello, hello. Is it from the people in the game? Like the lag? I mean, our Wukong keeps DCing. Period. I appreciate you, Max. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for always doing that. Oh, he's so dead. All the way turned up. All the way turned. Wow. All the way turned up. Jinx is all the way turned up. She is indeed. Hello, hello, sleep. It's crazy, Jamal. It's crazy. Good morning, Summer. How are you doing? Oh my gosh, Tori Games 15. Thank you so much for the 2 months of support in the Twitch Prime. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today, love. Thank you for supporting the stream. Oh, no, I meant the account that got banned. You said that they made it 21 minutes ago. I was assuming that it was probably someone from the game. I didn't link my stream this game because like for some reason it says like I wasn't connected in champion select. I think League is just being like super duper weird. I don't know, but it could be, I guess. I think we scale better, maybe. I'm gonna die. All the way turned up. All the way turned up. Period. We sure are. Yeah, we did kind of eat that up. We did kind of eat that up. I'm not gonna lie. We did. We did. Not her missing that last Q, no, like T. Now, let's just keep scaling. How much AP we got? Not a lot, so we definitely need to get some. If it don't clap when she walk. But she's super thick. I'm just thinking, wait a minute. Really? Again, sis? Again? Ooh, she gonna win this one though. She won that one. I missed too many abilities. Oh, word. Oh, word. Okay. Okay. It's the flash of the mastery for me. But okay. Adios. Oh yeah, please stay. Please stay. Ain't too pretty in the face, but she's super thick. I'm just thinking with my Whoa. Dang it, man. Yo, that was actually crazy. She definitely hit me with one of them R's. Okay. She's the clocker. Yeah, she is worth more gold, technically. So we're up. Nice. I wish I was there. Oh, beautiful.
Enemy rampage.
She got a dump. I'm gonna need assistance here. She got a dump. They think they're about to dive me. I'm gonna let them handle that. Okay, pop lock and drop. Okay, pop lock and drop. Period. But no, yeah, this song, it makes you want to hit. Makes you want to hit the one with the knees, man. Like, wow, 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 wow. This one. And love. And love. Hello, Yuka. How are you doing, Bookie? Ooh. Oh. She got a dump. She got a dump. She got a dump. She got a... Is he saying chainsaw with it? What we gonna do? Giddy, 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 giddy. Giddy, 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 giddy. What is the grown man? Give up. Give up. Give up. That's really good if they kill the Jinx. Nice. I'm coming. Okay, 4 dead. Go team. Let's get Otacon. No, no Otacon. Okay, he's coming. Giddy 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 giddy. I bet that Karma thinks you raging. Meanwhile, you straight vibing. No, that's the best part of League of Legends. Is like they think they got you tight. They think they got you real mad, and I'm just over here, just like feeling myself IRL, man. Best part. Okay, and tell 'em, Mags. Ooh, that was close. Clean on the outside. Ice cream, ice cream. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream paint job. Yeah, Jinx almost stole it, but like almost isn't close enough. You be me. Almost is not close enough. Ooh. Is this something to help with? All right, they cooling. Hello, Bun. The game so far, this is first game of the day. Laning phase was tough, but we're cooling now. I think we're back in it because it was like 1 to 7. The CC kind of going crazy in the cut. Aced. Cream on the inside, clean on the outside. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream paint job. That game was really tough early. I'm kind of surprised we ate that up, but I'm also not surprised. Irene, thank you so much for the 7 months of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day or night. Tonight. Good morning. Clean on the inside, cream on the outside. Ice cream paint job. Let me relog. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Girl, I started work. Oh, okay. Clock in. What is it? Clock in, clock T, clock out. It starts at 1, so we have an hour. We've got about 1 more game that we can do. Amazing morning. Good. Did you have you a nice little brekkie fast? Clean on the outside. Ice cream paint job. Oh dear today. Bestie, do you know what type of stream this is? I do not play stinky champions. No, no, no. Thank you, Yuko. It's hard to walk it out when my feet are literally in the chair. Wow, Stinky, that is straight disrespectful. But true. But true. Does that man not look stinky to y'all? That man's literally an animal. Hold on. Hold on. How am I disrespectful? That man is literally an animal. Period, Jamal. And period. He ain't cleaned his nails in years. Literally never got a manicure. I'm trying to pull up this man. Why can't I find him? Oh dear. Oh my gosh. How do I look at champions? Are you kidding me right now? You're telling me, hold on. Decline the match. He's stanky, but we don't have to say it, but we do. But we do, because we need to ignite a change. So you gonna sit here and tell me this man, that one, look, his nails are literally black. You telling me oogly boogly? Let me do my lip combo. Nah, he just smells earthy. Oh, earthy, not musty. Earthy. What's going on, Victor? How are you doing? Yeah, I will say in one of the skins, he looks like he took a shower maybe 12 hours before the picture was taken. This is like an OBS plugin. The disrespect to actual nice smelling earthy scents. Now, there are some earthy scents that are nice. Do we think that Udyr has those? No, ma'am. There's so many songs that Mike Jones has that are good, but why can't I think of them? Like, he used to be a hit maker back in the day, right? But what were they? Like, what were his hits?
Hey, you're lost, but I get it.
Hello, Haste. Okay, what does this song sound like? Okay, I know this song. Okay, that's what we were just listening to. Okay, I know this song. Okay, Mike Jones. He's so silly.
Are you the hunter or the prey?
But y'all know what song I used to love back in the day? It's called Coffee Shop by Young Jock, I think. Yeah, and Gorilla Zoe. This song. Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. Hustle by any means. Ooh, the beat just goes crazy for me. I want to make some like steak fried rice for dinner this week. I feel like that would go crazy. You only serve the best. And the rest. Tell me who's next. Oh my gosh, period, Mags. Are you making it from scratch? Thank you, Paulo. Good night. Before it's sold out. Oh my gosh, yuck! That sounds so good. You're gonna make me hungry. I need you to chill. I need you to chill. Pow, pow. Oh, that's so cute, Mags. What show are y'all watching? What did I have for dinner today? I had the leftovers of what I cooked yesterday, which was a pork tenderloin, and I did a like spice rub, and I made peas on the side. I just love peas. I love peas, corn, Brussels sprouts, and carrots for sides, and a little salad with lemon zest, lemon juice, and a little bit of olive oil and a sprinkle of salt. Divine. Team Liquid won yesterday, Jane. Also, hello. Hope you enjoyed the games yesterday. No, literally, cheeky. Like, what are we doing? Oh, you don't like sprouts? You don't like Brussels sprouts? I've recently learned that I like not peas. Green beans. I used to not like green beans, but I like green beans. Drizzle a little olive oil, a little lemon zest, a little lemon juice, a little sprinkle of salt. Like, it's, talk about earthy. Is that your favorite skin for Kaisa? No, my favorite one is Arcade. Oh my gosh, I should do my favorite skins for Kaisa. I should do that as a YouTube video. But yeah, Arcade Kaisa with the Obsidian Chroma. All right, I wrote that down. What a wholesome message at the end of that. Nut if you butt. Nut if you butt. Nut, nut, nut. There's so many Sorakas now lately. Have there been a lot of Sorakas in y'all's games? She's if you butt. If you butt. Back to base we go. I do not know because I stopped playing League. What do you enjoy playing at the moment then, Mags? Hot Boy K's. Is it Hot Boy K's or Hot Boy Kaze? But thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. Is Kaisa good against Jinx? Yes. Yes. Once she gets her upgrades, in a 1v1 situation, Kaisa typically wins. Hope you're having a good day today, Stonks. Thank you for stopping by. Lemon pepper. I've never heard of lemon pepper with mac and cheese. Is that like bussin'? It's so good. Okay, period. Honestly, that sounds good because I feel like lemon pepper itself is just like divine. Nut if you bug. Nut nut nut. Nut nut nut. This better be the Nikki version. Better be the Nikki version. If it's not, I'm skipping. Yeah, Nikki better be in this hoe. Wouldn't it say if she was? I don't think it is. I might have to queue it up. Wobbledy wobbledy wop wobble wobbin. Yeah, I also don't see it, so give me a second. All right, let's start it over. Gotta make sure we got the Nikki in here. Because I'm trying to go to the islands in Waikiki. You feel me? Oh. Oh my gosh, the Grinch, the gingerbread man, Santa. Tippy tie, tippy tay. Do it. It's the roundest. Girly, they want you, right? They're on my body. Because my body is tea. I should save my mana, actually, because I feel like a fight is about to happen. Somebody point me to the best. Yes, finally so. Couldn't get my gold course if you was. Period, man. Which skin is this one? This is it came out last year. Heaven Scale. Oh, thank you, Van. Period, Tenshi. You gotta get up sometimes when you hear this song. Right, right. You got to. Sometimes you just got to. Okay, I went a little bit too deep. Didn't see that there was a Zac there. Did not see there was a Zac there. That's tough. Oh, wow. All three? Oh, wow. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. Hi, Snowball. We already listened to this. Did we listen to Bad already? Oh no, I died for real? Back to back is crazy. Oh no. We're all potatoes. We're all potatoes. Oh no. Oh, you gotta be up for the next 3 hours? Why so? You're all me? What's going on, potato side dish? Yeah, apparently we are you. We are all potatoes. Go on, then. Amik Love, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. Oh, we lost the game off of one play pre 10 minutes? Really? In Platinum Elo? Whoa, that's crazy. What's going on, Benny12? How you doing? Come on, dab mode. Brom get on my nerves. No kizzy. W father. This hoe a killer. Shake it like a salt shaker. No way he said, here's another 10, do it again. A 10? Oh, the audacity. Oh, the audacity. I have a problem with that. Not even a 20, not even a hundo, but a 10. What's going on, the real? Exactly. That's what I like about Kaisa as well. I feel like you can be behind, but you can still scale. Moby boots. Those aren't Moby boots. you don't kill her with no flash, no R, I'm AFK. Good luck. Report my everyone. Oh, wow. Oh, their username is I don't like me. Okay. Okay. Does she have ult? Ooh, I don't know how I feel about this one. The flash is a little bit rude. Mommy, make it roll. Girl, get low. If your mama gave it to your baby girl, let it show. This will be an easy report because she's sitting in base. Zero, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? It's all good, Death Ray. We're chilling. We got too much music blasting to be worried. Also, we just came back from worse. Like, I'm not stressed. I still think we got this. Zach is who we need to shut down. Mommy, make it roll. I love T-Pain's verse on this song. Oh my gosh, I love T-Pain's verse on this song. Me when I'm the carry. We're playing a video game, Sat. A video game. We're on Q upgrade, luckily now. Hey, JK. Need one more level. Right, Mary? Period. Whoa, lagging is crazy. Y'all saw that? Hello? Is stream lagging or it's just a League of Legends thing? That's how I know like it's not my internet, because if it was my internet, my stream would go down. If your mama gave it to you, baby girl, let it show. Eating her up while that was crazier. That was a little silly. I feel like Zach is in the building. And I'm no ulti. I do have my Rocky. But yeah, I'm down to back. Going. That's so weird. Yeah, I think it's a server thing. Okay, she tried. I may not be on my main, but I'm still gonna snipe a hoe. Still gonna snipe a hoe. American sniper. I'm so cool. Just do what you do. Yeah, we are haste. We really are. And we got it blasting. Give me that on the wall. Black Donald Trump. I hope they don't call him that no more. Nitty on the beat. I know. When I walk through the door. Yo, we need to get this shut down. He's 9-0. We can knuckle up anytime, any place. Dude, this Soraka is something. Okay, Max. Chalky milk. I want to try and make like homemade strawberry milk. Like, I feel like that's not a difficult thing to do. And then I can just use like almond milk. Cause I never touch dope. It's me. Surprise. Blow the kush in their face. Yeah, voracious autocon is still a thing. It's just like it depends on the champion damage, like kills and stuff like that. So if it reaches a certain threshold, it'll automatically convert over to ruinous. And the threshold has been lowered because in pro play, it never spawns. So in regular play, where it's like solo queue, it always spawns because it's less coordinated and people are just always fighting. Yeah, I am lactose. What is it? Lactose intolerance. There it is. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Whoa, this is good. Once again, I went too deep. Dang, we got them low, but we couldn't finish anybody. Look how low Jinx is. Look how low Zac is. That's so sad. That's actually so sad. Well, maybe next time. Oh, they're so low. It's so sad. Okay, nice. Okay. This is 1,000 gold if we can kill him. But I think he's gonna get a triple, bro. Yo, can I please have this? God bless. Because I feel like everybody was trying to last hit that one. I feel like absolutely everyone was. God bless. Welcome back, Max. Oh my gosh, that is so good. We still need 1,000 gold for Nashers. Even though I pinged it, I really don't think anybody was about to give that to me. Not a soul. You know what we do. Okay, dragon coming up in 30 seconds. No exhaust, no flash. We need a pick. We need a pick bad. They're all walking up towards Baron. Dragon spawning in 13 seconds. I think I should just do dragon, honestly. Yeah, sorry guys. I wanted the objective. Because it was obvious they were going to get Baron. I don't know if I can defend 1v4 though. I think Zach just engages on me and I die. Honestly. 15 seconds. Can I clear waves? Nah, bro. Jeez. Does she have ult? Wait. Yo, Baron. Freaking run the Baron. Freaking run the Baron. Is this comeback season? I feel like Tyga is just so corny. I'm so sorry. The fellas in the back and they get, hey, get. Baby, how? But baby, how? But baby, how? Tyga's so hit or miss. Yeah. I feel like he definitely had an era, but then he had an era of like pure cornball. But I feel like, don't hate me for this, I feel like another rapper that had like a cornball era, there's two other ones that I got for you. Big Sean. I feel like Big Sean had a cornball era. Meek Mill had a cornball era. And then Drake is currently in his cornball era, as sad as it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's every 3 minutes. Every 3 minutes for Nexus turrets. It's silly. God, he hurts. I'm popping something bubbly. I'm trying to do it big. The boy from the A. I don't fear it. I welcome the end of his career. Yo, let's get this Jinx. They're good. They're good. We should engage on this though. It's silly. Yeah, you better run. It's silly. Yeah, you better run. You better run. That's respect right there. Remember the name, okay? Get her again and will. And will. And will. Hey. Why are we not like near this dragon? I think it's theirs. Okay, JK, we're here. Okay, so Pantheon decided to not go for the dragon. He decided to not stop. Okay. Okay. No, we can work with this. We can. It's not a race stream without this song, though. Truly, this is like one of my favorite songs, and it's literally called "Stand Up and Get Crunk." And will, like, you don't even have to tell me that. It was gonna happen regardless. Oh, she's trying to stall. She's trying to stall. She's gonna die though. I really wish she didn't do that. Pretty sure that's game. We may have lost. but the music ate the whole way down. The whole way. Like, yeah, if only, you know, he maybe like smited. But it's okay. Yeah, no, League is definitely trolling. I will honor those two. Pantheon, you kind of lost your honor with that last play. It's okay. Things happen. All right, guys, we got 18 minutes. They become auntie. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you didn't have to do it to him. You didn't have to do it to him. Let's get ready for first stand. I think I kind of want to do my hair while we watch tonight. I just don't know if it will dry in time for my slumber. 4 hours should be enough for my hair to dry. Right? One more game. I don't think we can. We have 17 minutes until the game start. So how do I want to do this? I gotta go get the products for like doing my hair. Do I want to do that? Do I want to do that right now? Because my hair has gotten a little frizzy. Little frizzy. I think yes. I think yes. Okay, I'm gonna go grab the stuff. I'll be right back. Let me get this set up. And then we'll start watching. All right, I will be right back in 1 second. As you can see, these are the teams that are going to be playing today. Oh, they call it LCP now. It's no longer PCS. Got it. And then LEC, LPL, LTA. Dude, match 2 is going to be a banger, y'all. I think it's actually going to be a banger. Is this sponsored? Not sponsored per se, but I am an official League of Legends co-streamer. Like, you have to be selected to be able to watch this on stream. And so I have the rights. It's like me and 7 other co-streamers from NA. Oop, my bad. Yeah, my cam is always in like the wrong place. Man, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope your games went well. We're about to watch First Stand, which is the first international tournament for League of Legends this year. The top 1 team from every region, well, most regions, is competing. Well, I guess it's every region now because there's been so many like combinations in Spanish. Ooh. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? Isn't welcome like viendo?
Welcome to the second day of First Dance 2025. Yesterday we saw the first NA versus EMEA match of the year, which made some of us happy, the others not so much. But they're still here cheering for everything on the other side start of the matchup, we
Period.
had HLE completely
And I ate that.
showing dominance
And I ate that.
against TES on the Rift. And I'm excited to see what the last team we have at CFO
Bienvenido.
will have to offer
Thank
against
you.
KC
Thank
today.
you.
I'm
I
Laure,
I
and I'm
tried.
joined by Valdez and Kobe
I tried.
on the second day.
That's
Let's
all
get
I
it out
had,
of the way,
though.
guys. How are you doing?
I mean, we're doing
Oho
great.
is ice for ice.
I feel a little bit sad for you,
I know, it's
Laura,
just
but
me.
not sad enough to like redo the games or anything.
No.
So yeah, we got 13 minutes until it starts. I think I'm gonna do my hair while we watch. So I'm gonna go grab my hair products. I will be right back.
Just completely locked in, back in Korea and absolutely just smurfed on it. I was super happy.
They look so comfortable, TL. It was great to see them win, and sorry for you, Laura. Maybe today surely is the day where you guys get your first win. Surely, I mean, it's up against CFO.
Yeah.
They
If it's
should be
not,
the favorites, right? It's gonna happen today.
I have a fuzzy polo tearing up already, ready just in case. But let's think about the reactions that we had yesterday and talk through what Team Liquid posted after the series. I love the banter game from this organization, and I thought this one was really appropriate. C'est quoi un putain de kilomètre? What is a kilometer? I love the French translation here, but I really love the GIF as well.
Yeah, that's
It
a
is
classic.
deserved. It is a classic. Sadly, it's becoming a classic, and that's what I don't like.
Yeah, APA also went on to have some more of his own too. All of the NAEU banter has gone on, but honestly, like it is stacked up a couple years in a row now. Whereas before, I was like, oh yeah, we feel like the underdogs, but now I kind of feel like a little bit bad.
I don't even feel bad, honestly.
Yeah.
I feel like it's deserved because when you consider the fact that people were not rating this TL lineup really high,
Yeah.
honestly, really deserved from the team, and especially you guys pointed out Umti's performance.
Yeah.
It was a jungle gap.
It certainly
This
was.
series, I feel. What did you see as Umti's main improvements here, besides the beautiful smile that we're going to see?
It honestly was all things across the board. Game number 1 was just perfect on the Maokai. He played exactly to the team comp, executed the strategy, constantly going towards bottom side. They picked the Maokai into the first pick Vi. Look at that happy face. How can you not, fall in love with that?
course.
But on top of that, the entire team, the two carries with APA and Yan, I mean, for their whole careers, like they have been lightning rods for criticism at times, but they've also gotten a lot of accolades. And at this point, pretty much everybody is just like, Yan is actually smurfing on the entire region, and he's making a good case for like best player in the entire LTA. His Lucian game was outstanding. I do think APA though deserves a lot of flowers for his Talia especially.
Yeah.
I just think the whole team was great. Like the veterans you really showed, they were very comfortable. Umti was fantastic, whereas on the opposite side, it just felt like, some more international woes for Yike and some of the younger players on the team not really able to step up. So hopefully they can do that today.
A bit sad for Yike, honestly. I had a chance to talk to him after the series, actually, and he was telling me that for him, the big difference maker that is going to show in these stats in losses, by the way, so game 1 and 3, he was not able to bring the same level of communication and advice that he usually provides in the LEC, especially in the early game. And when I look at the stats, guys, it clearly shows.
Yeah, I mean, it's super hard if one of your players who normally adds a lot of comms is having a bad individual performance. Because then, like you're saying, your comms are also gonna suffer. Of course, like you said, also, these are the stats just in the 2 losses.
I got all
a little
my
bit better with the Sejuani game.
hair
Game
products.
2, he was definitely very active.
Are they talking about the games yesterday?
The losses were really painful. As we saw,
And how
there was just constant picks from TL. And this is one of the biggest things was the team play from TL. And so many intelligent plays where they use vision to their advantage.
That's a lot of products.
They're
It
setting
is.
traps all over the map.
Unfortunately,
And it's one of the things where you're talking about, what did Team Liquid do better this time around? It really was a lot of stuff on team execution. And we started to see it change when they flew Spawn out in person. Like, we're not going to give all the
who won
credit
last
to the coach
night?
or
Last
anything
night,
like that.
Team
But you
Liquid
see some
won
small moments, even on
versus
stage,
K Corp, who was going to play in the first game versus CFO. And then in the second game, HLE won versus
are playing better individually, but also, they're executing to the game plan and much more focused.
HLE won
It's gonna be an interesting
versus
matchup for them later
Top
today.
Esports.
Valdez, HLE. one
All right,
word to
Radia,
sum
thank
up
you
what
so
we
much
saw
for
of them
stopping
yesterday.
by.
It was just domination. I mean, there wasn't really an opponent on the Rifts, right? Like they
Yeah.
just came in here, they played their game, they played great. Like
It's hard
not
to
take
separate
anything
my
away
hair
from
when
Primal
it's
Life
dry.
Esports. They looked so comfortable, and I think it really is Law
Ooh,
Park
this is
buff
gonna
and
be
the fact that they're
weird
coming off
doing
of
this with water.
relatively great
Nice.
sweep that they have on the side of LCK, where they keep winning game 5s, right? They just come in here, they look so strong. On the opposite side, TES not really showing us what they're capable of. Unfortunately for them, I feel like, you know, they didn't really, again, they weren't really an opponent on the day. So Delight's Alistair really needs a mention. Like, you should not be giving this guy Alistair. And he was able to have a huge performance. It was just a Omega Stomp. I was expecting a little bit more.
Was an
but,
Omega Stomp.
Primal Life were just really comfy.
Well,
wanted to
I mean,
talk
first
about,
game was an
Zeus'
Omega
performance
Stomp, and
because,
then
we
they
praised him as
like
a top
dropped
lane
the
girl
ball in the
yesterday, but
second
actually,
game.
we have another top laner who had a reaction
And then
on
the
Zeus'
third
performance.
game
So let's check out
was-
what he had to say.
Is it Bwipo?
We don't have the interview, but we have Smed's reaction though. And that's what I would love to see right now. Former top laner, used to play with Peanut, of course, and here he was
They set her
really
up with that
praising
one.
Zeus's performance. He's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Saturn.
Saturn.
So
Yeah.
I wish
Of course.
T1 won
I love
the
UTC.
game versus HLE.
It's
T1 never
it's
replaced
really
my
cool
main
to see.
game.
I mean, you can see here. This is actually.
Oh,
his
it's so
reaction to
sad.
Peanut,
We're like in a
obviously,
different
his,
era.
His old teammate just screaming his name. And then,
We're in a different era
very
of T1,
excitedly
which I never
throwing in some
thought
curses as
we
well.
would get
Just,
to,
you know,
honestly.
he was just loving the fact that Peanut was having a great game on Italy. It's not every day you get to see Italy have this much success, but Peanut was just amazing on that pick yesterday.
And it really, like, one of the most heartwarming stories was like the
Typical
Rock's Tiger
Peanut,
stories,
honestly.
you know?
He did
And
look
if you're
good
thinking back
yesterday.
to OG Peanut when he was like smurfing on people on Italy all the time. You know, those are the types of stories that
New
you know, really
hairstyle.
bring a lot of emotion to longtime League fans.
And I know,
I'll
yeah,
put
the
y'all
fans care a lot
on.
about these players and about these stories. We still have one last team that hasn't been introduced to first stage so far. CFO.
They're treating
flying
Guma so
horses,
terribly.
now
Wait,
that's
I
the
thought
second
he
time,
wanted to
the
like
organization
step
is
down.
going to compete internationally. How?
I thought that
can
was
we
like his
sum up
choice.
this team?
Well, they made some changes, and PSG Talon, who formerly had Jinjia, they decided to let Jinjia go, and Flying Oysters were very happy to pick him up, and this team, again, is going to play around him. If you have Jinjia on the team, it's going to be a team that fights
Oh,
around
thank you,
jungle.
LL.
He picks
You're so
so
sweet.
many like heavy skirmishing champs. Yes, he does do some Sejuani games and stuff like that as well.
Doing some
But in
hair
general,
care
like, you're going
tonight.
to follow the
Slay.
action wherever
Trying
the
to
jungler
refresh
is in
my
these
curls.
games. And it really is another like kind of revenge story.
Maybe they
where
are frisee.
Town, you know, they kick him, and then the team that he joins then beats them, and now they're here at the international. And so it is like
He's
that,
been
that
getting
is one of
death
the
threats and
biggest
stuff,
stories
and T1
biggest
hasn't done
carries here for
anything
this
to
team.
support
It was a
him.
gamble from
Why has he
PSG,
been getting
honestly,
death
letting him
threats?
go, and yet again another title for Jinjia, another MVP title for Jinjia as well. Probably the most
But
dominant player we have
why?
in this organization, which is going to be very useful, especially given the fact that he is paired with the youngest, least experienced mid laner and player we have.
Taiwanese
here.
faker?
Taiwanese faker, potentially
They just
a
snuck
new
into
unkillable demon.
T1 or
Honkyu,
snuck in.
17 years old, making his international debut here at
I'm
First Stand.
so
What can we expect from
confused.
this
What
player,
did
guys?
Guma
I
do
mean,
to
there's just
get
something
death
to really
threats?
be said about these very young. It always seems to be mid laners. So we have a lot of them in Korea as well, where they just pop onto the scene. You're like, wow, this guy is incredibly mechanically gifted, and he lives up to the hype, right? So Honky was able to do that in his first season. He did win the Finals MVP,
Did
I believe,
nothing
and
but
really is
being
getting a lot of focus here for how strong he is as a player mechanically.
Ooh,
I do
my
want to see what he
girls
can
need a
do on a big
refresh,
stage
girl.
like this with all the pressure. Obviously, we have seen already some of our younger players not getting the wins that they want. So
Just out
how
here
can he
typing
play tonight
anything
is the big
tonight.
question.
And I would say, as far as like what to expect, more traditional.
marrying me,
carry
okay.
role. When people, you know, kind of jokingly always say like faker X whatever,
Yeah.
you imagine like
Dude,
explosive
I feel
plays.
like
Not
the
as much of the, like, the
T1
big
fan base
playmaking
is
and
just
explosive
like
plays, much more
literally
traditional
insane.
carry.
Yeah, a lot of.
Am I incorrect in saying
strong
that?
laning phase, honestly, coming from.
Like, I
this
just feel
young
like
player.
they're
Let's see what
love
is gonna
T1
happen against
before
Fnatic,
I get
but
myself
before
canceled.
that,
But I
eyes
feel
on top
like
lane again, because
I
yesterday
always
after
hear
the
something
series,
about
Jason
the
had a
fans
chance
like
to
just
cut up with
doing
Kana in the Verizon during
crackhead
the interview.
stuff.
Let's check it out.
they just be on crackhead.
I'm here joined by Kana. Kana, thank you so much for your time. So you have finally returned to the Low Park as an LEC champion. How does that feel?
오랜만에
Okay, they coming
롤파크에
back
돌아와서
alive.
너무
Coming back alive. I think
재밌고
they need a little
되게
while.
설렜고요. 사실 오늘 첫 경기를 하는데 너무
You're gonna
떨리더라고요.
boycott if they never announce.
익숙한 향기긴 했는데
lost.
사실 너무 떨렸고 2, 3세트는 좀
It's definitely
괜찮았는데
insane.
아쉽게 패배한 것 같습니다.
Do you think the stage jitters also affected your play? You were a little nervous, so you were not play up to your best level. Looking back on the entire match
Yeah,
today,
ever
what do you
since
think went
the
wrong
whole
the
stage
most?
thing, I haven't heard anything.
사실 오늘
positive
KC
over
선수들이
there.
너무 보여준 게 없어서 좀 많이 아쉬운 하루였던 것 같고요. 사실 저희 선수들 너무 잘하는데 오늘 너무 슬프고 사실 패배 요인은
Like everything I've heard
세트
has
경험
been like
같은
stuff just
사실
going
저한테 선택권이
all over the
있었는데
place.
뭐 제이스 같이 센 캐릭을 하느냐 아니면은 뭐
Hello,
다른 방향으로 빌드를
Glover.
하느냐
How are
했는데
you doing?
제가 제이스를 한다고 좀 많이 선호를 했는데 좀 다시 지금 생각해 보면 좀 더 아쉬운 것 같고 그리고 뭐 3세트 같은
Need
경우는
more
사실
water though.
유리한 경우가 되게 많았거든요. 그래서 되게 보이스도 초반에 되게 우리 많이 유리하다. 우리 정말 거의 이긴 것처럼 많이 유리하다. 약간 이런 얘기를 했었는데 사실 이득을 많이 봐놓고 싸울 때 안 싸울 때를 구분 잘 못해서 패배를 한 것 같습니다.
I really wish
I'm
you,
gonna put a towel up
Casey
so I
will be
don't
able to
get
showcase the level of
my
performance that you
hair.
are looking forward to in the upcoming CFO match. So what are you going to focus on the most?
사실 다음 경기가 바로 내일 잡혀 있는데요. 사실 이게 하루하루 계속 경기가 연달아 있다 보니까 사실 저희가 좌절하고 오늘 졌다고 좌절하고 슬퍼할 때가 아니고 당장 잘 털어내고 우리가 부족한 부분들 오늘 긴장했던 부분들 잘 얘기하고 싹 다 털어내고 오늘 잠 잘 자고 다음 경기 잘
You're
준비하는 게
pitting
제일
them
베스트인 것
against each
같습니다.
other.
Then lastly, is there any
Also,
message
Guma
that,
didn't know.
you know, energetic Casey fans or the LEC fans in general?
Oh, so have they
네,
put
저희
Guma
KC
back in?
팬분들 너무나 열정적이고 강한 하트를 보내주시는데 오늘도 롤파크에 와주셔서 저기 모여가지고 엄청난 현장감을 즐겼다고 해요. 먼 길 와주시느라 너무 고생 많으셨고요. 아직 경기 많이 남았으니까 저희의 전력을 잘 준비해서 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Maybe mercy for them
It
or I
sounds
love
like
you
a
for them.
Put on
Merci, my
camcorder.
friends. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Kana, and back to you guys.
Aw. Adorable.
It's so cool to see Kana back in Lol Park, right? I mean, this is a player he started with T1. He had a decent amount of
Oh,
success
he started
there, but
with
then he really took a bit of a
T1.
nosedive. But now, really on a big upswing.
look at
in his
him. He's
career,
here
he's
and
back
T1
in
is
this comfortable
not.
stage of Lol Park. Really, just awesome to see him talking with
No shade.
G-Sun and how happy he looks today.
And two potential opponents for him today.
Yeah, I mean, Rest and Driver, as far as his opponents he's going to be playing,
Yeah.
they have been swapping on Flying Oysters, so it's a little bit up in the air. You know, Rest is usually the one that starts and is considered a bit better of the Cassante, and so they would end up usually drafting Cassante earlier, and then they do a little bit of a swap. Personally, that always makes me nervous, 6-person rosters,
Right.
because I have been replaced on a team before, and I did not like that, but it's been working for them.
It is
Ooh.
the only team doing this. Actually,
Talking
I
about
want to know what the
Frost?
fans think about this matchup in the at Mastercard on GG fan prediction, and they're calling the match 65.8% of the fan voted for Casey. I mean, yeah, it's not surprised here.
The
Not surprised
fan
at all.
vote rate at a whopping 0% so far, so hopefully they do a bit better today. But I can understand, you know, a little bit of, you know,
It's the
hesitation
Ash
perhaps after
doesn't
what
deserve
happened
it, to be
yesterday. I
honest, 'cause it
understand why
took
CFO
Guma
gets
to get
a
that
decent
title.
amount of
Wait,
the votes here.
But
See
like,
about this. We'll see what this new team can bring.
oh,
onto
are
the
you
list, and
saying
we'll
that
see if
Smash
Casey
got
can
the
come back
title,
after
the
this. Today we're
unkillable
gearing
demon
up for
prince?
another day of
Because I heard he
madness
was
here at
doing
Lowpark.
good.
4 teams, 2 best of 3s, fearless plays on the race. So let's check what the
I
teams have to bring today.
이번 하나 경기 좀 아쉽게 패배했지만 다음
Sounds like a
잘
mess.
준비해서 꼭 이기고 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
Last time we faced you guys, you ended up beating us in MSI, but now we're here for revenge.
Let's
Team Liquid 其实
go,
打野的主要是
Oh,
很看
I'm sad that the
打野
TL game is at
然后他
4.
们整体
I
的
wish
话，
it
我
was
觉
the
得
first
团
one.
战方面就是会比他们线上可能要强很多嘛，我们会注意这方面。
I respect Shakira a lot. I think he's very strong player, and I'm gonna make sure we win that lane. So I'm gonna support Young well to beat Shakira.
오늘 경기를 대기하면서 PL 팀이 먼저 경기가 있길래 좀 봤었는데 PL 팀이 되게 호흡이 좋고 한타 잘하는 것 같아서 그걸 줘야 될 것 같습니다.
I don't think any of the teams came here to lose, but we're going to be the winners.
就是等着我们吧，遇到我们你们还是会输的。
This time is gonna be different. This
I
is
just
a new
know with
season.
the
Now we
whole
are the best team.
Zeus roster change, like I don't know if people still think that Zeus was the shady one or not, but I feel like Zeus was just acting in his best interest for like him as a player. And so I hate that he got so much flack and shade for that one. Like I wish everything was just done amicably.
They are for sure the most beatable out of every team that is
Amic-
here. I'm still feeling very
amicable.
confident and think we're gonna win.
Amicably. That doesn't sound right, but
两位新人，然后感觉就是看哪边第一次打国际赛不会紧张，哪边应该就
it's right. Why does it sound so weird?
I believe that we have very good
Amicably.
players,
Yeah.
and the more time we have here,
Yeah.
the more time we will grow as well as players. We will do everything we can to show up in the next days.
第一次登上赛场的激动，别忘了那份震撼与热血。
Yeah, I feel like there's always gonna be stuff that we as the public don't see during these type of like disputes and stuff. Like I feel like that's always gonna be the case.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk for the First Stand 2025. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the glorious Andrew Vedius Day.
What's up,
Hello,
my
my
man?
friend. Dude, I'm so excited because we haven't duo casted together for what feels like a billion years.
A billion.
And now we get to do it on.
Oh, they're coming out.
That we do.
Yeah. Normally, I'm being flown around the world to cast Korean teams with Chronicler, and now I'm casting no Korean teams, and I'm with Vedius in Law Park. It's
Your
incredible.
home ground. You'll get to see the glory that is Casey, that hopefully wasn't yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna quickly move past yesterday.
Oh, I wasn't watching yesterday.
Exactly.
So it's totally fine.
Perfect.
I wasn't paying attention. I was doing something else, I'm sure. I
And
was cuddling my cat at
It's
home.
CFO's debut. We're going to get to see them on the international stage, and some names will be familiar to you, while others are brand new, because it's a bout of the rookies in the mid lane, with Hongyu making his appearance on his first international stage up against Vladdy, who was able to, let's not forget, able to get a solo kill against APA in Game 2. So hoping to see that confidence from both of these mid laners today.
Yep, and I think the bottom side of the map is also extraordinarily interesting because it's rookie versus
I'm
extraordinarily
interested to
large amounts of
see
experience.
what
in
TES
sort of like,
or
I know Targamas
LCP
definitely has a few years
has
under his
to
belt, but
offer.
Kaiwing's been around for what feels like forever. And Doggo is.
Because people are saying that K-Corp, like, it should have been G2.
PCS at the same time. So like, I'm
But
very
like,
much looking
I
forward to
feel
seeing
like
how this team
if it
is
should have been
going to
G2,
perform,
then
because it's the only
G2
one that we
would
haven't
be
seen
here.
so far. Today is going
You
to be
know?
Upper Life Esports list day. Yesterday it was a CFO
But they're
list day.
not.
So we'll just have to see how they're going to perform, because right now, sky's the limit. But there's also the chance of being a team that's
quite interesting.
0-1, the only team.
You're in Law Park.
Yes.
In your usual home crowd.
Yes.
In the same seat
Okay.
in every week.
Pros,
And there are no
Defo coming
Korean
back.
teams.
I know. It's kind of crazy. Thankfully, Kana's here.
That he is.
So he's
That
he's
he
helping
is.
to keep me grounded because
The question
we've
is,
missed him,
which
you know?
Kana is going to show up today? Because you've cast quite a few different versions of Kana, from my
have.
recollection.
Yeah, there's been quite a few.
In
some
Europe,
And
he's been
Casey
great.
3-0
Just, you know,
G2.
he's
So
been
it
doing a
like
great job. One of the best top
either
players we have in the
G2
league.
was having
And I
a
would say that, you know,
horrible
when
day,
Korean players
or
go to Europe, things
Casey's
generally
better.
look up. You know, you've had like Ignar.
Also,
have some
didn't
great
G2 have a
performances in the
roster
past.
change
You've
this
had
year?
Players like Malrong really come
Luan
into
and
their
Rahel
own.
had a great 2024 overall.
Yeah, because
So
Yike
maybe Kana has
left
now
G2,
leveled
no?
up after his time in the LEC
Yike
and is now ready to come
was-
back to LoL Park and really turn things around after what apparently happened yesterday. That I guess we need to keep the narrative that I didn't watch continuing here. But I'm very much looking forward to seeing how CFO does as well. I mean, I know KC, a little bit disappointing,
support.
losing to TL
Support was
yesterday.
Mickey X.
Now is the time to turn it around, but it's also a
Who
time
did they
to kick 'em
grab
when they're down.
for support now?
certainly
The
is.
CFO.
It's
This
a
is
really
a big
important
opportunity.
series. A really
But
important
apparently
series
they're
for both
both big
teams. I
enters,
mean,
yeah,
it's a great
dang.
opportunity for CFO, whereas KC I mean, when you're looking at the competition here at First Stand, this win is very important. So let's jump straight
Everybody's
into the map.
banning
We're gonna see
Draven.
the
Is
Draven
Draven just
taken
that
away from
guy?
Kalista on the bot side of the map. Normally, this does lead towards the Kalista ban as well.
Yeah.
Now,
LeBron.
for those that don't know, CFO actually run two top laners. They
Come
run both
on.
Rest and Driver.
I don't
and
watch
Rest, normally he's
LEC.
playing
All I
the
know is
Fearless team,
Kansama,
particularly because of
Reckless.
his Kasante gameplay. So Casey recognizing that, going to take that out of the with the ban pool immediately.
That's a wrap. That's all I got.
Driver playing a
I only
few
know,
extra games, but
Broken
it's basically
Blade.
a 50-50
I only know
split
Mickey
between
X
these two
in
players, which is kind of cool, and also works really well in Fearless Draft with the fact that you can
Yike, because
go through
of
one set of bans for a
G2
top
from
laner,
last year.
and then have a
So
completely different set theoretically if they have different champion pools, and that is sort of what they have done here on CFO's side. But there is a Maokai ban. Maokai's been cropping up a whole lot more. Seems to be a pretty comfortable jungler, but also there is that flexibility.
He's also the go-to jungle pick. Yike is definitely going to be grabbing that one up if it's available. The Kalista ban from CFO is
That
a
seems
little bit,
confusing,
yes,
Thaddeus.
it is a little bit. They definitely don't want to run the risk of KC leaving it open, and they don't want to run the risk of giving it over to Kalista either. So with the Azir banned away, things like the Talia, the Vi, I wonder where Vi is going to fall in this tournament, because I feel like we've seen some mixed performances on the champion, but I think that it's still going to be high priority
He definitely
here,
have. There has been
especially in this
some
series.
Yeah, I
horrible
actually saw some
display.
dialogue about Vi yesterday over on the Twibbers, and sort of talking about the fact that she could be a bit of a trap pick. You do kind of get pigeonholed into a draft.
You certainly
if
do.
If you pick her a little bit too early, but I think she's still extraordinarily powerful. We'll see whether they do go towards it. Instead, it is going to be a beautiful Vi partner in the Rumble to be locked in here for Rest.
I mean, the value of Yone immediately rising in priority. We've got to remember the Honky.
Oh my gosh, I do not want to see any more Yones. After Worlds, there was a Yone in literally almost every game, bro.
Could be a possibility, not necessarily the best pairing alongside the Rumble, but
sick
a
of
solid
it.
front line that can act as an engage tool as well. On the side of Casey, we did see Yike bring out the Sejuani yesterday, but the Volley Bear, a bit of a flex pick coming out, as it could be played both in jungle and top lane as well.
Feels like it's a response to the Rumble pickup here. Kana could potentially be playing that one, but of course, flexibility, extremely valuable when it comes to Fearless. See what Yike is going to be locking away now, though, as it wasn't Volleybear, I guess. We had a bit of this yesterday where things were not necessarily as they seem. And so we're going to hop out and we're going to rebuild the draft.
My favorite draft bug was
Are there
when
any
you
other
would pick a
champions y'all want to
champ that was
see
like, I don't know,
in
Sivir,
this tournament? Because last night somebody said that they wanted to see Yumi, and then Yumi was literally picked in the next game. So I feel like we're the kings and queens of manifestation in this stream,
I don't know what the
honestly.
issues are, but when we have information, we'll share it with you at home. In the meantime, as a reminder, as Atlas was saying earlier, this is
Ooh, Zoe would
CFO's
be fun.
first series here at the tournament. It's all best of threes. Every team is going to play against one another. But for KC, crucially, because they lost against Team Liquid, if you assume the top esports and HLE are the heavy hitters, guaranteed teams to make it out of this group stage, then your immediate opponents are Team Liquid and CFO, right? And of course, they've already lost to Team Liquid. So now KC
Seraphine, I want to see Samira so bad, y'all. Whatever team plays Samira first has my loyalty. Like, I'm so for real.
Situation, you know? So
it would be
the
so
team
sad
that
if Top
is
Esports
looking
picked
like they're
Samira
the
tonight
weakest
versus Team
does have a
Liquid.
target painted on their back, and
That would
right
make
now,
me
that
very
target
sad, but
is
I would
firmly
have
sitting
to
on
root for
KC
them.
because I think a lot of people think
Low-key.
the TES is going to be able to bounce back. I think they look very competitive against HLE, even though it was a 2-0. And I don't know how HLE won with the draft in game 2, but that's neither here nor there. I wasn't watching. Oh, dang it.
Hello,
It's okay. It's okay.
Uh,
We've accepted
How are
it.
you,
We've got to
boo?
accept the failures in order to grow.
There we go.
And,
I miss casting with you, Thaddeus. You're always bringing me up when I'm feeling down. Chronicle would never do that.
It's okay. You're with the
Wolf
That's
would,
sad.
though. Yeah,
That's great.
Good morning, Holy.
I love that Chronicle's just
Wait, Holy,
catching,
what
so
time
he's
is
just
it
at
for
home.
you?
I know he's watching with his Zale right now, and he's
Chronicle's
just
used
like,
to it.
hey!
Yeah. That's why it's immediately, you just, you default to it's Chronicle's
Kana's Ambessa. Domestically, this was one of his go-to favorites. He has a lot of carry performances.
Nothing we
on the
haven't
champion.
seen
And in
already,
particular, I was going to say
honestly.
the Vi
No
Ambessa
fun
was
picks
something
yet.
that was kind of taking the world by storm. It was a duo that had great backline access. A lot of the times you would just take it away because you'd see something like the Vi first pick and then the other team would take the Ambessa away just because of how
4
strong was the
a.m.
isolation. So it can be quite difficult on
Oh
the
yeah,
red
you're
side to be able
East
to get
Coast,
both
yeah.
champs, but with the priority on the Rumble, Casey's going to lock that one in. Kai'Sa is then usually the follow-up AD carry to synergize with the dive potential on Casey's side.
I kind of like the Skarner. Of course, Skarner has been nerfed a bunch moving into this. I think a lot of
Ezreal.
people thought that Skarner was going to be just kind of ignored for forever. I know right now in solo queue his win rate or pick rate is like in the dumpster entirely. But here, it is still something that's pretty high value. We saw Peanut find some success on it yesterday as the Ezreal is going to be the lock-in here. Kai'Sa then pretty comfortably going
Trying
to
to redeem
into it.
myself.
I know that there's a lot of talk
Have
about
you
the
been
Ezreal
playing a lot
versus Kai'Sa
recently?
situation.
I don't know,
feel like
man.
the
Arena
lane
is so
is
fun.
kind of fine.
Yeah.
And
I've
it's
been
about what
loving
happens
it.
outside of it as we get to
I feel like
mid-late
it's
game where
all
you
I
do
like
start
really
to see
play now,
the
except for like when I'm on
benefits
stream.
of both champs.
I'll
I think
play
both of them
like
try to do
ranked.
very different things.
Very much agree.
But
And I
off
think
stream,
in
bro,
particular,
I want
the
that
comp from KC,
arena.
we talked about how it's good at dive. The
I'm used to
backline
waking
for
up at
onto
3 a.m. every
Ezreal,
day
I mean,
from Wednesday
it's
to
one of the
Saturday.
champions that you really want that lockdown
From
for.
watching LCK,
So,
gotcha.
Doggo, he's going to have his work cut out for him as this top side is going to be looking to lock him down. The Yone ban, we talked a little bit about
Yeah,
that earlier.
I'm hoping for
I think
some
Tristana
fun
would make a lot
picks
of sense. We'll see if
today.
Casey have done their
I really
research,
am.
given that Honkyu is no stranger to these AD mids, with the Ahri being taken away from Vladdy. I don't think it's actually one of his comfort picks, personally. He did have a bit of a rough performance on it yesterday after falling behind early, but it's going to be removed from him. Usually, he's very well known for his Victor in particular. You saw Team Liquid consistently banning that champion away from him, but I will say that based on the domestic series, it's not something he'll default to early.
Yeah.
He may very well save it for later on into the series, and we'll see what direction they go.
I also feel like
Their team
Victor
fight
is
looks
a really
good.
later in Fearless type pick because he kind of fits into a whole bunch of different compositions.
Wait, I
whereas
recognize the
Ahri
name
pairs with Vi
Janjia.
pretty well.
100%.
We could say
That name
Vi
looks
Ahri has certainly
familiar.
been one of the more
But
popular
we must have seen
duos
him
as
in
far as
Worlds
jungle and mid lane.
this past
Aurora,
year.
another champion that can work alongside the punchy lady.
Not maybe for
I
support.
don't like Aurora anymore, Atlas. I just don't.
You don't?
I think the
I
nerf
don't
made it
like
even worse,
Aurora.
but I think that her conditions for success are so finite. I think she's relatively short range in terms of her burst combo, and against this composition, where already you can see CFO looking for a very front-to-back style of comp, I think that unless she's able to find flanks, it's very difficult for her impact to really be seen in the in games. And they're even taking the Victor away from Vladdy as well.
And that's the point about Fearless, right?
Yep.
Like this is, you might think, oh yeah, but he's already picked his mid laner. This means that they're protected in game 2 for that one, and also
Oh, was it
really
PSG?
doubles down on what you were talking about.
The
Now,
NA
of course,
killers?
a heck of a lot of magic damage coming out
The
from
NA killers?
CFO.
Oh
We'll see
my
whether that is
gosh,
going
dude.
to bite them. Of course, Merc Tread's value going to be through the roof.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
As Skywing
over
thinking what
it.
he wants to pick up here.
And
Leona would
I
be
mean,
very
I do
stiff.
hope to see them
Such a
at Worlds
traditional
this year, though.
front-to-back. You know, great scaling, great front line, solid engage.
They're
good
our rivals.
follow-up.
They're the
It's just a very
streams
well-rounded comp
rivals.
that you
It is a
Bump
beautiful
NA
Skarner
rivals.
comp
Yeah,
as well.
it certainly is. Like, there's so many ways for you to easily follow up on his engages. Meanwhile, Casey, I would say that their composition is a little bit harder to execute, especially when you think about priority, right? So in the early game, Rumble, a champion that even after the repeated nerfs we've seen can still easily get priority in this matchup. Victor into Aurora. Aurora may very well be able to get pushed early, but the moment Victor gets his upgrade, he's immediately going to start getting priority in that lane as well. And Ezreal into Leona, I think that this is a bot lane duo that can be lethal.
Yeah.
Especially given that Kai'Sa doesn't have the strongest wave clear in the early levels, and how aggressive Ezreal can be depending on how willing you are. Remember, Doggo, no stranger to the international stage. We've seen how confident he can play, especially when he came in as a sub in his debut international performance and just took the world by storm.
Yeah, this guy subbed for Uzi and looked amazing. And that just shows that you've got a fair bit of confidence. Let's just say that. So I'm looking forward
I
to
hate
seeing how
Rumble.
this
Why do
one's
you
gonna
hate
go. Both
Rumble?
the teams with very, very different ideas as far as how to play out the
I know
game,
these are the
right?
same old, but
definitely
they're so
so
fun to
much
watch.
dive
They
on
are the
KC
same old,
side.
same old.
CFO
Like,
looking to play
actually.
cool, calm, and collected.
I
but with
think
some laning
that, like,
prowess
with
up and
Fearless,
available.
though, it
And it's the
still
first time we get to
allows
see them.
for,
CFO,
like,
I think, are gonna give us a lot of
fun
information as to what
games,
their
because
power
we're
level
not
is
seeing
in
Rumble
comparison to the
every
rest of the
single
world
game, you know?
with how
Like, you
these
only
first
see them, like,
few minutes
during
of this game are
the,
going to go.
the first game of a series or whatever.
Here in Korea.
So like that aspect, I think
I
makes
was
it
walking
better.
around outside. I'm like, which country am I in?
Yeah,
like,
the Blue Wall, they're a dedicated fan base. They will follow the team through thick and
Oh my
thin.
gosh, guys, earlier I was playing Arena and I accidentally, I don't know how I did this, but I accidentally changed my League of Legends settings to where the whole entire client, the voice lines, all of the augments, everything was in German. And I was like, I can't pick anything. Like I didn't know what the augments were. It was a nightmare, but it was kind of funny.
As we dive onto the Rift for game number 1, CFO making their first stand debut after being able to take down Talon in their final. And Talon, of course, PSG Talon being a team that we have seen on the international
There were
stage
so
many times.
familiar names
on
that roster.
Oh yeah. Junjia, of course, one of them, as he is now here on CFO, was replaced by Casa, and then Casa was unceremoniously dismissed in that final. So it's not Talon, it is indeed CFO that have come over instead.
And I mean, it was a very similar story for Yike, right, being benched by G2.
It's so cool, the parallels between these two teams.
Yeah, the rookie mid laners as well. And I mean, the believe it or not, very experienced supports. I mean, Targamas, in terms of international experience, he doesn't have a huge amount, right? But it's easy to forget that he did win when he was playing with G2.
Yeah.
And of course, he did struggle a lot, but since being reunited with Kalist, it really feels like that
Worlds 2024 is basically the Rumble show. Rumble, Aurora, and Yone.
I think a lot of people are excited.
That's all we saw.
Blood. Obviously, it was a bit of a disappointment. As nice engage comes through onto Kaiwan, going to follow up, of course, no level 2. But yeah, I think people are excited to
That
see
is
what the
all we saw. But, you know, now that we're Fearless, but the thing is, like, Fearless is going to go away for the international tournaments after this. I don't think they're keeping it for Worlds, unfortunately, which I think will be fun to see how the meta, like, develops, or if we see literally the same exact champs
There's a lot of those
from last year.
across the years. So T1 fans, it's fine. You've got someone that you can cheer for almost in every single series, and especially every single series today, as we've got Canna and then we have Impact. So really cool. Anyway, let's have a look at how this bottom lane does go. Level 2, and now that Shield of Daybreak is in, but the Grand Entrance on top of Kaiwing doesn't have his Aftershock anymore, as Doggo able to lay in a few of these Mystic shots.
A bit of a nice trade going in favor of Casey's bot.
Kind of bored of Aurora now. Thought she would be fun to watch. Mechanically intricate, but she just presses R in one shot. She presses R, she presses her buttons, and yeah, you just disappear. I do think there was one player though that played Aurora. Oh my gosh, who was it? I think it might have been an LTA.
I kind of love it.
When they were playing versus the Brazilian teams. There was an Aurora, and they ate Team Liquid up. They ate Yun up.
And so now, at least for the first few minutes,
forget who it was.
The great thing for me is we're really getting to see Kana thrive in this environment, because like we got to see his
and they looked like they were playing strategically, but it wasn't because of the buttons they were pressing. It was because of like their positioning.
Here, but he does get pinned down by Targamas and takes a couple of turret shots and some autos and some McCarthy and Rain, and he's not exactly the most psyched about it.
Good use of the W there from Targamas to still get the knock up through onto Junja and get the CC underneath the tower to force him to back away. The early back going to come through from Doggo, as some itemization is going to be
I think it might have been 10 owns.
Through. I notice as well the path towards the bot side of the map from Yike. I wonder if they're going to look for an early drag.
Because I think that's when like I looked him up.
Push in, providing that security, allowing them to get that wave so that they can go for a back themselves.
And Kaiwing desperately wanting to hold this wave for as long as he can. Not going to be able to deliver over the experience for all of these melees, but these couple are going to be able to come through for Doggo. So nice little back. And the resets are coming in sort of across the board. We can see top lane is yet to go home, but in the mid lane, Honkyu actually coming back to lane alongside Vladdy, and being able to win out in a couple of these trades really is sort of helping out this Victor in getting that lane control that we know him for.
Keep your eyes on the mini-map as well, just because of what the supports are up to. You'll notice Kaiwing actually pathing towards bot, going to shift his path up a little bit more now towards mid lane, but level 4 from mid laners with the support involvement is a crucial time window. Targamas is in a position, and here come the junglers. Everyone is here in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is a party now.
Dude, I miss our
Vladdy is
hype
very
music.
low though, so I don't think the KC are going to be able
I
to
wish we
find
could
too much.
listen to the
Just
hype.
keep picking up this wave, and a
Watch
bit of a
the game.
reset is going to come through afterwards. Dragon up and available,
Turn this show
possibly
into a clue.
somewhere that CFO want to look at. But Targamas just gets control ward down, moves back down towards Kalist, and we have everything calming down. It's the LoL Park vibes.
I was gonna
it's
say.
the LCK chill mode here in the early game. You'll
Now,
love to see it.
Like, I can do Pokemon Gen 1, Gen 2, but like, after that, I'm kind of limited.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Have you not been doing the card game app thingy?
Oh my gosh, everybody has been doing those like Pokemon
You get to collect all the
card
cards and stuff. And
stuff.
you do learn
Oh
about
my
some of the
gosh,
new
that's
ones.
all I've been seeing.
Oh, the recent card cult gathering that I've been dragged
It's
into.
not my
Magic.
tea, but
Oh yeah.
I
saw
see
that.
it
Did Medic,
everywhere.
like learn the game or something to? Sorry,
Like,
no,
how do you know if you have a
learned
good
from
card or
Medic.
not?
Yeah. That was
And like,
very
are
cute.
people actually playing with the Pokemon cards, or they're just trying to
But it is, it's
collect
very
them
addictive.
all?
I have to be very cautious.
Are you a mono red player?
No.
I only know that because LS used to talk about it. I know that's an aggressive.
I just like to annoy people, so
I
every
don't.
move that I make is basically determined to wind people up. Now, Grubs have spawned, and it looks like both teams are set on contesting this.
Yeah. Jay already dealing with one of them. As we can see, Kaiwing looking for an opportunity. He is itching to press that Zenith Blade button. A couple of those grubs go over though, and it looks like CFO going to be able to get all of them.
One
And
smite did
move
come
on
through
out.
from
Oh, did it
Yike,
actually?
so he ended up stealing one away. So it's a 1-for-1, and it will be an advantage gained overall for CFO, but you know, CFO, they're a team that loves to fight. And if Junja's in the area, the team is very keen and ready to follow on his initiations, whether that be from Kaiwing or him making the plays himself. Now, you can see that Casey was in a position, but they respected the opposition and decided it wasn't worth getting that down and dirty this early into the game.
Yeah, it actually feels like CFO as well are playing far more reserved than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see
after
somebody
what we
die.
saw from them, especially
Let's
in the
go.
final
Let's
with
get some
things not
action.
necessarily going super well in the early game, but they just get it together when it comes to later stages. Right now, seems pretty together just in general.
This isn't an
And they have a
elimination match,
composition
right?
that is
No,
very,
they're
very
doing round robins.
I would
I
say.
believe
I
it's
agree.
called for the
It's-
first
I mean, I
part
think
of
it
it,
suits
so like
their
the first
style.
3
They are
days.
Very
And then we start getting
team
into
fight
elimination
focused.
matches.
They love the 5v5s.
So yeah.
and they're less
is
about
little-
trying to catch you on sides,
play.
rather than more about objective spawning. Let's go for the fight. I'm ready to take you on. And this composition just complements that style beautifully. And I think that we talked about it in draft. The onus of responsibility does fall
Is this
on
for the
KC
full
to
7 days?
execute
And I
on
don't
that
think
target
it's
selection.
until
And I think that was a big problem for them yesterday.
Thursday that we see
coordination
our
was
first
completely
elimination
off.
match.
That was a bit weird. As Kaiwing does go in, nice little bit of damage on the
And then we
target, but he's not gonna be
see
too worried about it.
Semifinals
Nice damage there from
on
Doggo.
Yeah.
Friday and Saturday.
Doesn't even have his Sheen completed yet.
And then finals
Still,
on
those
Sunday.
mystic shots hurting quite a lot.
If I remember correctly.
Dragon's actually going to be started off, so thanks to the aggression that we've
There's
got
like 4
from
games on
Doggo and
Friday.
Kaiwing in the bot lane. They've been able to get prio. Ultimate's
Like
going to
so
come
many
through,
games.
try and chip away at their HP a little bit more, but crucially in the mid lane, Vladdy just losing out on these trades. And we talked about this Victor and the range advantage you have, especially once you get that upgraded E.
That would have been
It's just so easy
legendary
for you
if
to
we stole
push,
that.
poke, and the champion could be
Would've
extremely
loved-
oppressive against, especially against a champion like Aurora. So nice control in the early game around these objectives from CFO.
Well, Jinjia still going to be able to get the stun. There's the Impale as well as it's pulled out from underneath the turret. Target
That
is going
ult-
down to 200 health
Hey,
as
we're
the
getting
teleports
TPs
roll
in.
in. CFO with, yeah, I don't know about this one, Bloody. He's going to be able to get
Oh
himself out
my
of it, but sliding
god.
first blood
He
going to
ate.
Doggo. A phenomenal
He
start here
ate.
for CFO.
The TP was
That
so
Starner
slow that
is
it gave
ET.
CFO so much time
I still
to
don't
be
like the
ready
idea of
for
one
the arrival
team
of
per
Vladdy.
region
A
international
nice punish
tournament.
comes through from Junja,
Feels weird. I feel like
connecting
first
Vladdy
stand is
into the
kind of
wall with the Skarner
unnecessary.
E and setting up for the kill. First blood
Like I feel like
drawn,
it's just a
and
little bit
CFO can find
unnecessary.
the early lead.
I love the
Oh, man,
idea
Turtle
of split
Port, it
one,
really does
MSI,
sometimes
split
strike
2,
hard. As we're gonna
worlds.
check it out one
Like
more
I feel like
time.
that
This
was the
Impale,
perfect
absolutely
balance.
gorgeous from Junjia, because I thought he was going
Or
to be
maybe
in
I'm
real
just
trouble
adverse
underneath the
to
turret.
the
Completely
change.
agree with you. I thought that it was a
Because I
scary
feel like
situation.
there is
Double
a
flash has
different
come through from
change
the KC bottom
every
lane.
year with
I mean, you
pro
can see
play.
the time
Like,
ticking
do you
down.
know
Vladdy knows that
how
I'm gonna be in trouble. Has
much
the flash available, doesn't get a chance to use it as the
consistency
CC comes through
is
from Kaiwing,
key?
the
Like,
follow-up from Junja. And crucially, it's
I just
Doggo
hate
that
how
gets
there's
that
just
kill as well, so
always
they're
a
gonna get
change.
him rolling in this early game.
Yeah, the fact that Kaiwing managed to get that Shield of Daybreak before any sort of stealth shenanigans could come in meant
Oh, is
it
that
was
why?
pretty much lights out for the new mid laner here for KC. Still not going to be
Why
a death
not
nail or anything
do your
like
own
that,
thing?
here for the European squad.
But
And
it
we'll just have
I'ma
to
do
see
my own
whether they
thing.
can get themselves back into it
Puts the
because they need
pressure
to
up.
fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, the burden of execution, I feel, heavily falls on KC. CFO have such a straightforward front-to-back composition. You play around the Skarner and the Leona, you use them as a wall, and you can chip away at them with the poke that you have available. The Victor E, the Ezreal
changes
Qs,
of
as
the
long as they're
region,
connecting, then it's going to be harder and harder for
of
KC
first
to
stand, the
approach
changes
these
of the
Doggo.
tournament,
Arcane shifting
like with
forward. There
fearless
could be a
draft.
slow from that,
Like I feel like having some sort
the solar flare, and Doggo just able to get a bunch of damage
so
in
important.
response. But when you arcane shift forward like that, it does hurt my brain, you know, because he was so
like it's so
incredibly
important.
confident that everything was going to be
He
fine.
didn't even have a ward in the brush.
Yeah.
It's just,
I was like, there
was
could be
there,
a Vi there.
There could have been a Vi there. But hey, he knew he had his team behind him. He felt confident and he trusted them. And that trust ended up paying off. Now Kaiwing and Junja hovering around the mid lane once again. They're setting up for the grubs with their priority that they have. Casey threatening a potential dive on the bot side of the map, but Doggo
Def
wisely
plays like a
respects it. He's
crackhead.
going to go back to base.
We love
spend some of his
crackhead
gold,
gameplay.
getting closer
Absolutely.
to that Trinity Force item spike.
And I think it's so interesting.
Also,
right?
the name
Because
Doggo,
There's a lot of drafts that you talk
kinda
about,
cute.
like range advantage being really important, and in certain compositions, it's less.
Does he have
in
that
this one,
dog
it
in?
feels like it's massive for this early game that is buying CFO so much time, right? The fact that Victor can get so much of his damage down without having to worry about an Aurora, who does benefit so much from being able to layer all of these combos over and over again to put pressure on her opposition, just isn't really a thing. And then on the bottom side of the map, Doggo as well, Mystic Shot, going to be able to outrange this Kai'Sa for sort of the neutral that they're playing down there. And these are compounding
Agree.
advantages for CFO as they get further into the game. What KC need to do is really start some of these
they
big
changed
game
the UI
skirmishes where
again.
they can
They
get this
did.
competition
Do you see
doing
the
what it
health
wants. Because
bars?
you mentioned
It's different.
target selection. Cease and desist,
Like,
very good at selecting
They won't
target
just leave it.
Yeah.
I know that. That's my level of
Because
analysis.
the health
there.
bars yesterday were like the actual health
She
bars that we
actually just
like
selects someone.
on top of the
And that
champion.
is quite right. Now the downside of that is that
He did add
sometimes
You
a
can't
fact.
deselect.
And a lot of
yes,
people were
and
complaining that they
crucially,
couldn't see like
others, even
how
if a
many
target is
dragons that they
selected,
got, like what you
that
see in the top right
individual
hand corner.
can still select where you end up.
But they didn't change
So
that.
if Ezreal presses E and Flash, your destination is no longer your selection.
Exactly.
It's Ezreal's.
Reminds me of Hecarim, you know, from back in the day, where he's like, I'm engaging, but then he's 7 screens away.
You know, back in the day when I used to scrim, back in Season 3, okay, I was a jungler, right? And what my teammates used to say is that I'm doing what's known as the Jarvan effect, which is
I'm Jarvan, I'm helping.
the EQ flash R, and
yep.
you've engaged, and then you turn back and you see your team on the horizon, you know, a distance away, and you're like, why didn't you follow up? And it's like, well, some can travel further than others in League of Legends.
There was a beautiful Samuel Broadley moment back in the OPL.
12 minutes, 1
with
kill,
that exact
right?
situation. I certainly understood all of these Jarvan memes. Shout out to Spoops. But let's get back into this game because we do have a dragon spawning in 10 seconds time. Going to be a Cloud coming up next. Let's see what soul we're going to get.
CFO leading in the Dragon department. Casey, keen to contest this, especially given that Kana has made his way down, has the TP available, but with the Eclipse ready, he's going to have a lot of damage at his disposal. Here comes the flank.
Going
He's
in.
going to get the flash out.
Getting our
Q just
fight.
held in position. There is the public execution as Junjia gets 3 in the Impale. Targamas over the wall, but they are outmanned. There's a true shot barrage onto 3 though, and KC are on the wrong side of the map with not a whole
Honestly,
lot of
only
health
one
bar to
death bear is
speak
kind of
of.
crazy.
Yike able to get himself
Oh,
out of there, but
unless
Junjia's over that
Yike.
wall immediately. Not a lot of damage following
Baby,
after this
no.
fight, but he'll still get slammed into the wall, given that sunlight
Okay,
taken
1
down.
for 1.
And KC just getting tidied up around this map. It was a decent pick to start things off, but I don't think they had much of a plan after that.
I mean, the combo from Junja and Rest was just devastating. Getting a 3-man Impale, keeping them on the red carpet to just chip away at their HP, completely turn the tides in CFO's favor.
Kaiwing looking for
The
even
dive
more
is
here as Doggo raining the
great.
damage down. There's another kill for this Ezreal. Kaiwing looking to make his way out as now it's Canna's turn to teleport in. Kaiwing should be a sitting duck, but does manage to get the CC.
Okay.
He'll take out the Leona, but now Doggo wanting to chase after the Ambessa here. A lot of damage raining through these mystic shots.
Ooh.
All of them hitting. He's under the turret. He has the
Ooh.
barrier though, and he'll be safe.
No, 'cause
Kana gets
Ambessa
himself
ate
out
that.
of there as well, but Doggo, yeah, no, we got the message.
Kana able to salvage that situation after the dive comes through from CFO. A lot of trading
ate
back
that.
and forth. The Dragon did end up going down to CFO, but let's look back at this as Yike goes over the wall.
Hey,
The
we
target
love
is
it.
locked in as Honkyu gets
Might as
CC'd. The
well
chain
while we're
CC from
watching.
the Ambessa by combo is good, but look at this Impale. The Rumble combination is beautiful as Targamas is forced to flash over the wall. The bottom lane of CFO disconnected from the team, but then when they realize that the HP bars on the side of KC kind of are as low as they are, they realize they can turn this into a favorable position. They get 2 kills, ends up being a 2 for 2 overall, factoring in the skirmish on the top side of the map, end up securing the Dragon. I think CFO is still very happy with how things played out.
Yeah, I think definitely not a bad sign for CFO, but I think signs of life from KC are going to be great because they need to keep pulling this trigger over and over again. As we can see, I imagine there's a lot of mixed emotions in our crowd here in Lowell Park right now.
You gotta remember that with this fan base, they are blindingly loyal. Okay, there's always a positive to take away from every situation. And hey, it's only a 2K
I just
deficit
hate
from the side of
seeing
KC,
how
but as you rightly
strong
said,
Ezreal
it feels like
is.
the game is only going to get harder and harder
Like,
to
I
play.
perma-ban him in my games
Yeah,
because I just hate
Junja
seeing
is
the
becoming a
champ.
problem as well. You
And
can
it
see
just
that health
reminds
bar
me
is
that
starting to look very difficult to
this
get
champ is
through.
very strong.
As
It's
Doggo,
played
yeah,
like
taking
correctly.
a big chunk. Kana now looking for his angle off to the side, smacked into the wall. There's the Impale onto one.
Is Ez actually that bad? Yes. Mentally, for me, yes. He's actually not hard to beat playing.
It is absolutely absurd. True shot barrage.
Oh
But
my
Doggo
God.
is so low, he can't actually get into the fight once again.
Dude, these health bars are
It's not
insane
quite
to
enough.
me.
And Doggo, he just doesn't want to risk it. KC playing with these health bars beautifully.
Yeah, they are. No,
Quite
literally.
early means that he wasn't able to distribute a lot of damage in that fight, and it gave, with the numbers advantage that KC have, that small edge enough to win up. You saw even with that numbers advantage how close the fight still was. A really nice Rumble ultimate did a lot of damage onto the backline, and again, in terms of the actual execution, things just didn't quite go the way that CFO wanted. Still, the Herald alive, the kills have been equalized, the gold still in favor of CFO.
Yep, speaking of gold, you can see the MasterCard lane economy snapshot letting us know that CFO is still feeling very comfortable outside of Kana having a good time on that top side. Let's have a look at this fight one more time though. As Junja, I think this being a single man ulti was a big difference maker in this fight.
It certainly was. Yike dropped very early, but look at Doggo in this situation. Not really able to contribute a lot to the fight. Does get the ultimate down onto Kalist, but Kalist is free hitting onto these members of CFO, which just really was that turning point. Vladdy also doing a good job of zoning the remaining members away.
Who are y'all
The
rooting
Herald will
for?
still go down in favor of CFO.
I think I want to
In
see
terms of the
KC
objectives,
lose.
they've
I'm not
just
gonna
been
lie.
dominating throughout this game.
Yeah, and I was
I don't know
looking
why.
for
I don't
the
have
eye. You know, I
any
was going down and
emotional
checking out the summoner
investment into
spells and
EU
stuff
unless
like
they're
that,
playing in A.
see where the eye was going to be at.
I
And
feel like
couldn't find it. That
CFO
was
would be
because,
the
yeah,
underdog,
like you said,
right?
Herald not even picked up
Because
at
they're
all.
a smaller
So
region.
now, finally, it is going to go over to Junjia. So that means that this mid-outer turret could be going down, but they could also throw it here towards the top
The
side.
guy was
As you can see, Honkyu with his little void
KC
links
fans are
had a
just
pretty
the
good
worst.
time
Wait, why are
just
they the
wailing
worst? What
on
they
this
do?
one. And with the fact
They
that
yap a lot.
they've just had a monopoly on all of these objectives.
Yep.
All over the map. 5 grubs going over to CFO. And this is the team that's very happy to go late. If we remember, Skywing throws his umbrella towards Kalist, but isn't going to be able to find any joy. But he's, every time he is in range for a Zenith Blade, he will press that button.
Certainly will.
They're the
I love
most
confidence
toxic
that we're
fan
seeing
base
from
in Europe.
Kaiwing and Junjia, like they're engaged consistently, finding onto the right targets. As you rightly said, in the previous fight, locking down Yike, probably not as optimal as they would have liked, but still, the fact that
Are they,
they're
like,
only being a 2-for-1 and they
no
still get
shade,
the
yet
objective.
again,
as the
T1
flank now
fan,
comes through,
like,
the TP was spot. That's
toxic.
a deep
We were
flank.
talking about the
That's a
T1
really
fan
deep
base
flank. And then you've got the opposing
earlier
flank to come in from Kana.
about how
really
they're
cool. Like,
literally
you know, they were
sending
pulling
death threats
shapes
to
on the map here,
Guna.
but it didn't really result in too much
Like-
bleeding at all.
Did not really at all.
The turret didn't go down.
True.
It's on about 6 health.
Now who's looking? Who's
Earlier
the
this
bright
year, they were
side over
posting
here?
videos of ripping down promo
KC fans
posters
are
put
infectious,
up
and there's a
around.
lot of them here.
Oh, wow.
I'm a bit outnumbered, and I'm learning. I'm definitely learning.
Dragon in
Oh,
20
that's kinda
seconds.
crazy.
Remember that CFO find themselves with 2 so far. They're looking to put themselves on Soul Point.
Yeah, they do have the shoes of strength, very strong shoes.
Oh, that they do.
As Junjia looking for that opportunity. On a ward right now is Kindling. Gonna get publicly executed. Okay, they dive in, they take her down immediately.
Dude, this Skarner, loving the CC that I'm seeing.
Deciding that perhaps that wasn't
Okay, we're going in. 3 ultis.
On top of the rumble, he flashes out of there, but the double knockup from Targamas is massive. Equalizer just trying to buy them some space, and it's Yike that goes down.
Why can't KC win? Like, they look like they're low-key, like, doing it. They look like they're low-key cooking, and then they lose the fight.
Locking down the rumble, but Targamas goes for the back line. He sees an angle where he can lock up the 280 carries and they can turn it around. But Yike has already used his ultimate. The only real follow-up that they had came through from Kalist, and it just wasn't enough. So CFO was able to turn the fight around, and again, crucially, look at the target focus. So already an ultimate gets used from Kana to lock down the support. So nice initial pick. We then see the rest of the fight as Yike is looking for a flank angle, Rest is forced to disengage, and look at how Yike goes on to Rest. Meanwhile, Targamas goes on to both Doggo
No,
and
it's not
Hongyu.
enough.
The idea is
Skarner really that strong recently? Haven't seen a lot of other junglers of
because
his
the rest
type.
of his team have kind of fixated on a different target. Meanwhile, the dragon goes down in CFO's favor, and it's
like what he does for the team that I think is super strong. Like, he can peel, he can engage, he can disengage. He's a playmaker with his ulti, and he's tanky, and you know how I feel about tanks right now.
Junjia in this game, if he keeps up this level of advantage, and he's going to do damage like that. That mediates the nerf. You know,
What y'all think the bug is? What y'all think the bug is?
It's an interesting discussion when it comes to nerfs.
I
champions,
think,
right?
And you can do that now because we're in a
I
pause.
think that Casey is going to say
from the best.
there was some type of bug.
And you are in the seat.
Seamless transitions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, gorgeous.
So when it comes to champions, we know that pro players, they see a patch note and they go, well, champ's dead.
Yep.
Right? It is the classic, okay? And I mean, you know, Riot have even said themselves that they will do placebo buffs. You know, we'll give 5 attack damage, 5 movement speed to a champ, just so that it reminds people that this champ is in the game. And then people give it a go and they're like, oh, wow, this champ is really great. And we're like, yeah, it was that 5, whatever we gave them. And I think that when you see Skarner getting these nerfs, people immediately go, oh, champ's dead. But you got to remember that the base kit of the champ is still just very strong.
Yeah, some Q damage is not going to stop him driving you into a wall, stopping you from doing anything forever, and then you're dead.
And so far, we've seen Junja land a 3-man impale,
definitely
a 2-man
jungle.
impale.
I feel like jungle is the second support
I don't know how to say this
in pro play. Like, you rarely see
successfully prevented
a carry
KC
jungle,
members
I feel
from
like.
moving due to the excessive
It's always
crowd
like
control
a
that has been
support
implemented
type
once they have made contact with the wall.
jungle.
You used a lot of really cool words
I
in
did.
that sentence. That was a fun sentence.
It was just better than saying they got rammed into a wall. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, that particular way of CCing someone has been explained in more explicit terms.
Quite right.
You can talk to Ejim about that one.
Okay.
We accidentally put it on the broadcast. It was a long time ago, and we're not going to say it again. For those who are former OPL fans, you may remember, and I am not going to repeat.
Now, when we have more information, we will, of course, share it with you.
Yeah, we haven't actually been caught up with too much of what's happened here, but I imagine that we will be getting back in as soon as possible.
Might I just say,
in fact,
by
I
the
can
way,
see some stuff happening
before
on the
we
screen.
get there, but this arena is absolutely
Yay,
lovely.
we're back.
It's gorgeous, isn't
It's
it?
a beautiful place to be.
Do they want to tell us why it was paused?
I really enjoy the atmosphere, and it's a really nice arena. So I know you did nothing.
No, I
giving
didn't.
You praise.
And in fact, Papa is part of the reason why we have an English broadcast that's here in the arena.
That's awesome.
So we can thank Papa Smithy, but that's still not.
That's still
Papa Smithy.
But thank you, Atlas, for bringing us the joy
Likewise.
that you always do whenever you jump onto the caster
Thanks,
desk.
Betty.
Now, admittedly, EU is quite
Yeah, I
stressed
guess
at the
we're
moment,
not
so they're going to need some of that joy almost immediately because the game is slipping away from KC. And as a reminder, this is a really important game for KC, especially given
It's
that
like, I want to say
refresh
refreshing, not your
He had full health
jungle,
a little while
because I
ago,
see a lot of
and Nono
Viego.
Great arcane shift, but he still gets knocked up. Kalist gets into that back line, but the equalizer still just being annoying in this
Oh
fight.
my
Target's
gosh.
gonna be
Okay.
the first to go
KC,
down.
give it up.
He's gonna try and dash his way out, but of course,
KC, give it
he's
up.
smacked into the wall and taken
They won.
down. Shut down here.
Y'all gonna have to go back to the drawing board with this comp.
Victor is who's just been quietly doing a bajillion damage in so many of these fights.
Back to the drawing board.
Now
They got
moving
this
down towards
one.
this bottom side of the map here as CFO. They don't have a dragon to take or anything like that, but there is the voracious Otacon. We've been getting a lot of Ruinuses. I actually was looking forward to my first Ruinous Otacon, and we don't get it. It's just going to be the voracious version, and we are going to get the GAs. The way I like to break them up, if you've got Rod of Ages Otacon and you've got GA Otacon.
I see.
And this is the GA that we've got. I really want Rod of Ages, man.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. I mean, it's a long day still.
That is true. That is true.
Based on how this game is going, I know that a lot of EU is hoping that this goes all the way. As we see good target focus here. Doggo is the target that they look to lock down.
Hello,
It seems he's out of position initially. The CC is good, but look at the Rumble ultimate is so good from Rest. And the follow-up damage just isn't quite there after Doggo also commits the flash. And this is the problem that KC find themselves. They're really good in terms of their composition at locking down a single target. But if you don't kill that target quickly enough, the rest of the group is going to rejoin with their team, and in the front to back, it's way easier for CFO to execute. And I think we saw this very similarly yesterday with Team Liquid. When you draft these very traditional, easy to execute front to back compositions, it takes a lot of the burden of responsibility away. And I think CFO is really benefiting from that.
Yeah, we've actually seen this in international competition throughout the years, right? If it's your first game, if nerves are a factor, scaling is the way, right? You put that pressure on your opposition to make things happen, and otherwise you just try and play for neutral. Just try and keep things as even as possible. As we found a pick towards his top side, Rest getting taken down low, but he does, of course, have the Otacon buff. That is going to take one of those recoveries away and does give some money over. But Vladdy, he's real dead. That's actually dead. And so that 1-for-1 is not going to be a 1-for-1 at all.
I'm impressed that every single pick that KC finds, CFO find a way to trade it back.
Yeah.
That consistently throughout this game, it's
rotation
always
was
1-to-1.
instant.
Yeah, it's just so quick. They're able to avenge their top laner. And while KC have set their sights...
Can they do it again? And do they even have to? Because now it could be Kalista that's in trouble. Public execution just to get Kana out of there. Kalista gonna have to use that cleanse and the flash in order to escape, and I don't think it's
Like,
gonna
I
be
feel
enough.
like they
Doggo,
get a
Arcane
crumb
forward,
and then
cheeky
they
auto
throw it
attack,
back.
and that is a
They throw it back to
Kaiser.
CFO.
And CFO are really starting to run away with this game now.
I mean, from start to finish, I think they've played this
Yeah,
composition to perfection. They had the pushing lanes, they leveraged their prio. Ginger was securing every single early game objective. I mean, CFO have just dominated KC in this first game, and now they've set their sights on the Baron.
Yep, Baron going to be started up. I don't think this is a full commit. As you can see, Ginger just throwing a boulder at it.
I mean, the Soul spawning in, what, 40 seconds?
I reckon that one's going to be a priority.
I think it certainly will be, and at this point, you have to feel like the KC composition really has been outscaled. I don't think that they have the damage, really, to lock down either Doggo or Honkyu. But, I mean, Honkyu still has his flash available. He's also got himself the Zhonya's. The barrier is available. No flash for Doggo, but even then, even if you kill him, I feel like at this point, Ginger and Rest have enough damage between the two of them.
This is the problem. It's a 3-threat comp, and all of the threats scale incredibly well. Maybe not necessarily the Rumble as much, but Rest has been playing it exceptionally as, okay, they don't land the solar flare, but there's another two-man impale from Junjir, and look at it, he hasn't even lost health. It is absurd, kind of trying to dash around the fight, but he dashes to the death chamber instead.
No, but
And
like actually, they don't lose HP.
He's not going to be getting out of this one.
Oh,
Once again,
yikey
Doggo
poo.
just hops over. Mystic shot for the kill. And he's now 5-0-4. He'll have an Infernal Soul in hand. They can take a Baron if they like, but they could
Infernal
also just
Soul?
take 50 gold from a Nexus, I think.
Wrap this hoe
KC have
up.
just melted. Look at the, I mean, the engage from Kaiwing falls apart completely,
Yeah,
but it
no,
doesn't
it
matter.
is.
I mean, I love how Ginger brings it back as well into the Ezreal ultimate on top of the Rumble ultimate. It's just, we talked about range earlier.
It's just sad. Who are we rooting for again? I think I want to see CFO win today.
KC, they're just
I
getting
do.
systematically torn apart. CFO playing with nothing but confidence. And, I mean, they're looking to take this first game of this best of 3.
It's looking clean. You can understand why there's
I love
excitement
seeing
here.
people happy, bro.
As Driver as
I
well,
just
I
love
love the
seeing-
energy. These two top laners, interchangeable, but they're also, they vibe so well together. It's not like a competition between the two. It's just that they're both on the team, and they're used in different ways. Absolutely beautiful use of substitution,
Yeah,
I would say.
you know, I mean, you, especially as a long-time LCK commentator, have seen these multi-man rosters kind of prove to not be that effective. But in this format, where specific champions get removed, you can really start to see how different play styles can offer a lot of value.
Yeah. No, I actually think that it's going to get more and more valuable. I also think that coaches are
Connor
gonna be
is
more
on
and
his
more
game
important
right now.
moving
No,
forward,
he's
understanding
locked
exactly what combos
in.
are
Don't
available as you
play
get to a game 5
with it,
is
please.
a massive task with all of the champions that will be removed by that stage. We're talking about things that are sort of around the game as, you know, Barons are being taken and the game is being won here by CFO because
This is why
there
we
are
banned
not a lot of
Starner.
ways back in here for KC,
Why
unfortunately, is Kaiwing
I
finding
hate
a little
tanks.
combo here on Targamas, who's still Rakan, and so eventually gets to press a button or two, and that
Look at
gets
the
him
gold
to
leads,
safety.
y'all. Like,
But yeah,
even
Doggo,
the
free reign here
supports
on
have a
this bottom
1K
side. He'll be
gold
able to take it in a
difference.
turret.
That's
That is going to be
crazy.
the last one of them available on the map. Only inhibitors to go down next as Yike. I mean, you have to do this, right? You have
also,
to go
every time
for
I
the
look at their
ultimate
names,
deep
I'm like,
flank
Chief
of
Financial
all
Officer?
time. Try and find the angle. Who his target's going to be, I have no idea.
Yeah, look at the positioning of Doggo
Right.
now,
Come on, UK time
behind his front
zone.
line. He's even
How are
saying,
you
go,
doing,
go
love?
after Honkyu. It's fine.
Yeah.
Target him instead
What
of me.
time
He's
is
got
it for
the Zhonya's
UK?
available, level 16. And
Oh
just
my god.
I know it's
look
the
at that
AM,
power.
but like,
Death Ray has never been
is it like
named more
7 a.m.?
accurately.
Oh, like
As, yeah,
6
Kalista going
hours?
to be going back to the fountain to mend his wounds.
No,
First
9
inhibitor to go
hours.
down as
It's 11?
Rest chasing after Kana. He was the one that was going for the flank
Oh,
angle
water.
this time around as Yike makes his way back to his team. But look at this poke. KC just have nothing to offer back. We mentioned that range before, but when you have this kind of range advantage and then just a massive lead, it's just slow, steady destruction of KC's base.
They're just letting the Cannon
8:46?
minions do the
Okay,
work
so it
for
is
them. And
6
why not now?
hours.
Rest brings the
No.
minion wave into mid. Another tower is
That's
going to
7
fall,
hours.
and KC, I mean, it feels impossible to win a fight at this point anyway, but they're going to have
Come on,
to
New
try and pull the trigger soon.
Zealand.
Yeah. Or it's
Come
decided
on,
what to
Mrs.
do in game
Worldwide.
two.
Okay.
Because one more Nexus turret is left up and available. CFO, what an incredible debut here at first stand. As Junjia underneath this turret, just going to pull Yike away. Cease and desist comes
Oh,
through.
is this it? Because they're about to get shutdowns. It's open Nexus, though. I don't think they can stop it.
The rest of KC, their Nexus is exposed.
They just gonna have to. They just gonna have to go back to the drawing board. It's a best of 3. Ooh. Ooh. In their base. In their base. Let's go CFO.
As they keep it simple, keep it straightforward, and a team that was
Come on,
kind of
Japan.
driven by Junja, a player that loves to be aggressive. I mean,
I want to
they
go
used
back
their
to
pride
Japan,
incredibly
honestly.
well, and they
I
executed
miss the food. The food was
Absolutely amazing stuff
phenomenal.
there from CFO. It's now, it is time to hear from the desk. Where is the KC Hopium? Bring it to us. That'll be after the break.
Let's go one more. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more water.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get a browser built for League fans with a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL
Hey.
esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests.
I was low-key
rewards,
expecting
and
KC to do
co-streaming
well.
options.
Why
The
though?
browser for legends.
Like
Only
I
on
would
Opera GX.
agree if I never saw them, because I would think LEC, since it's a bigger region, that they would be better for some reason. But like after watching them yesterday, they kind of flopped. They kind of flopped. And Yike was on his off game for 2 games in a row. Like it looked bad.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Personal interest project. What would you want me to do? CFO isn't from Japan. No, they're PCS or LCP. It's like Pacific. I think it's like Thailand and let me see what the regions are for PCS. PCS, League of Legends, Pacific Championship Series. Asia Pacific.
Hey, puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for
Give
a ride?
me the country. I think it's Taiwan and
Stella? Almost.
Taiwan, Hong Kong, Japan, Southeast Asia, excluding Vietnam, Oceania. Well, what is LCP then?
Favorite, right?
How did you know?
League of Legends Champion Pacific. Did they just rename or did they add in? Let me see. Oh, it is Vietnam now. So yeah, they collided or combined. Hello, Augusta. How are you doing? Yeah, if you wouldn't mind sending it to my email and I can fill it out tomorrow at some point. Yeah, the LCP merger was a big one, it looks like. It's misschimchim1@gmail.com. It should be in my about section here. Yo, what if I muted this and put on my music instead? Slay. We can listen to our own music. I want something. Okay, I'll do this. What has been y'all's favorite song recently? Y'all already know I like Two Hands by Tate and I love me some Slide by Doechii. Honestly, that Jenny song, Jenny? Rosie? Whoever did the song with Miss Doechii. Cause I know Jenny just put out a song. Who wanna rock with Jenny? Jenny. Songs? Kinda okay. Do you stream this on YouTube? I do not stream on YouTube, but I do stream on Twitch. Cry Baby by SZA. XG. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, come on, Underground. How do you find underground music? Like, do you stay on SoundCloud? Like, what do you do? Periodson. Extra L. So it is Jenny. Did Rose not put out music this year? I thought I saw that she did an album. Not tripping? Because of my history stuff always pops up. Oh, I think we're getting back into it.
About this one, Bloody is going to be able to get himself out of there, but slammed into the wall, and first blood going to Doggo. But phenomenal start here for CFO. Look, Victor.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Wendy. Hope you're having a good day today.
Kalis needs to go back to the fountain once again as Targamas looking for that engage into that backline. Resto just melts them. He's a walking barbecue, and yeah, he goes down, but so
Walk
does KC's
barbecue.
Nexus.
Crazy. Oh
Welcome back to first
no.
net 2025.
I feel like we should go over there and hug her. Oh.
I have ascended as a sad Poro, sadly. Casey still one less, but on fantastic game on the side of CFO. Here, a lot of things to say, guys, I think, about this series.
Who's
First
Jenny?
things first,
Okay.
we said it was a Tungia team. I feel like that's exactly what we got here. With a Skarner, I did not expect the pick to be that strong, especially after the nerf that it got in previous patch, but... You
Yeah,
cannot
that's
stop the man
two
in the
songs
early
that
game.
I've heard
Yeah,
from the
he
Ginny
looked great,
album.
and he went bottom lane for their
And
first blood.
pretty
The Skarner ultimate on
good.
2 under tower blows everything
she
from the KC
eat?
bottom lane. And then once you see the teleport started, you know it's doomed. And on arrival here, Kai Wing's going to set him up.
She also
They hit the
released the
stun,
music video
chain it
for
into the wall, and it's
Handlebars,
just
Ginny,
really beautiful
Handlebars,
coordination
and
from
it's
this
on
team.
Cloud9
Basically all
Music.
game long. They looked a lot more coordinated than KC.
I don't know. I feel like the
in
Black
so many
Pink
of these
girlies
fights.
have been on their
And I thought they
BS.
also drafted really well and a lot better, and they gave themselves so many more options, plus taking away future options from KC. So honestly, CFO, I'm like,
Favorite song
that
off
is
the new
everything you
SZA
want in game
album?
number 1 for this
I
series.
don't
They
remember. I
did
think I listened to the
really
album
well.
like
Yeah, pretty much perfect.
twice.
I mean, there's not really a lot of notes.
There
for
was
them. You know,
one
they
song that
played
I
very
saved,
slowly.
but
They
I don't
waited
remember
until
what
they
it
had
was.
Great fights that were set up
That
by
was
Tungia. It was
a
basically
while ago.
just wait for the Skarner to do things, and yeah, he's
When
received
my
a lot
hands
of
are
nerfs,
clean,
but the
I
kit
will
is still the
reopen up
same. Right? He
Spotify
still goes through
and
walls.
let
He
you know
still
what
holds people
that is.
down for a long period of time,
Yeah.
and Tungia will make plays if you give him a champion like that.
And Honkyu on his debut, playing Victor, I feel like it's the kind of
What's going on,
champion that you
Unicorn
wanna see
Bunnies?
him on.
How are you?
Easy-ish to execute, stable laning phase. I feel like they drafted perfectly, as you said, Kobe. On the side of KC, though, the fights were close up until the points they were not.
They were
and I feel like
close,
it has
but
a
they
lot to do with the
couldn't
composition
clutch
were
them. They couldn't
Yeah,
finish
I mean,
them off.
KC, obviously, they went full dive, but they went full dive with pretty weak lane phases. So then you get into a situation where you're like, we're probably going to have
I
a
don't
hard
know
time early,
why
and then
Lisa
our
gets so
only way
much
out is
hate,
gonna
but
be
I
full
feel like
dive.
it's
Like you said, Victor is actually very good. Kind
like
of
I
when the
see
enemy team is
both like
engaging on
the
you, so is
American
Skarner,
community and the
so is
Korean
Ezreal,
community
so I
hating
guess,
on
like,
her.
the drafting
Because she's
was
kind
really
of
good,
done some more
from
risque
CFO. Now we're taking
things,
a look at one
but
of the
it's like
mid-fights where
always
this
been
is one of the
like
examples of kinda
like she's
the
not
difference in
bothering
coordination
anybody.
really paying off, where CFO,
She's
even
not
though
bothering
they lose the
anybody.
first member,
And then I see
KC,
people
they-
like,
they're
oh,
re-engaged
she's
and it's
clearly
kinda
lip
split targets
syncing.
there. This is the one that really blew
I
the
mean,
game
a
open,
lot
though,
of
and
your
you see
faves probably
why
lip
we're
sync.
highlighting, especially the 2 carries that
Probably
CFO
do.
picked, with the Victor and the Ezreal being so able
Not
to,
that I'm like
receive
saying I
engages
don't
from the
want
enemy
people to
team.
like sing
Dongo there
live,
was not
but like
scared at all. They immediately,
SZA
get their
did that
counter
at
off,
the
and
Super
then
Bowl,
that one turned into Dragon,
and like
then the
yeah,
next one
people
turns
called her
into
out on it,
Icon,
but
and
like
all
they're
of a
not
sudden,
hating on her
the
for
game
it.
is poof.
There were just too many fights
I don't know.
where KC got behind
That's
and
just
their
my 2
comp needs
cents.
to be ahead to assassinate a target. But if you're trying to go all in on the super fed Ezreal, it's like, well, you're already too far behind.
think
But this
people
is
are
what you
just
have to do, so it looks kind of silly you
being-
fall on your face, but you can't really blame them for it because that's the hole they put themselves in with their draft.
And now, since they did,
I do
use
think she should
already
sing
the
live
Victor
at
and Ezreal
concerts.
with
I don't
Fearless,
know if she
now it's
does
like,
or if
oh,
she doesn't,
Vladdy,
but
one of his favorite blind pick champions, one of the most played. Oh, it's not going to be available for the rest of the entire game. Ezreal, super high prow, is going to be off the table as well. So yeah, I think it gets very difficult here for KC.
Yeah. A bit of copium though on my
I
side.
just wanted to
I
solo
see
now
some
after being in a group
improvements,
for a
I wanna
long
say, from
time,
yesterday.
have more music
maybe in
freedom.
terms of
And that's
coordination,
totally
maybe
fine.
in
Like,
the way they
I don't
were
see that as
planning
a
for
problem.
their setups, especially around objective. I felt like the
I don't
the
know why
vision
they get so
control
much
was
hate.
more clean than what we saw yesterday from KC.
I like
but you have to
Lisa.
go back to the drawing board, especially when it
I
comes
feel like
to
she
the
makes
draft. And I'm actually
bops.
gonna stand up here because
Bangers.
I don't feel like this is the type of combo presentation here. I know. I don't feel like it's the type of combo that you want to see on this patch. And as we said, it's hard to execute. You don't have a lot of recovery options with a draft like this. So maybe something easier to execute for them next game. What do we want to see?
I mean, I kind of want to see some stronger lanes.
Yeah.
And I probably don't want to see any more Vi for KC or Yike in
So that
general.
good news, we can't.
Yeah. Yike needs to hang that up because he
yesterday he had a good
flopped.
Sejuani game. Maybe go Sejuani, go for some
yesterday
melee
with
synergies. Try and use some Sejuani
Vi.
skirmishing.
I think he was like
Yeah, it just felt
05.
a bit forced. You know, I'd like more options, as you were saying, Laura. I think you have to have outs. You need to have strong laning phases to get there. But if you just have this and you have to go all in, it's not going to work when you get behind.
Do you feel like KC has what it takes to come back and give us a third
No.
game, given what we saw from the team
If
so
I'm
far
being
in the
quite frank
tournament?
with you, no.
I got your cope right here.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
We'll take this for now. We'll see if Casey gets to live another day in this series.
Yeah, no, like he has not been eating.
Thank you very much, Law. Thanks, guys. And don't worry, we've got plenty of copium here. I've got Vedius set up and
Look,
ready.
It's me.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about Aurora and Vi anymore, right? That's what Casey got out of the way.
I've become an Aurora hater. I'm sorry. I'm glad that she's gone. Azia Sejwani is what we're going to see game 2 for Casey.
Also, side selection switch. We saw blue side be utilized very, very well.
There we go. Lock in the Azir, boys. Come on, get that Azir locked in. We go. When all doubt is enshrouding the entire continent, we turn to the Emperor of Shurima.
Indeed.
I mean, who wouldn't, you know?
Zareth?
Baby, just go to the bathroom.
It took me a second, but you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm based on the law. But Renekton would,
What
and I'm
just
sure his
happened?
brother Nasus would also. So
Where does Sivir fall on that, though?
I don't know. I don't know what her and Talia, I don't know what they're doing.
Because there's also some relationship between her and Cassio, which is all sorts of interweaving there as well.
Yeah, and she's also Noxian at the same time.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's very, very strange.
We need to be better prepared.
I do. No. Law conversations are way better when you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Who's going to fact check you, really?
Yeah. And, well, actually, everyone on Twitter
Do you want to know what the worst thing about casting with hysterics is?
What's that?
He will ask you questions like, are Yordles animals?
That's so wrong.
And that's what we had to explain. Do you know when he asked us this?
When?
During a pause during our playoffs. Like,
oh, no.
Yeah, no, that's hysterics for you.
Oh, that's fantastic, though.
Should I play League of Legends now? Maybe all the stupid players are watching the game, if you know what I mean. I always say yes. To cue it up, best.
You know?
Goddamn
He's making the sacrifices for the greater good.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Anyway.
But not necessarily for Yordles. That's not very nice.
Now, come on, Casey. Lock in that Azia. We've got Zyra and Lilia banned. What could the Lilia mean? Sejwani. There's the Azib. They saw through us. What?
Yeah. This is like really going hard on getting rid of AP jungles, though. So I'm wondering what that necessarily means for, you know, the goals for this draft.
I really think it's Sejwani. It could be Maokai, too. Cassante. Oh, we've got Driver in the top lane as well for CFO.
Yep. This is the classic sub. This is what happens. Rest comes in for game 1, and Driver takes over for the next game.
Driver, I would say, is a little bit more of the stereotypical tank top player. A little bit more. That's not to say that he is exclusively that, but from what we've seen, he's more leaning towards that. And with the Maokai ban, I think CFO have done a good job of banning away a lot of what KC was targeting in this second game. The Varus priority. So this time round, they've said, you know what? For too long, our bot lane have been conceding pressure. We want the bot lane to versus 2 push. So we're going to lock in the Varus, and it is a great champion for getting you that push. They could also early rotate their bottom lane as well. Maybe they want to go for something like the Nautilus, but Braum could be a problematic champion depending on where they choose to lock it in. CFO have a lot of options here. They could grab the Sejwani for themselves. Ginger is more of the carry style player. So I'm curious as to what direction he will go. We've seen him play things like the Pantheon before. We know that he's, with Vi gone. I'm curious as to what direction he will actually go here in this draft.
Quite a few options. Feels like Doggo's just picking his most played champions, sort of going down the line. Very comfortable on the Misfortune. You do get outranged a little bit there in the bottom lane, but
Sedge.
Yeah, I think if the concept isn't broke, don't fix it, right?
Amen. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And see what can happen. Of course, Yike no stranger to try
I
and
will
take down
say,
a couple of
AC
Sejuani. So
look a
we'll see
little
what he does
broke.
have
Who's he
planned for this.
Oh my gosh, Bestie, you're still
What I
cooking?
wouldn't mind seeing.
Really? It's been a while since
How long
I've
did
seen something.
the chicken katsu take fully?
You'd hope not. I
I'm
haven't
getting
seen a Jarvan Yone combo work
Why
out
do you
all
do
that
this
well in recent
What's going on,
memory. Haven't seen much
Lucas?
J4, to be honest.
Yone. I'm
How you
assuming
doing?
it's for Vladdy. But that is a surprise. So what if they banned Lilia and Zyra. Are they thinking Nidalee? Is this a Yike Nidalee game?
I mean, it works kinda with what they have so far. Chains of Corruption is some setup. Jace is another one. But this is so dangerous because how do you then play an AP jungle if they then get 2 more bans and you've already banned 2 of them?
Might be an Ivern game. Oh. It might be an Ivern
I feel
game.
like Ivern is a safe.
The question is, will CFO read that?
a safe
We'll have to wait
picky.
and see. Now, you have a lot of options here, CFO, because like you've seen. Now, the advantage KC have is whether they answer with mid or top here. Assuming they do, you can. So they're going to answer with top. So now you could just ban out mid laners, right? Things like Oriana, you could consider banning. We know that.
Then I see a virus. Really I'm surprised. I'm gonna thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hold on, let me get you yo.
But this is
yo
once again
siren.
CFO being like, we don't really mind what you have. We are
Thank you
going
so
to
much
pick
for supporting the
teamfight
stream,
composition,
Vicky. Hope you're
and
having
we
a
will
good
then
day.
play teamfight composition.
And the thing is with
I
KC's
pre-boiled
comp,
the
like, they have
veggies and made the
fantastic
sauce
side
and made a
laning.
whole
Right.
batch of chicken
But
katsu, like
CFO, they're a team that will drag
we have to
you into
reheat
the
it
fight.
for the rest of
That's
the
what they
week.
love to do.
Ah, so you're meal
So
prepping.
I think it's going to be a tricky one. I like
You
the
are
Renata
meal
ban. They're actually
prepping.
focusing on the bot side of the map, knowing that, hey, we don't want to concede all pressure. We know we're going to get pushed in on the top side of the map. So we need to get some agency somewhere. So let's remove some of these power supports, and they can now early rotate their support themselves. The question is, what support are they going to ban away the Nautilus? Or maybe they're considering banning away Braum, locking in something like Nautilus for themselves. Rel, of course, is still available.
Yep, Rel's a good one. This Silas ban, absolutely fantastic. Just get rid of melee things that pair well with the Sejuani and do magic damage. Silas is the
I wonder if they'll
definite
think
best one
about
of
an
those.
Akali.
Yeah, I don't like Akali and Sejuani feel less synergistic, but we have seen it work, and they did. So they've taken away the Ivern as well, and now I mean, there are other AP junglers that you could go towards, but it's really running
Getting
thin.
down on the list.
Yeah, these are definitely the A tier ones, and I don't know which tier we have to go to now.
Because you're thinking maybe like
Amumu.
Yeah, Amumu, Zac, maybe.
Yeah, Zac's another option.
Or Nidalee. So.
Well,
But
Nidalee
yeah, I
is still,
feel like
like
home
you said,
cooked
I think
food
Nidalee is
just
probably looking like the best one, but
not
it's such
better
it's a
in
in every way.
Yeah.
And that Braum
Like I
ban,
feel
by
like
the
it's
way,
so
like,
easy to not get sick
that is
from
the
your own,
that is the pick
like
right
food
now.
that you cook, but it's so
Question
easy
is,
to
will
get
CFO
sick.
look to try and take that
Like
one away?
eating
And
out
if they
every
do,
day.
What does KC then use as an answer? Do they just go for the Rel themselves? Is CFO thinking about getting the Rel?
And also counterpick for support is really powerful. Kaiwing can just sort of pick for lane once they see exactly what KC are doing. Wouldn't mind a mid lane pick here, but also just taking away Nautilus, that would work as well. Timer is up, and it's Talia.
I think that's good. I like it. Very safe, very stable. Pretty good matchup into the Yone, just because you can create a lot of space between you and the Yone.
I want to see Neela. I want to see a Samira so bad.
A heavy projectile.
But I don't think I'm gonna see it.
So yeah, I think it's. I mean, as well, look at this Wombo combo they've got built for themselves. It's not like crazy Wombo, but they've got Engage, Initiation with the Sejuani. They've got good follow-up with the Scion.
Oh, there it is.
Old school, yike. I'm disappointed in myself. I should have
The
known
brand
this. I should have
support
known this.
or
What am I
brand
saying?
jungle?
Back on the G2 days, this was one of his favorites, his go-to classics. When it comes to comfort, this is definitely something that that Yike would default to. Definitely not something we've seen this year, really.
And also, there's a limited amount of hit points collectively for the team right now. Targamas is going to take that Nautilus that you were talking about before. That is going to provide a bit of front line. But once again, I feel like this is a difficult composition to execute here for KC.
Damage.
Oh,
That,
heck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And if you start winning, you're going to keep winning.
You will definitely keep winning. That
I don't want to
is
see Yone
100%
ugly
true.
self. No,
I'm really curious, what will the... I'm expecting Rel. I think that they just want something to round out their team fight, have a little bit more engage in there. But I wouldn't be surprised if they... Okay, yeah, so they're going to keep it stock standard. All right.
If
So again,
I'm
CFO,
seeing a
their
win, brother,
approach is
I want to
front
see
to back team
Yasuo.
fight. They've got a lot
Because
of
I feel like
AoE, a
you
lot
don't
of
see
zone
Yasuo
control.
in pro play anymore.
The great thing about this composition as well is that even if KC is on the
I'm
objective
seeing
first,
a win,
you have
brother.
a lot of tools to contest that
Yasuo
objective again. The
or
ability to create
don't
space
lock it in.
and kind of fight over these neutrals, it seems very powerful. KC have a lot of damage. Their side lane threat is potent. If these solo laners get ahead, they will be very difficult to stop, which means a lot of the burden and responsibility again falls on Yike. And I admire that KC are still putting their trust in him, because Yike, 3 out of 4 games, his impact has been very minimal.
It has.
It's been difficult for him to really
And the
get
fact
the
that
ball
they are
rolling.
not switching up
and you can
is crazy.
attribute that to potentially KC not having winning lanes, which makes it harder for him to play
They
the game.
said if it
or
didn't
you
work
can
the
blame it
first
on his execution.
5
Either way,
games,
the reality is that Yike isn't having the best
or if
tournament
it
so
didn't
far,
work the first 4 games.
It's going to be
it'll work.
crucial for him in this game
This,
to have
fifth.
impact if Casey want to turn this series around.
Yeah, and I do think that this is the best way for them to do it, right? I actually think that as far as Casey in this series is concerned, this is the draft that's looking more winnable than the one we saw prior, because CFO, last time we were praising them. They had 3 threats in that last composition. Now they've got 2. Now it's a Talia as well, which does require you to hit a whole bunch of buttons.
I'm telling you,
and
these
so I
people
think
know
that
how
the
to draw.
targets that are being
I
presented
don't know who taught
are
them,
much more
but
easy
they
to
be
read
drawing
here
like
for
master
KC. Kill Doggo
for their
probably
sign.
do pretty well, is kind of the theory. But let's jump onto the Rift and see how it's going to go as KC look to try and bring us to a game 3.
30 seconds until
No,
CFO, game number 1 was gorgeous. I think that they just played
be a
better League
game
of Legends
2.
on top of the fact that they had a great draft.
Yep.
And we'll just have to see whether now, as the drafts kind of even themselves out, are we going to get a better performance out of KC as well?
Here's what I will say. You know, like, naturally, as an EU pundit, my instincts are KC, simplify. You know, go for a draft that seems easy on paper to execute and rely on the fact that you can believe in yourself to be a better team than your opposition.
And see hero, kill hero is an EU quote.
Well,
you know?
KC literally gave me the middle finger and said, we refuse to go simple. We're going to go 4 damage dealers with a Nautilus as our engage.
It is still the same theory, though, right? Like, you
Is
can,
it?
And they do have a lot more tools, right? Last time around, it was like all dive and you got mega outranged. Now, you outrange your opposition.
Okay,
You can
Battle Bunny
actually play
MF,
for
I
neutral
approve.
much better if
Yeah,
you catch,
they've been using that skin.
CFO on an objective. You're throwing piercing
They've been,
arrows,
somebody
shock
used
blasts
it. I
and all
think
this stuff. And it's going to be a
Casey
real
used it
problem.
yesterday.
We're
Like,
fighting
okay,
already.
I don't know what y'all doing.
And I think what's crucial is that KC, I think, have themselves
Yeah, and then we
a
got
nice
the
bot lane
Rel
2 versus 2,
Starguardian
'cause I think that that's super
Bright
important
Knight
for this
Nautilus
team.
is really
I
good.
think so far in this tournament,
Not
they
mad
have
at it.
had difficulties getting those winning bot lane 2 versus 2s.
I am
And
not mad
priority
at
is going to be super important, especially given what these junglers want to do. So you can already see Kalist and Targamas off to a good start, chipping away the HP bars of Kaiwing and Doggo. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map are going to be pathing towards bot, as Jace is just going to be given free reign. I think Kana has had a good tournament so far. Even
He's
if his
a great
impact
Jace
isn't
player
as-
too.
Exactly, it's one of his comfort picks, and I think that Casey's quite happy to just leave him alone to do his thing. And meanwhile, on driver's side, they're just like, hey, just do your best to survive the pressure, because at some point this Jace is going to
I'm low-key starting to get tired of seeing Jace.
And at some point, I guess Sion will just become unkillable.
People
as
are
well.
running
So
tank Jace
there is
rather than
It doesn't feel like
lethality.
the same kind of timer that
Like,
we
he
had
still
the last
does
time around.
damage,
I feel like
but-
KC can always just out-execute against this composition, just with the raw amount of damage that they have. The fact that Brand will be able to eat through tanks so
Especially
effectively
tank
once
base,
that
yeah.
Leandris comes in.
I don't like tank base.
This will be a composition that can sort of
ooh, look at this.
Pass the test of time as Junjia coming actually over the wall from the Dragon. That's a great
Ooh.
engage from Kaiwing as Targamas completely off to the side. And now Kalist trying to play
Well.
some Alcove Gaming, and unfortunately it is not where he wants to be. Doggo with first blood
Well.
for the second game in a row.
Just really great pathing from Junja. The fact that he skips
It's starting,
his own bot side camps,
and we're
he
only
goes over
3
the
minutes
wall behind their
in.
opposition and just prevents any
Hi.
avenue of escape. Just extremely well executed, and they alleviate so much of that pressure on the bot side of the map. Really well played from CFO.
Beautifully done. So it looks like we have just picked up from
Alright,
where
okay,
we
we're getting
left
a-
off, but now Yike trying to buck that trend. Pillar of Flame coming on through there, but
And
unfortunately the Seer is
flop.
going to land onto a...
And chop.
He has picked Zombie Brand though, which is by far one of the greatest skins of all time.
I agree.
But just the audio. The fact that he just walks around going...
Yeah, it
is
really
just-
resonates me the way he goes, ugh.
Yeah, right?
It's like he's speaking to my soul.
Yeah, it's just so poignant. Like every word he says is exactly what you need to hear at every
Hate when
given
people do
moment.
the
Shot
Jinx
Blast
laughing
Hero
emote
wants-
after
Miss or
killing.
sidestep?
Both. I think all misses are also sidesteps.
That's how, because
Reading the
And I-
juke, know what I'm saying?
one is more positive than the other,
Specifically the Jinx
right?
best.
We have a lot of power as commentators.
Oh, we do. But, I mean,
Specifically the
we
Jinx
can't take
plan?
anything away from Junja. He's had a great year,
Yeah.
and he's continuing that momentum here at this tournament. A lot of the conversation that I heard was that he was going to come in as a team, like, it's a team revolved around him. He likes to play these carry junglers. He likes to have agency. And even on these tank junglers, you can see him constantly having agency. It's great to see him performing already here at First Stand, and I look forward to seeing him perform throughout the rest of the tournament, as so far, CFO find themselves with a first blood advantage over KC.
And I think it's interesting, right? Because you mentioned, like, it's not really about him because he's playing these tanks and stuff like that. I think it still is.
It's still about him.
It's still about him,
really
but
is.
it's him controlling his damage dealers, being in exactly the right place to utilize them effectively. It's like he's playing some
It's like
chess,
that hand-holding thing, you know, because like you sit there and like, oh wow, yeah, you guys are doing a really good job getting all the kills. And then you look at the gold lead, he's 1.2k ahead on Skarner. You know what I mean? It's just like that. It's that idea of he's letting you think that you're the carry, when in reality, he's still carrying.
He is the guy. Yeah, at least this bottom side is going a little bit better outside of that first
Give
blood,
us some
of course, but still being
action.
able to control the lane a little bit more effectively. As here in the top lane, Canna will continue
The
to
real
be all right
headliner
after these
game is
teleports
next
come in. You can see
series,
already
so
health bar advantage.
we'll be
for
more
Jace.
entertained once Team Liquid and
But
Top
I don't know
Sports
how much
take the
Driver
rift.
cares. I think it's probably about 0. I mean, Scion players are like that.
Yeah.
You know, like as soon as you have that Scion player DNA, the result of the game just isn't really a thing that you care about that much, or at least the result of the laning phase.
Ooh.
As Junji are going to have to flash away from that one. Last second on that flash.
Yeah.
But Weaver's Wall going to deliver Hongq, but unfortunately doesn't flick anyone to the other side and now finds himself in an awkward spot. Vladdy not going to be able to go any further forward though. I think maybe he'd seal some fate.
Very awkward. KC hesitant to commit to the play.
All right, Junju with some information as that ward goes over the wall,
It's my
immediately spotted
rank
out.
Emerald
And Driver
3.
could be dead.
Nah, bro. As we mentioned earlier, HP is simply a resource to allow him to get farmed. You know what I mean?
Also, you have to utilize the passive. You know, it's like when you're playing Kovlon. You have to die a few times, otherwise how are you utilizing the Acathian surprise?
Exactly.
Yeah, I often die on Zyra because maybe they've re-implemented her old passive.
There are people watching that have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's probably true. She used to turn into a plant that did true damage on death.
Yeah, she used to just, like, I guess, spit at you.
Yeah.
Just,
And then they remade her.
Skewer is
it was
a
more
great
like
word.
a javelin.
Harpoon,
Yes,
even.
yes.
Yeah. And
Yep.
it was true
You
damage,
control
and
it.
it did hurt.
And
Oh,
on
very
release,
shot.
it did about a bajillion damage. And so if you were the kind of player that would want to go into the middle of a team fight, press all of your buttons and die, she was the best champion ever, which is why I loved her. She was brilliant. We're talking about the champion that's not in the game, though. She was at least banned throughout both of these. We might get her in a game 3 if we make it there. KC looking to try and
They've got
deliver us
themselves an
towards it.
objective already, a positive, in comparison to game 1.
Precisely. And 3 Void Grubs is absolutely fantastic as well, meaning that you don't even necessarily need to fight for the next round if you don't feel like it. And they can put their focus towards the dragon that hasn't been taken just yet. As Kaiwing going to go for another engage. There's the Glacial Prison. Targamet's going to have to flash. Does get the anchor out as Doggo picks it up with a double up. That is gorgeous. Gliss going to be able to walk out of the way of the bullet time though, so Doggo not going to be getting a double. But that is exactly what CFO want. It is more money on Misfortune.
I mean, it's Junja's world and we're just living in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The man gets level 6, he immediately sets his sights on the bot lane of KC, and he makes another play happen. This man is just so proactive on the map. He finds another advantage for
That's
CFO.
only in pro play.
building
I
a
feel like
lead
I
to
see her
nearly 1,000
sometimes.
now.
Yeah,
It's
not
gonna
too
work out when
often.
Driver cares about what's going on here. And it hasn't happened yet.
He has popped his pot, and that man is not losing HP.
Yeah. All right, on the hook. This one going to connect onto a minion. Targamas really just wanted to take that one down and deliver some money over to Vladdy, and that is going to be successful.
In the first game, CFO.
Unbinding the soul, that means that this Yone is going to be totally fine. And this Wombo combo, man, it's the Kaiwing Junja situation that is so difficult for KC to deal with right now. It was game 1. They were always together when they were making these plays. And once again, in game 2, in these isolated skirmishes, it has worked out a whole lot better. However, this time, KC are getting objectives off the back of these plays. There's like
I hate this new
something
overlay. It
has to
is
give this time. Whereas last time,
something. I just
CFO
don't like
were
the
able
top
to
left
just
hand
take every
corner.
objective whilst also winning every skirmish and being everywhere on the map. And that should never happen. That's just sort of illegal.
That first item spike, I think, is going to be crucial for KC. Once they've got that completed first component, I think that that's going to be very significant in
No,
the
TL
ensuing
is
fight.
playing
So
next.
far, they're a little bit ways off.
After this game, because it's going to be a
But,
quick 2-0. No
optimization very
shade.
quickly starting to come through.
TL will play.
Again, we
Look
see.
at the Zeke's rush as well. It's been a while since I've seen that one. I like it. As far as like first item spike, it feels like it's cheating a little bit because it's so cheap. But it's still first item. Ginger nailed it. He is now going to spot out Yike and Targamas moving towards this dragon. Banana brush control going to be there for KC. And that was a train.
That was.
Driver is he worried yet? I would be.
He popped a pop and he stopped taking damage. He's fine.
Yeah, I guess he isn't. He's also got a biscuit, which is just...
Ooh, that is good damage onto Kai Wing. The pings to
Almost
retreat
done.
from CFO as Vladdy is a bit behind. He is close to level 9 though. Here we go.
Yeah, Winter's Wrath.
You can't contest this, Ginger. I don't think you can contest
Yeah, the
this.
player counts are super small.
Somewhat in range, actually, but it's going to be Yike that wins the Smite War. Hook going to connect.
Aww.
Sort of just 1v1
Nautilus went in, no backup at all. Ceasing this 80. No backup.
That's a killing spree for Doggo.
Oh, that's
Is towards this top side,
Oh,
getting
that's
something
tough.
back for KC. As the flash forward from Honkyu, this young man going nuts against Yike,
Oh,
who's taking
dude.
so much damage. The threaded volley will finish
Yo.
him off. And Honkyu says,
Low-key,
we have a monopoly
Casey
on kills
is
this game.
not
4
looking good.
kills to 0, and Kaiwing has set his sights onto Kalist. I think he wisely
It's
will
just
back away.
not looking
but
good.
the target focus from KC continues to just be off. Like again, when we get the replay up, notice how the target selection is just...
It
The
is
priorities
just
just don't seem to
horrible.
be there. You've got one person diving onto Doggo, you've got another pair diving
Yeah,
into the
no,
river.
literally,
And
look
the
at
moment
this.
that
Look how
the
split they
CFO
are.
regroup,
Where's
it
the
becomes an easy execution. They
communication?
secure the dragon with ease. Kaiwing seems like the easy target, but look, on the left, you've got that engage onto Ginger. On the right, you've got an engage onto Doggo.
Where is it?
So
Where
many
is the
resources are committed, and then
communication?
a quick TP in from Driver means that it becomes an easy numbers advantage where they get that pick onto Targamas. They convert that into another pick onto Yike when he doesn't have his flash available anymore. And Honkyu with that confidence to flash in, make the play happen. He has the support from Driver. And we're back into
I fear Casey might go 0-4. Yeah. No, they've got to go up against HL and top esports. Like, not that NA is easy, but like, NA has shown like great gameplay so far, except for that one game. But like, it only gets worse for them. It only gets worse.
Turns it into engage as Driver gets a phenomenal crash, doesn't
Okay.
immediately go down, and it's a double here for Yike. Junja
2 for
says,
1 so
no,
far.
Remember, we're the team that gets all of the kills as
Okay,
Targamas
2 for 2.
going to be the first one to be taken down. He also looks for the next as Canna's put in prison. But not going to quite be enough. The Winter's
Oh,
Wrath
Doggo
unable
wants
to
it.
catch him,
Okay.
and Doggo, I
Chilling,
don't know
he's
whether you want
chilling,
to tank
chilling.
3 turret shots, and so isn't going to go any further forward. Really good fight for KC.
CFO is still ruthless in these 5v5s. You can see how aggressive they're willing to play, and Doggo now with a 1k goal lead over Kalist. The positioning for CFO means that they're able to steal one grub round and they convert it into a nice initiation, but the follow-up isn't really there from Doggo. His priority is to keep Kalist out of the fight. The damage looks good on the left side, but it's still not really enough, as utilizing that Scion passive, really the only way to play. Nice ulti comes through from Ginger, sending his sights onto Kana. They can't quite convert it into another kill, but they came very close. 2 kills for 1, I believe, with the grubs going in favor of KC. And crucially, Vladdy was kind of trapped on the outskirts of that fight, so that was still a 4 versus 5. It's a very tense affair, with CFO still leading in terms of gold for the objectives. KC in a much favorable position compared to game 1.
And that was a bit crazy as well, because Doggo didn't have ult. We mentioned at the beginning of this that Doggo's damage is extraordinarily important, much more so than game number 1, right? Because it's him and Honkyu that are going to be doing all of it, and you're a bit more single target focused if you are the Talia, right? So it's not going to be as noticeable in the chaos of a team fight. And Doggo not having that ult is actually a huge deal. Still CFO able to do okay as far as the skirmish, but if there was a bullet time layered on top, like as that 3-man knockup comes through from the Scion, that's everyone dead. That's not just, you know, a couple of picks here and there.
Very much agree. Honkyu trying to use the Fog of War there to get a bit of a pick onto Vladdy.
Yeah, the little Otacon wall
for it.
It's always cheeky.
So, the pressure continues to mount for KC. Their carries really are falling behind here as Kalist and Vladdy find themselves behind in XP.
You say that, But I'm looking at Yike. I'm feeling like Yike's the carry this time around.
Okay.
He's got his Leandris
Yike's the
put
carry?
together. And CFO, they don't have a lot of range.
Got a
This is a
good
dead
angle.
ball style of composition.
That's a
And
scary
that's
thing.
exactly what
Hasn't
Brand
been.
wants, man. He wants to throw fire around in amongst everyone. Like, his passive is going to be doing so much work. So I think Yike, if he
If
blows
I showed up
at the
to a
beginning of a
tournament
fight,
and end
it
up
could be
winless,
almost
I would
lights out
cry
for
no
KC.
litter.
But if he's ever able to actually lay a spell after spell,
I would be thinking like
it's going to be a real
arbitrage.
problem for CFO.
Yeah, the MasterCard lane
Because
economy
people were
snapshot
already
shows
upset
there
that they
was,
won Ellie.
At least a little bit more in terms of equality, in that there are options for the side of KC, right? And I think that's the crucial thing, because in the previous game, it felt like that they were on a one-track mind where they had to catch that target out, they had to kill him quickly. This time around, with a multi-damage threat, in the front to back, sure, there is a scary front line that they have to deal with, but they have the damage in theory to deal with it.
Well, Weaver's Wall coming on through here is now Yike. He is cornered, and everything is about zoning.
What were they saying about Yike being the
just
carry?
dead to rights. And so CFO, they take down the jungler, and they now look for a dragon. That should be going their way, unless these health bars are low enough to cause a bit of an issue. But it looks like that isn't the case. Vladdy there towards the top side, doing some split pushing, as Junja at about 50%, dueling this Chemtech Drake. Driver going to move on over, is now Kalist! You're not going to be able to interrupt that ulti there as Junja gets over the wall, flashes back immediately as he realizes his mistake, and he will be ripped to shreds by that piercing arrow. CFO maybe bit off a little more they could chew that time around.
The dragon getting very low. Yike on his way back, but there's no smite here.
Yeah, they do just interrupt the queue as Driver was pretty optimistic
Okay.
thinking that his Scion was
CFO
going to be the
trying to
deciding
throw.
factor there.
Throwing the bone.
Going to be getting to work here on the top side of the map, though, as second dragon in a row.
Oh, it's probably because I'm like sometimes too far away from the microphone. Because I'm like not trying to get my products in the mic. So my bad. I'll put on my headphones so I can hear the feedback.
CFO, though, wisely cross-mapping on the top side, able to secure that first tower. Crucially, though, I mean,
My
we
bad.
talked about it in the draft. When it comes to acquiring space, it's just so much easier for CFO to do that. Look at how quickly this collapse comes through, thanks to the ultimate from Honkyu and the engage that is followed up by with Junja and Kaiwing. They immediately get that pick onto Yike and they punish him for being there. Kalist immediately forced to flash away, but a lot of resources now used. Junja over-committing there, forced to flash, now trapped in the pit as Kana sees an angle, and they're able to convert the fight in their favor. Ambitiously drive, back in the action.
Yeah, crash down there from Kaiwing, going the wrong
Alright,
direction.
they're
though. It's
fighting a lot
Kana might be the
now.
one that they're looking for. His health bar is relatively high, but unfortunately he can't move and he has no friends. That's Honkyu taking another kill for himself. 2-0-2 now for the Talia. And CFO with full control of this Herald pit. And the gold still in their favor as well.
CFO just feels like that they go from 2 members to 5 members so fast.
Yes, instantly.
Like, they're so quick at collapsing on any single opportunity that KC, like, it's been happening throughout this series. You can't afford to rest on your laurels. The moment that you're out of position, this team will punish you for it.
Well, Driver going to come on over and get rid of all of these minions. I don't know about that one. Trains off the tracks a little bit here as Vladdy going to get rid of this turret and now go for the 1v1.
Nope, it's
that
probably
may
just
take
me.
7 years, but I think he might have the damage eventually, unless Driver just gets towards the turret. Doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught though, as he does get that knock up. And Honkyu, he gets in there, looking for that threaded volley as Junju just sets it up for him. Man, what an alley-oop from the jungler. And this is exactly what you said. They just vacuumed all the players over.
Vladdy thought that he had a solo kill opportunity,
So
but
did I.
instead it was he who was
So
punished.
did I.
A 1.5k gold lead.
I love this
for
caster.
Honkyu
He's
over Vladdy
very
in the mid
energetic.
lane as he goes to 3-0-2 on the scoreboard. This rookie having a fantastic debut on his international stage.
And look at this financial allocation as well, right? Like there's 1.6k lead for Honkyu. He's massively far ahead. Doggo picked up like the first 4 kills of the game. Junja going to be crashing the Rift Herald into this outer turret. Not quite enough to take that one down just yet. But like the money's exactly where you want it if you're CFO. And yes, in this game, KC feeling like it's a whole lot more competitive. But if it's Doggo and Honkyu that just keep getting everything, then that damage problem that we were talking about possibly cropping up is just not going to be there.
CFO, I mean, I love the way that they're playing the game. They're keeping it simple and they're punishing the mistakes of KC. Then overstepping their bounds. I mean, the good news for KC is that given their early objective priority, 2 dragons means that Soul Point is much further away. KC can afford to buy a little bit more time. But crucially, like, CFO are finding these picks around these objectives, and it's giving them a lot of opportunity to set up around these neutrals. And you've got to remember, that CFO love to force your hand. They will force a ban if it means that they can
Yo,
get the fight
Azul,
that they
thank you
want.
so much for the Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip
Even in that
Squad.
dragon fight from before, but we
Hope you are having a good day today.
As this looked like CFO might have been caught, but Kaiwing just cues away.
I mean, again, though, this has been my main criticism of KC, where they just seem uncoordinated. Like, you've got Kalist catching the mid-wave, you've got Vladdy in an awkward position, Yike was still finishing off his buffs. Like, it felt like that there was an idea for an engage there, but all of the team wasn't really on board, ready to collapse, and it ended up just falling apart. Whereas CFO, they feel like a singular unit.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they just feel like that the moment you make an initiation on one player, you're initiating onto all 5.
Yeah, and as soon as someone is crossing the river, the rest of CFO all know that that's happening and are ready to collapse. And that is happening right here, as we can see. 4 members, but there's also a Scion that can turn up at a moment's notice. Bliss giving a bit of a thumbs up here as Doggo wanting to crash this way forward once again. We're getting that zoom in. Here comes the train. Chains of Corruption are going to go wide as Kalist gets that flash to get over the wall. The Glacial Prison going wide there as well as CFO. Not going to find the engage they were looking for.
I want to see a good Yone
A lot of damage
ulti.
there to Honku.
I want to
As
see
they do
great
make their way
Yone
up, but
ult.
it's not really damage that's going to stick, right? Because CFO able to grab the turret.
Come on, KC,
I
fight
love
back.
The coordination that we're seeing from CFO again. And the utilization of the ultimates, knowing that KC is going to try and defend that tower. They get the flash out of Kalist. And what's spawning in 15 seconds? Dragon. So yes, their ultimates likely unavailable for this next objective, but the Rel ulti and the MF ulti still available. And the fact that Kalist doesn't have flash makes him a prime target for the ensuing fight. So CFO they're really running the map.
Yeah, and look at all this vision that they have now. And like you were saying, like you put pressure forward so that you can leave vision there as well. And so you can see on the top side, there's a line of wards that CFO have access for. They then now move towards the bottom side, grab all of that dragon vision that they're looking for. Banana Brush there, lane ward also. And so they can take that Drake whenever they feel like it.
Hello,
As
Roki.
KC trying to clear out
CFO is
vision where
getting
they
so much
can
map
as well.
control, and I don't see
More of a top
KC
side
doing
focus, as we
anything.
can see.
KC
Otacon
is
up
being
there. That is going to
very,
be a big deal.
I feel like, responsive. No proactiveness. They are very behind, as you can see, though.
Based on the icon, that on the minimap,
Oh,
that
right,
to me
yeah.
says Ruinous.
That's true, and I've never seen that one before. So
Yeah.
I thought maybe because things have changed a little bit moving into today, that changed as well. But that is not how that one
But
works.
I'd love to
Honky's
see
gonna be
them
flashing away from Kana here.
make
That is more respect
some
than I
type
think
of
Kana
play.
deserves.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Honky was a little bit jump scared from that one, but also
That's okay.
didn't have the whole squad down there. And so maybe that's just what you do when you're not prepared for that level of engage. But the Dragon is going to be secured here by CFO.
Distributing the resources evenly, which means that they don't have to... I mean, they've got vision investment on the top side as well, allowing a driver to push in that top wave, while also securing an objective on the bot side of the map. KC being spread very thin. The atomization difference really starting to mount. Only a play to the Ruin King on Vladdy. He's also... I mean, in terms of levels, he's actually been able to keep up, which is good for him, because, like, remember that goal difference was actually much bigger earlier. So, good job on Vladdy being able to reduce that somewhat. But
He's
the same
reduced
can't
it by
be said.
about 600.
Yeah. So the same can't be said for the 80 carries, though.
Yeah, Doggo holding on to that lead. 5-0-2, though, for the MF. That will do it, as far as giving you that lead. Honku
no
just
flash,
put his...
no flash.
He just put his Leandris together, so he does a lot of damage, but they look for the Rel, who just says, I'm going to Magnet Storm you, and
Doggo
then even crashes down
A.
forward. It was a mistake
Doggo
because he dies, but it's going to be a win here for
Yo, I kind of want
CFO.
to play
That
some
is
Miss
3 on the
Fortune.
bench for KC. And CFO might just move up towards this Ruinous Otacon, grab
Doggo
themselves a bunch
A.
of extra levels and all of that fun stuff. And Driver will just try and hold them off.
I mean, that collapse was just so fast and so ruthless. Doggo.
It feels like every time. It's like,
Every
and the
time.
collapse, and like, they're always there.
And Doggo just said, all right, bet. Like, he just threw down the ultimate and tore this opposition apart. That will be our first Ruinous Otacon. Of course, not the first
Doggo
one of the
ate that.
tournament, but look at that, all that XP gained as well. Level 15 secured for Hongyu, 14 for Doggo. And I mean, it feels like that this game is set and match.
I just see the
CFO
misfortune
have
ulti.
really
Let's see it
come out
again.
swinging today.
Look, the hook
See the
is going
Rel.
to miss here from Targamas. The ulti will connect, but the ulti comes through from Kaiwing,
My
keeping
God.
Yike in place.
I
And again, what
mean,
was supposed to be a quick pick, it was a 4v3.
the Rel did
How
eat a lot of
does CFO
things.
keep doing this where they just
But
constantly have
that's
the
also
numbers
her
advantage
job.
in any play that Casey tried to make?
That is also her
Yike
job.
is not psyched about how this one's going. And It's like you were talking about before. It's just not the level of coordination that we come to expect, right? And CFO, it's like they're a hive mind, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, maybe that's what we mean by Junjia team, right? It's just his brain is operating all 5 champions. But there's like an individual version of his brain for all of them that are somewhat connected but can work independently. It's not just great multitasking, it's just more of him.
And Driver, as he has pretty much done throughout this game, he is...
Don't know if I really understand that one, but you know what? Heck yeah. Yike looks sad.
Flashing away from the ulti. Kalist not going to be connecting that one. And now they are moving forward. The double ups landing. And Doggo, he does so much damage. Honkyu looking
Well,
for the
you know,
shot.
there is a plus side to this. CFO won, which is who we were rooting for. It's a 2-0. And that means Team Liquid is up next. So really, we're up. What's the point of this tournament? So if you win an extra seed for your region at MSI. And if you win at MSI, you secure a slot for Worlds.
I swear I didn't quite
Colin,
have
we're
the
co-streaming
power level
this
at
first
the
stand
right point.
tournament
CFO are
for pro
looking
play.
really, really good. This isn't that, you know, KC are full on collapsing. This level of coordination is beautiful to watch. The way that they're executing these compositions, absolutely beautiful. It's just some great League of Legends.
And they're keeping it so simple, you know? They're not doing anything crazy. A lot of their players finding themselves on comfort. And they're playing around those strengths. We got to see the advantage as well of the 2 different top laners, the Rumble in game 1, and Driver bringing out the Scion in game 2, the distinction in the playstyles and how it changes, and how Driver is just such a massive meat shield in comparison to the follow-up that Rest was providing on the Rumble.
And this is a battle Scion as well. Look at that Titanic Hydra completed.
Oh, yeah.
He can smash these waves. He already had pretty decent wave
Yeah,
clear as a Scion.
Casey think they have multiple damage
Yeah,
threats
exactly.
as well.
This is side lane Scion. And like, I know you're pretty good at understanding what Scion does in a side lane, but this is, look, he's at the inner turret, and that will go down extraordinarily quickly. I don't know, man. This is looking rough. KC, can they find the heroic engage to make something happen? Some poke damage onto Kaiwing, that's a good start, but look at this. The Weaver's Wall set players, they just push Targamas into the wall. He's forced to flash to get himself out of there. Kalist's gonna have to blow that cleanse to get out of prison. Vladdy on the top side of the map is going to make it a trade in turrets, but they dove mid lane as well. And so it's a trade up here for CFO. Doggo moves down, look to try and catch this. So with this Baron buff, they might be able to break open the base. Vladdy looking to go back home as it's once again cleanup duty for the Scion.
I mean, if we kind of go back to the start of this game, it was a situation where KC finally got themselves a winning bot lane 2v2, and Jun just shut that down. And then, what does KC want to do? Oh, they want to try and build advantages through their solo laners so they can look to start split pushing. Well, how does CFO respond? They just find fight after fight with constant numbers advantage, and they swing. Even though they don't get all the early game objectives, they keep winning out on the fights. And now they find themselves securing the first tier 3 tower of the game. They've set their sights on the inhibitor. And what options do KC really have? Because if they try to go for the 5v5, I think the CFO's front to back is just stronger once again.
Yeah, this is the problem with falling behind against a composition that has 2 tanks, right? I mentioned the fact that there might be damage issues, but not anymore, right? These tanks are even doing more damage, and the problem is, if this style of composition gets ahead, it is so much harder to find that angle back in. That's why we often say that if you're a team that has a heck of a lot of damage, it's harder to execute, because you still have to be very careful. If you throw your life away, things can really become a problem. It's not really the case here. That's, I think, why you say that this is far more of a simple composition. It's not even necessarily that it's simple, it's that it's very forgiving.
100%. And something that we saw in this game as well, and something you were just alluding to, is that when you run multiple damage threats, like, what is Sejuani afraid of? You know? Like, if you sit there and think that Casey is the first on a dragon, like, what is she afraid of walking into? The brand stun? Okay, now you've just stunned me. That's one of your few CCs. Now my Scion can walk up behind me. Like, it's just so easy for them to walk up to any objective against this composition, which is why power and strength is so important. Because if you don't have the threat of the kill, then you don't have any threat at all.
Yeah.
Facts.
I just want to say, Honkyu
That's why
has bought
sometimes,
himself a
like,
nice book. This is
not
the
even
youngest
throwing your
player in the
ability, but
tournament, by
having
way,
the
17
fear
years
of an
age,
ability
and he has
is
a Magi
so
Soul
strong.
still.
So, like, hook
I cannot
champions,
wait to see
If you know
more
you're
of
gonna
this
miss,
team,
don't even throw it.
as we get
Because
deeper
now
into
they're
first
scared,
half, because
like they can't
I've
step
heard
up
some pretty
because they're
big
scared of
talk
your
about
hook.
Honkyu and what he has is now Callista in trouble once again, and just picked off and destroyed another gorgeous shove there from Honkyu.
Yeah.
The man we were just talking about, and I think he might have heard us. He says, "Oh, you mean me? Let me just grab another couple of kills." 4-0-6 now for the Talia. They'll take down the last remaining inner turret. They're going to look for another inhibitor.
Yeah,
Baron or
that
no
game.
Baron, they are going to break another section of this base, and KC just left scratching their heads at this point in the series. It's been a whirlwind, and CFO have just left them in the dust.
CFO have made it look easy. A convincing game too, with very few windows of opportunity. They continue to punish. And it's just the fact that Junja's just such an effective driving force. He finds good angles to make plays happen. 1-1 and 11, the scoreline for him.
And Vladdy going to be able to stop Doggo, but look at all of these engages as stopped. Vladdy does manage to
That
get a
was
decent ulti
nice,
and gets
but
himself out of
no
there, but
one
Yike
was
could pay the
there.
price. The AoE is going to be there, but when
No
there's no
one
follow-up,
was
it does not
there.
matter, and they trickle in
Oh
one
my
after the
God.
other. But CFO stay as a unit to
Oh
defend
my
their damage
God.
shield. This might be a little bit of an overstep as Honkyu just goes golden. And Driver is going to do exactly as his name dictates. They take a blast cone. That is going to break up the fight a little bit.
Oh, that's
And a
so
Weaver's Wall.
sad. I know
Breaking
he's
things up,
so
actually might
sad.
be able to create some space here. But CFO, I don't like the health bars are low, guys. I understand your confidence.
CFO was trying to go back to base. They were trying to show them a mercy. Kana, at the very least, will get a pick.
Yeah. Shock Blast is going to be able to lock down Honkyu. Going to die for the first time. Also gets rid of some pages in that book. Now, Junji, I don't know about that flash.
Oh, are we gonna end?
Yeah, the train is going to be able to tidy up some of them. Doggo with the bullet time gets flashed out of there by Targamas as once again over the wall goes Vladdy. And CFO, just go back home. Let's spend some of that gold. Let's calm down a little. We're trying to sing praises here, man.
Yeah, I mean, KC, they did what they could out of desperation to catch some members off. But again, that hive mind-like playstyle of CFO, you go for one, you go for them all.
Yeah.
And so the second the Doggo's back was interrupted, the entire team locked on, picked the target, and was there to defend. We look back at this, and again, like, look, they're back in there recalling, and what happens? The immediate collapse comes through from CFO. Nice ulti from Vladdy, but he doesn't have any damage to be a real threat. Yike then finds himself overstepped as an easy collapse comes in from CFO, and Targamas is forced to flash to keep his mid laner alive, as KC is then forced to retreat. Now again, Kana does find a nice pick onto the knockup that comes through from Targamas, but that's all it really is. It's just like a nice go-away present, I guess.
Hi,
as they get
Monkey.
themselves another
Good
kill.
morning.
That's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Alice.
These games are my first watch at Pro Play, and I just feel bad for Casey.
I mean, at this
Yeah,
point,
no, like this is
Casey would like them to go away.
bad.
Please
Presently,
go away.
please go away.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is
I can
sad.
imagine that they might be thinking something like that. The Baron is probably going to be the one that goes away first, though. As you can see, not a whole lot of avenues in for this one. As Kana, not going to be able to stop it. So the Purple Worm delivered towards CFO. And now one inhibitor lies between them and the enemy Nexus. As Targamas thinking about going for heroic engage. Junjo able to get out of the way. The Chains of Corruption.
Right,
That's a
now I
cooldown
can walk
now. As the Glacial
in
Prison,
peace.
it'll ring true. Doggo has to cancel his ulti early, but these autos are doing so much. And Honkyu from over the wall finds another flick. Driver, I don't know about that one, but he gets a big old shield. Let's see whether he is going to go down.
Okay.
Does eventually
I thought
go
they
into
weren't
that
gonna kill him,
passive, but
and I was
honestly,
really
he
sad.
works out just the way CFO
But I
wanted.
think that's
And they're looking at a
game. They have
2-0
Baron, they
in
have
their
Baron
debut match here
minions,
at
they are
First
in their
Hand.
base. It's 4v1. Nautilus is running for his life away from Doggo the ADC, who's 13-0. Yeah.
Yep, taking down the Nexus now as
And look at
Targamas
Doggo.
trying to escape. And
Just having fun with
that
it.
is not going to escape the end of this game. Honkyu does the honors. The youngest player of the tournament will be able to grab that 50 gold for taking down the Nexus.
Well,
a beautiful performance here from this squad. And CFO, yeah, they're a little bit
GG.
bewildered. Don't necessarily know where to
Doggo
go after winning
seems
this
to be
series
a
because it all
beast.
happened so fast.
I mean, they should be feeling
Y'all good?
incredible after this because
Hi,
again,
Q.
this matchup was so important. if you think about the competition that's left in the tournament, I mean, of course, CFO, this was just their debut, and it's a great debut to have, but they've created a gap now between KC, who are firmly in last place, and their only opposition is Top Esports. And
I kind of wish Fnatic won LEC because they have the high Q jerseys. Oh, they're so cute. Well, maybe they're for Valorant. I don't know if they're for the LCS. I kind of want to get one.
Yes, they do. That is absolutely
They're actually so cute, and I recently watched Haikyuu, and I'm a fan. Oh. Oh. Yeah. And you know what? And you know what? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Luke, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. Heck yeah. Absolutely.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With the custom UI, exclusive.
You just spammed a little dancing mode. No, like that was cute. We take those. I'm gonna go wash my hands.
See every result. Get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Next is B. B.
All right, guys.
Dude, here it is. These are so
China.
cute.
Let's go.
These are absolutely so cute.
Play the
It's
local way.
Haikyuu and inspired. Haikyuu.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way. Pay your way.
I like. Oh, is it this
When
one?
you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for
No,
less.
it was the
like
other one.
Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and
Ugh, I have to go to work in 2 hours.
Plans start at just $35
No.
a month. Only on Verizon.
It must be done though. It must be done. You're gonna have a great week. That's what you gotta. That's what you gotta remember. Ooh, this is kind of cute. I like the neutral color. Okay, Fnatic. I see you, Fnatic. Yeah, that was the one.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup.
Was that T1 that I just heard? The best player on EU roster is Korean. Who is it? Who do you think is the best?
But we are not here for celebration. Not for spectacle or sport. No. We stand over this blood-soaked sand because it is our legacy. It reminds us of the taste of triumph. The roar of defiance.
They really want to sell this skin, bro.
The strain of sacrifice.
You know the brand salon line for curly hair? You should try it. Since you were doing your hair just now. I do not. Salon line?
The only truth that matters when you face your reckoning. Strength
I've never heard of it.
above all.
Is there stuff like Banger? Yeah, I've never heard of this brand. It's a Brazilian brand, and they have a lot of really good products for curly hair. Okay, this is what I like to hear. Do you have any that you recommend specifically? The start of the cinematic reminds me of Dark Souls somehow. I've never seen like the Dark Soul games. That's like what is it called? Oh my gosh, what is it called? Elder Scrolls. No. I do not know. I've heard about Scala. I've seen it so much recently on Instagram, but I don't know if it's valid. Have you used it, Saturn? Elden Ring, thank you. Because the way that I could not think of it, I was actually getting a little frustrated. But I use the almond curl activator and my curls are so bouncy and shiny with it. Okay. Okay. What type of curl pattern do you have? I've heard so much about the Scala, or seen so much. Your leave-in is really good for my type, but I can't speak on all types. What hair type do you have, Saturn? And look at these leave-in conditioners.
Been taken just yet as Kaiwing gonna go for another engage. There's the glacial prison. Targamas gonna have to flash. Does get the anchor out as Doggo picks it up with a double up. That is gorgeous.
Go together. Try to secure it. Maybe he's gonna try to seal ya. Nice,
I'd have to read up on like what, which one does what for what hair type.
And welcome back to First Stand 2025 here at the desk. Guys,
Okay,
I have to say,
3B,
usually where I
3A-ish,
come from, we
okay.
like to eat oysters, and I feel like the oysters
Oh, they gonna hit his
decided to
dance?
fight back today as we see Driver with some crazy dance moves after the 2-0 sweep against Casey.
This is so good. That's the Scion dance, and we got to see why they do like their sub-in situation. You know,
Yeah.
he plays the Scion, the Gragas, and the Jax, and he got to.
That's the Scion dance? I ain't never seen a
He's
Scion
also better
dance.
at dancing, so they put him in for when they're gonna win. So
I
he can
love-
accelerate and dance on the nerds when they win.
I love when the players have fun like
exactly
that.
what they were doing, honestly. A really convincing series.
Dance was
from
cringe.
CFO
I liked
here
it.
today.
I like seeing like emotions from the players. I feel like sometimes they don't give us emotions, but
that was where all the
like that was personality and emotions.
showed up.
Absolutely, Oppo player
I loved
of
it.
the series.
No, like the way
Here
I didn't even
again,
know what
he
his
out
dance
for
was.
blood. He was out for revenge after having to change team, after leaving Talon here at the end of the year. And once again, I feel like he proves why he's probably one of the best players of the region, Valdez.
Yeah, this gank early on in game 2, you know, he skips some camps. He comes down here. He targets the bot lane for the second time in the series. And really, you know, he had a sight set on that bot lane early on to get Khalees behind, to get his bot lane ahead. And then, of course, he comes up here to the top side as well. He was just everywhere, and it's really clear what the game plan is.
Aw, look at the smile.
Which is just let this guy decimate the entire map, all the lanes, and get every lane ahead, and you'll win the game.
Yeah, his control
With the
is
brown
really
bottle
good. And
that
one of the things that we didn't
says
have time to actually show is toggling the vision on the play where they picked Yike in mid lane. They got vision, and Junja walks up. He just
They're
acts
so
like
happy
they
it's
don't know where
adorable.
he's
No,
there, and then
literally.
pincer
They
onto
work
Yike, and that's
hard,
how
they
get
play
this
a
big win
lot,
onto Yike.
and
honestly,
love
the
seeing
control
that it,
difference is
like,
just
you know,
insane.
Yeah, absolutely
pays off.
beautifully done. From CFO, closing thoughts.
Oh, I
maybe for
see.
this
Hair
matchup
type.
on KC. It's gonna be
Straight
do or die in
frizzy
the next matchups,
hair.
and I want to say it's not gonna
Dry
be
and
easy.
messy, curly or super curly.
Maybe we do like a therapy session
I'm a curly
or
and
something
super
for,
curly
for
girl.
EU right now, because EU's schedule, the first
Leave-in
two matches were
conditioner.
supposed to be the easier ones,
Yeah.
and now it gets even more painful.
Okay,
It's
they
just very
narrowed
sad
it down
see that KC, you know,
to
they're obviously
8
not showing their
products.
top form, right? I feel like after that loss to TL, which was very close, and they were ahead in the beginning of game 3, it just feels like it's all been downhill since there. So it's kind of hard. You know, this is a tournament where you have to get wins, you have to get ahead, and unfortunately they've fallen a little bit too far behind.
It is tricky. It's literally show up or go home. We'll see if they can shift things around for the next matchup that they're gonna have against TES. But looking at the next matchup, it is gonna be Team Liquid versus Top Esports, and we want to focus on bot lanes. Yon versus Jackie Love is the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Yay!
We turn our eyes to the bot lane in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, as Yon faces off against Jackie Love.
Yike now going in, trying to lock up the Lucian. Nice disengage coming in from Core, and Yike's just about to get deleted. Yon now on a rampage. Kliss has to make the difference, has to take down Yon.
Go Yon!
Taking everything.
Yon's star shone bright in the LTA, consistently performing for Team Liquid and taking finals MVP in their 3-0 versus 100 Thieves. But he will have his work cut out for him, as he will face one of the best AD carries in the world, Jackie Love.
It'd be very nice if you guys supported us instead of that one guy who was screaming at me. I'm pretty sure that guy had a Jackie Love jersey and he was like, "This is your daddy" or something. I have no idea what he was saying. It sounded like that.
Last time they
Your
faced was at
father
MSI
is
2024, where Top
hilarious.
Esports 3-0'd them.
Your
with Jackie
father
Love
is
only dying
hilarious.
a single time in the entire
Hello, Charlie.
Disciplined in the face of the flank, not going to give that window, not going to give that option. Yon, hand delivered by 369. TN stepping up, and everybody on the side of TL dropping down.
Yes, a silk
matchup,
bonnet.
can North
I
America's
don't
rising
know how to
star
refresh
Yon
my
take
curls
down
besides
the
like
world
redoing
champion,
them.
Jackie Love.
Like I have to fully saturate, yada yada yada.
A decisive matchup here today, and it was a decisive matchup last time as well. Kabi, you set it up pretty well in the video.
But I feel like Yon is coming in really hot. I mean, off that Lucian Nami game with him and Core JJ, I'm actually really juiced. I became a believer.
Yeah.
I'm actually like, we got a nice taste. You know, we beat EU, and now I want more. I'm
You have a
looking for
silk bonnet
a little upset
recommendation?
here over Top
I
Esports.
just bought one off of
Be upset,
Amazon.
But, you know, Jan may be a believer a little bit as well. He played Lucian, and I'm here at the
Oh, I think he
LCK,
got
at
new
least for me,
glasses.
we're not big Lucian fans, but I saw
God
that,
bless.
and I was like, man, this guy can actually play the pick, and he's gonna
And
have
how
to
do you
step
keep it
up
from
again.
not
He
falling
obviously
off?
played
I tie
incredibly well
it.
against
So
KC,
like with the silk bonnet
he's
that I
gonna have to
have,
be the hero today if
you
they're
wrap
gonna
it around
Yeah,
and
I
you
mean,
tie
their
it.
bottom lane in general, because they
That way
have
it doesn't
such a
fall off when
strong
you're
lane
sleeping.
phase, they were able to get Core JJ also a lot of room to roam around the map.
I wish I
They
could
set up
put
so
my
many
hair
traps
in a
with
bun with
full
like a
envision,
claw clip, but my
camping
hair
on
is so
plays. That's
short.
something he does really, really well with a lot of
My
those
hair is so
engaged
short. I
champs.
really
And,
like. I
369
love
actually was the
my
one saying that Western
short,
teams are
straight
usually
hair.
pretty
Like I
fast
love
at
when my hair is in a
figuring
bob
out the new
and I have
meta.
it
It feels
straight.
like there's not gonna
But
be
when
a
it's
lot of
curly,
consistency today. I feel like
I
Yon,
miss my
and the
length,
rest of Team
man.
Liquid know
Because my
their
hair
priority
shrinks so
here
much.
at
Like
first
my
hand.
hair
They
straight
have their
right now
eyes
is
on
like
APA.
here.
Yeah, I think
And
a
it
lot of
just
teams, when they play
shrinks.
TL, have their eyes on APA. Maybe it's the mustache, you know? It draws a lot of eyes. It's also the champion pool. You know,
So
the
I
conversation's
just don't
always around
find
that.
it
He
as
does a lot of
tea.
trash talk, but it really has been a big thing.
But
to
once I
focus
fluff
on
it
people
out,
trying to
it
target
gets a
ban.
little bit more
You know, his
link.
zigs, his Talia,
It's just
again,
because
I
the
really
curls
think
are so
he
tight
doesn't
right
have
now.
the biggest spotlight, but People are more starting to fully recognize it now as one of the super duper power.
Curls eat like half the link, yeah.
I think 369's correct in focusing in that area.
A lot of respect, and honestly, after the performance from TES yesterday, I'm expecting
yeah,
more.
like I want to do a cute little half up, half down, but when I do that,
how do we expect this one to go?
it just don't look right.
One we saw from TES, if we can have some trends here.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a big talking point. Again, just touching on how 369.
I do think the curls are coming together. Like I'm learning how to do my hair
certainly it
so that it doesn't look
Top Esports were
crazy.
not very fast at adjusting to coming over to Korea.
I also really like my short bangs, but when my hair is curly, my short bangs.
Their top level. I said it before.
Again,
I think that Top Esports are a much better team than what they showed.
Don't know how I feel.
And I think TL, if Top Esports and Kanavi, who had kind of a weak day yesterday, if they show up, TL will have a tough time.
Yeah, I definitely think that.
Give us some hope, Cody.
Yeah, well, Top Esports are definitely going to perform much better in this series, I would say, for sure, than they did yesterday. I mean, 369 versus Zeus is a completely different beast than him versus basically everybody else in the world. I really thought, coming into this tournament, 369 was playing really well. So I think that individual is going to be a lot better, as well as the team coordination overall.
I mean, we know what they say with 369. Is it going to be a 3, a 6, or a 9 for his performance? We're going to find out very soon. Is Team Liquid able to put up the upset?
Let's go Team Liquid, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, TL. I want to see y'all show up today, bro.
I'm cautiously optimistic. Vedius, I felt like I was...
I want to see them show up today, bro.
I was like, yeah, feels like it's a bit more even. TES coming off a loss, TL coming off a win.
Oh, thank you, Saturn.
No,
a small bun doesn't work for me. It turns into like a big poof ball.
We're all about the optimism.
And then it's gonna stick out at the end because like it's just not enough hair to make it all the way up to the top. You know what I'm saying?
Gain something out of this experience.
Hey, there we go.
And I mean,
let's go
personally, I'm excited about the mid lane.
Let's go
because when we think about Cream's rise to fame, right?
Yeah.
Rookie, Doinby, Knight, Scout.
Yeah.
Incredible.
I wore my Team Liquid hoodie
and now
today,
he goes up against, I would say one
and
of the
somebody
titans
was like,
of
"Oh
the
my gosh, I love your Team Liquid
Captain America
hoodie.
himself.
What game do you watch? Like what game?" I was like, "League of Legends." He was like, "Oh my gosh, me too." Let's go, Team Liquid.
Yeah, maybe the biggest advantage that
Freaking love.
Top Esports have is that they're not
These are my
English-speaking
boys.
team. And so the all chat not necessarily going to be as powerful.
True. That's a great point. That all chat superpower.
I literally have to start right now. The second TL starts. Are you able to have it on like in the background or something?
Obviously, a lot of these players would understand. So maybe you'll just go for it. This last time around, it's been mentioned a few times.
Change the title.
TL didn't have a great time when they were on the Rift against Top Esports.
We spoke to Spawn about it.
Hi, Umpty. Hey, Umpty. Come here. Come here.
In fact, almost everything from that series and
Come
said
here.
that League of Legends has become a different game now. We should probably figure that one
You
out.
have one
And
job.
From what we saw
Today,
yesterday, looking
I don't want you to
pretty good, and
focus
we'll have
on
to see
anything
whether
else.
They're going to be able to put that to the test.
One job.
Moving into this game.
I'm excited.
Y'all know what that
because I
job
know for Team
is.
Liquid, they've got a lot to prove
Smite.
to themselves in this
Okay.
matchup, just because of how
Press
significant
the
the
Smite
last time that they met was
key.
for the team, and how it really did change their
Baby,
perspective
please.
on how they want to approach the game as a team. And so I think they want to demonstrate what they've learned and how much they've grown.
Oh,
And I
slay,
think
Lucas.
kicking off the
Oh, I
tournament
totally get
with a
that.
strong performance against
Sometimes
KC
you just want to
yesterday,
chill in
Yon,
bed. I feel like that would be
it's
such a fun
surprised
stream
many.
if I
In
watched
terms of domestic fans, it's probably not that much of a surprise.
if I
because of
watched
how
this
great
tournament
of a-
just like
of
in
a
my
start to
bed,
the year he's
but I know
had.
I would fall
But
asleep.
internationally,
I
think
know I would.
People weren't expecting him to deliver at that level, and now against Jackie Love, it's going to be another test for him to prove what he can do on the international stage.
Yeah, and domestic
Come
is
on,
so much different, right? Like we
TL. Let
had
me
it
put it
in
on
our
the
previous
hoodie.
series. CFO really
I gotta
coming out
halfway put it
swinging.
on because I
It's
definitely
about
can't.
where you fit
Put it over
in
my
the overall
head,
scheme
my
of League
hair.
of Legends. Right now,
Me,
TL are
AF, trying to
sitting
stay
at
awake.
1-0.
Yeah, like there's just
And
no way.
TES, this is the time where they're most beatable. We
I think
actually
I've
saw
kind of
the
made it to
power
the
of that in our previous
nocturnal
series. KC unable to turn
point.
around
Like I've been
that
trying
loss
really
against
hard to
TL
be
from
nocturnal,
yesterday
so I'm not
in
like
their
as
matchup
tired.
against the Flying
And like
Loasters. And
right now,
It only takes
I'm kind of chilling. I'm not gonna
It
lie.
only takes one upset in group stage.
I'm
to change
kind of
the whole
cooling.
dynamic, you know? So
It's ruthless when it's just that one guy that gets kicked out. you know, it does make things very, very difficult. I guess there's a lot of people on the team, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. Zig's going to be taken away here as the Nidalee going to be removed from Kanavi.
Typical. They're scared of APA. We knew.
I don't know, man. I just feel like let's keep our expectations low. I'm not gonna do it. All right. I'm like, my brain is doing that thing where I'm getting that hope.
We knew they were scared.
Like, looking at Umpty's face, I've seen him do the impossible on this stage. Okay.
Love the way we always bring up Smites every time Umpty shows up on screen because
But sometimes he just comes out and he schools Canyon. You know?
Right.
And that was at a time where Canyon was much more formidable.
Yes.
And so he could do it here.
I love the inner turmoil you're currently going through with
so
yourself.
much. There is
all
so
right,
much.
what are we gonna see from Yun today?
At the same time, you want to be filled with hope and excitement.
Do. So maybe
Team
they can kill Jackie Love more than one time.
Liquid versus Top
Let's keep
Esports.
expectations low.
Wow, you really shifted from I believe to I'm going to do the bare minimum.
Yeah. Hey, bare minimum would have
Is
been
it
equalized.
#FS 2025?
Well, Varus and the Ziggs taken off from the side of Top Esports, and they're immediately going to lock in the Rumble for 369, a player that has really stood out for Top Esports
Who are
throughout the
TL's
year.
mains?
This is so
Core
hard, too,
JJ,
because
I
I feel
believe
like
his
the
main
Rumble
is
first
Zyra.
really baits
Yun,
that Vi pick.
he really likes
Incredibly
Zeri.
Because giving over Rumble Vi
But
is
I
something
love
you never
his
wanted to do.
Kaisa.
really good right
I
now.
love his Draven.
Oh, yeah.
It's open, easy lock-in.
Draven, which is open. They've been okay. Never mind. We're gonna get his Ezreal.
Gone. They're feeling confident. Jackie Love could consider
Love his Lucian as well.
his world-famous Kaisa.
APA is known for his Ziggs and Aurelian Soul, but main Ziggs. He also is known for Kled mid.
You can play dive with Rumble very
Umpty, I believe he said his favorite is Lilia,
Also loves his misfortune.
but I'm not sure. I've seen him play Lilia a lot. An Impact,
What's going to be the jungle?
Asante.
Xin Zhao.
That's all I know.
So Umpty.
I mean, it's
That's all I know from
coming in with
him.
a lot of confidence, I would say.
Also
because-
feels out of left field almost entirely, but definitely very
I
colorful.
just lost to a Mundo in my team, and
so now
guess
they
what?
just
The
need to
Mundo
bank on
fed
the fact that Cream isn't
Malphite.
going to pick Sia,
Yay.
and so they can
Typical.
stay on that
Typical top
largely
laner,
yellow
honestly.
moving in.
Do they pick for their teams and then swap?
outside of that,
Yeah, so basically, like, they will prioritize certain picks over others. So right now, for some reason, Ezreal is a priority. Rumble is a priority. So they pick them first. Top Esports is picking in order, though, it looks like. Or they could be switching Aurora to top lane. We don't really know. But yeah, sometimes they'll prioritize some picks over others, and they like to hide some picks for later so that they can't get countered.
It's important that we color coordinate.
Indeed.
Now, Galio as an answer to Rumble is something we've seen
Yeah,
a
go
lot.
And it's a tank for
Umpty.
impact as well. I feel
We're
like it
rooting
ticks a
for
lot of
you.
boxes.
We're all rooting for
Potentially
you.
put it into the mid lane. You can already see an AP heavy draft on the side of Top Esports, and the Kaisa being taken
Oh,
away
come
from
on,
Team
Jalissa
Liquid.
with the
They know-
Xin Zhao
I wonder if they'll
main.
follow it up with something like the MF, or if instead they're a little bit concerned about a potential other AD carry.
So we
JJ,
see
he looked
APA mid
not of
is going to
approval
be
there
the
coming from
Galio.
Yeah. And I actually
Yun.
love this based on the fact that
there
Xin
it
Zhao
is.
was locked in.
Yun
Like,
is
you
going to
can
be the
see, yeah,
Ezreal.
the bands coming on through there as the
Not
Kaisa
sure
and
what
the
we're going to
MF
see
both
as support
hitting
or
the
for
bench.
top lane.
Things like the Ashe up and available, like there are a bunch of things still left.
The Karma and the Azir. Okay, so the Karma, I was wondering, sometimes we've seen Karma as an answer into the Rumble, but I think they're also worried about the pushing potential of an Ezreal Karma on the bot side of the map. The Azir is just a very safe mid laner. And with the Talia gone, I'm
Why
curious
did
as to what
KC
direction
lose?
APA
They
will go. And
did,
they're going for the double
MP.
AD carry
They did
again.
indeed.
So now the question is, what
They
will
got
their final
quickly
engagement
2-0'd.
be? Because they've got Xin to kind of start off the fight.
It was
You've got
kind of
Galio
sad.
to
They got
follow you
ran
up.
over, truly.
But then do you go for something like a Leona for that extra bit of dual engage
Truly,
/
truly.
follow up? Or do you instead put the Galio towards the bot side of the map and pick something else towards top lane
Oh yeah, that's true. There's some flexes that we do need to bear in mind. I just think that Galio into the Rumble is just such a strong option.
Jackie loves Ash.
Jackie Love has been pretty good at Ash for quite some time. Ash Braum, a terrifying
Dude,
lane to go
I'm
up
sorry, but
against.
Jackie Love is just so scary. He has such good skill expression. I feel like,
I think that when you round out this
like
composition with
I'm
Braum,
terrified of him, and I do not play against him.
like anti-engage. You're kind of now. You're welcoming the dive from the side of.
JJ
Team
doesn't
Liquid.
look too excited about how things are going. He was grimacing.
Grimacing.
How are we doing today? We're doing well, Lino. How are you doing?
Is tried and true, man.
Okay, so we've got.
Liquid. I think that you've got relatively
Oh,
safe
it's
front to back. I think you have decent follow-up on the Xin Zhao.
Galio
I would
top
argue
for
that you don't have a huge amount
impact.
of peel for the AD carries, but they're very
Get 'em right,
self-sufficient AD
Spawn. Get 'em
carries.
right,
Tristana
baby.
and Ezreal have
Get
great
'em
ways to
right.
disengage from a fight.
Tell them what they gotta
Aurora, I
do.
think is going to struggle in this game.
Lay it out
I think
for him.
range is one of the problems that she's
Lay it
a
out
champion
for him.
has. And I think that after the repeatedness, like we were talking about, I think she's a great counter pick, but when you pick a blind into a
Top,
Tristana, you're going to get
top
pushed in.
esports ain't got it like
You're
us,
not
okay?
gonna
We got
have
that
real,
communication.
mid-wave control, which I think is
Yep.
important when setting up around
Get
these
him
neutrals.
right,
And while I
Spawn.
think that
Get
there's
him right.
decent follow-up on the side
Get
of
him
top
right.
esports,
He just told Umpty, and make sure you smite. And Umpty said, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
You could be committing
Period.
a lot further than you want to.
Period.
Crescent Guard and Buster Shot is
Thank
a
you,
lot
Spawn.
of units of distance.
We stand Spawn in this household.
I'm optimistic
Okay?
about Team Liquid's composition. Ultimately,
So basically,
top
this is a
esports team
tournament
that
for
will
the
skill check
top
you, and that's
team
gonna be
in
the
each
biggest test
region.
for Team Liquid.
So
Can
representing
they
NA
match the
is
pure
Team Liquid
individual
Honda
talent
here,
that this top
and
esports
representing
roster has?
China
Sometimes
is
that alone
Top
has been
Esports.
enough to win them games.
Yeah, so far,
And China being a major region.
With a beautiful draft.
Period. You tell them. You tell
utilize
them.
it to its fullest potential. And once again, are we going to see that this Aurora is a little bit of a trap? Is the Vi not the pick that you're looking for? Because remember, this went to the 3rd round of picks, right?
Yep.
This was picked up
The Ash
second on blue
Braum in
side.
draft is
The
kind of
first pick
scary.
Rumble,
It really
we know is
is.
terrifying. This
Like,
is
it's like
something that
perma
369 is
CC.
so good at. Oh man, there are a lot of questions that need answering. Let's answer them right now as we jump into the Rift.
I'm excited.
Me too, man.
Let's go, Liquid. Okay, y'all, I'm hyped as heck right now. I'm hyped.
I reckon that, yeah, could just wash it off.
I'm hyped. I'm hyped. I'm hyped.
And I mean, Team Liquid, they. Oh, hang on.
Girly for Worlds, do you plan on interviewing maybe coaches or your favorite players? I loved your last one. Thank you. I would love to. I was thinking about possibly. Y'all, I'm a little bit scared because of this Braum passive.
The amount of top esports players
No,
chasing down TL and APA is going to be the one that bites the dust. First blood to his lane opponent as well.
Braum Ash is a
Braum Ash, weren't we just talking about that, you?
Passive from Braum.
I was thinking about applying for a press pass and seeing if I could interview, coaches, top players, and of course Faker. But like, I would want to do a different style of interview. Like, I would want it to be more funny, fun, relaxed, chill. I'm not gonna be asking them, who are you expecting to, how do you think this game is gonna go? No, I want to be asking, who do you think is your cutest opponent? Who do you think got the worst fashion sense out of your whole team? Who do you think got the most riz? Like, that's what I want to ask. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I'd have to perfect it a little bit, you know, pinpoint who I would want to interview and pinpoint like certain questions that I know would hit. I'd also have to do a lot of research on the players. So I know, like, back in 05, you said that APA wasn't nothing. So playing him today, are you gonna dance on him when you kill him solo in lane, or like what's T? Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, definitely more lighthearted. Like, it would not be no serious. It would not be no serious. You know what I'm saying?
If he does, was a little bit of
I think that would be very fun.
Notice as well, the level 2 comes through from the bot lane of top esports, but Core also gets level 2 himself, and arriving.
Here we got Jackie Love.
Yep, immediately going
Let's
home
go,
there as
baby.
well, so Umti getting to work
All right, let's see
towards
the smite.
top side. Kanavi getting some vision down. And I think Umti should be able to take this one out without too much of a worry here. Deciding instead whether he wants to fight. Level disadvantage here.
Period.
As the smite war does go the way of the Xin Zhao.
It's a little
Who's just gonna
slow,
march his
but
way towards
period.
the bottom side. His
He
Chrome's
did that
still
right.
up, but
591. That's a good smite.
This is a mess, isn't it? So wolves
That
into red,
was
into
a
raptors,
good
into blue.
smite.
Nope,
Timing was a little,
so he doesn't get double crab.
Unless he's ganking
silly
bottom
billy,
lane again.
but
Because surely he'll want
play.
to
I feel like they'd appreciate the lighthearted interviews too, given that they already do many serious interviews. Facts. Facts. But like, I would also want it to stay true to me, like being a girl. You know what I'm saying? Like a girl. And at the same time, not me trying to be a comedian. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not over here like trying to get them to bust out laughing every 2 seconds. But I do want it to be more lighthearted, fun, girl. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there's that heroic, the Justice Punch. But Kanavi didn't take turret aggro, so it doesn't matter. Still, Minion Wave going to be dealt with, and Impact just gives him the thumbs up. And he's fine. Remember, still has the teleport.
Okay, Impact, you better stop that back. That's good feedback, though. I should probably write that down, because like when you're trying to shape an interview, you kind of have to have like a tone that you want to go for, and I think describing that was like
yeah, he might actually
nice.
be even with Kanavi for a few seconds. So that does mean that he's not punished that much, and I actually think that the
problem is
back is kind of good.
The problem is going to be the respawns.
Yeah.
Because now Kanavi has his whole jungle to clear, and the Raptors still are yet to respawn. So this is where we're going to start to see that discrepancy.
Still a few seconds on that flash in the bottom lane. Just FYI.
I mean, he's looking for a lane gank. The ping has come down onto Kanavi. He's hovering around the bot side. They're cautious of the fact that Dragon may have been started up.
Fake back scenario.
His way in.
APA
okay, nice, nice escape. Oh, we're getting another gank bot on the Jackie Love. Period. Yeah, no, Corsa, you're not getting away today, and I respect that.
Mission accomplished, ladies and gentlemen.
Love that, love that, love that. Keep it up, TL. Keep it up, TL. They thought they got that little first blood and we was gonna roll over. Psych. Psych.
Made it impossible for Jackie Love to really go anywhere. It's unfortunate that Yon doesn't get the kill.
And this is for Worlds and maybe even MSI, honestly.
Yeah. So
Since MSI is like a mini Worlds.
So good job from Team Liquid.
And I think we're getting a little bit of a taste for
What I loved about your interview with XU, you had some icebreakers, maybe in questions, or you just saying stuff, get some funny questions here and there, and a personal a little. Yes, exactly. So I find that like a good trinity and balance, because the icebreakers, it gets them to open up. And I mean, I feel like everybody loves talking about themselves, right? And it's like familiar to them, so they don't have to like really think about it.
This is not the Aurora gameplay I'm used to, where Cream is just...
Yeah, you just walk up and you comment, this is the one I'm used to. This is what I was expecting.
He is just very much bullying APA out of that lane. He's got a healthy CS lead in the 1v1
Wow, you're
matchup.
like really helping me like map this out right now. Like I appreciate this.
Follow-up knockup from Umti, and you can see the auto attacks being blocked there by Crisp means that Core JJ ends up securing that kill. So I guess a small piece of good news for top esports, given that Yon isn't starting to snowball out of control. And ultimately, it's important to recognize that it's top esports that still have the gold lead. That top matchup is still very much going in favor of 369.
Not to mention that first blood that Cream was able to pick up.
Exactly. Cream is only extending that lead as well. You can see that he is about a healthy, what is that, 14, 15 CS ahead?
Yep, and APA started the psychological warfare, as now we have emotes flying back and forth, and Cream, well, he's pretty happy to play that game, as you can see.
This match is seriously so much more entertaining. No shade to the last match. Low-key, all the shade to the last match, because yeah, that was boring. It was like a bulldozer running over like a plastic cup. Like, it was so sad. There wasn't much fight back.
TES
But
are
as you can
wondering
see,
where
they're
they
already
wanna go.
scrapping, and it's pre
First
10
round of
minutes.
grubs did,
We've got 3
go
kills on the
full to
board.
Kanavi, so that is gonna be
They
feats of
actually
strength
want to get their
also,
hands dirty.
picked up there, or at
Like,
least one portion of it.
and Team Liquid is fighting back from the first blood. Like,
Bit of a roam coming through.
was Top
Yeah, this
Esports
is
game
APA
yesterday
will be
like
spotted
good,
out.
or they're tight, or were they just better in general?
So a reposition on one of these bottom lane members of TES
Top
could be coming
Esports
through, but not
lost
unless they land
yesterday against HLE. HLE looked
And this is one of the
amazing.
negatives
It was
for
a
this
2-0. It was a
TL.
quick
There's a grand
2-0.
entrance and a heroic entrance
True.
on the same team.
Yeah.
And that does make things quite confusing.
Top Esports didn't look atrocious from what I remembered. Like, Top Esports did not look like KC
But clearly, after that
at
lock-in,
all.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you had to find out this way.
I know. At least I've got you here
But
with me.
it was a 2-0.
Oh, we're friends?
Oh, no!
I was thinking more like a colleague, work relationship sort of.
Oh, I guess I am just, it's all just crashing
Friend
around
is such
me.
a strong word, you know what I mean? It's like really like all there. It's
Is it
just,
really?
Dude, when I play Ashen Arena, I can get up to like 8 or 9 attack speed if I get like the right runes and augments and all of that.
I think so. Yeah.
And it's so fun to play. I wish I could get that type of like attack speed in Summoner's Rift.
I think Umpty instead decided to keep his position unknown. I don't know how unknown it is. He decides to go in on Jackie Love, who does flash away. The rest of TL looking to make their way over as the Crescent Guard not necessarily keeping him as alive as he wants to. But gone! Finds a beautiful ultimate. Umpty also flashing away Cream right in amongst it. And unfortunately, the door doesn't go multiple directions. Cream manages to take the first kill, and TL, he didn't kill
Can we
one
finish
of them.
this off?
Just one of them. These health bars are so low as Cord dives forward. APA flashing
Oh
out
my
of the
gosh,
way.
they're
Whip becomes lightning, but doesn't become anything else.
low.
And the Dragon is also a problem. The arrow gonna connect. It is soaked there by Core JJ. Dragon, leave it alone, buddy.
Wow, that's kind of sad. I thought Young was about to get a quadra. I really did.
And that was crazy chaotic.
That was so weird. You can
I
imagine the
really
top lane is,
did.
while it's all happening, saying, it's all very silly down there.
It all seems rather silly indeed. So Umpty recognizes Jackie Love is isolated, so goes in, gets a really good amount of damage down, and then ulti. So Jackie isn't
Like,
doing any
look,
damage to him
Young's
in
kind of
that
just
moment.
like
Then
free
ulti comes in from
autoing. He gets his ulti off. I guess he used that E and got too close, and then Cream was able to. How did he die here? Oh,
Cream was able to secure the
Cream
kill.
Q.
So now it's a trade of 80 carries, and now it's awkward because APA doesn't have any
Yeah.
mana left. The Dragon is also hitting onto him. Kanavi with a lot of HP rejoins
That's
the fight.
tough.
Umpty moves up, I think, to clear out a ward. And then the arrow comes through. The Dragon, in the meantime, is just awkwardly deciding whose alliance it should really form. And then at the end of the day,
6 grubs as
it's-
well.
it's poor Jackie Love, though. 0-3.
Yeah.
Really
that
has
is
been
true.
bullied.
Like, Jackie Love is a strong ADC, so I think focusing him right now.
I mean, he succeeded. They're also looking for Cream. True shot barrage, not enough.
Dude, them living with 2 HP has to be tilting.
Wanted to see yesterday. I think
Like,
up
Young
against
could have
Echo,
like
he
5
had
kills
a
right
pretty
now.
quiet series, just in general. Wasn't bad by any means, but just wasn't having too much of an impact. This time, though, you can see doing a lot of damage, about 1,000 gold in the lead, and is looking
Oh
to
my
really make his
gosh,
presence known later on.
hello.
Just punch
What's
not
going
gonna
on,
connect there.
Gargling? How are you?
How Gargoyle and Yordle in a mech just go at one another.
How are you? How
Meanwhile, I
are
think that,
you?
Team Liquid are very happy with
I'm
their
doing
transfer game. Of course,
great.
Cream
Thank you
in
for
a great position to carry for
asking.
Top Esports, but the
I hope
reality
you're
is that Yon, the
doing
superstar of the
well.
roster, is being set up for
It is
success right now.
3:22 a.m.
APA may have found an angle.
Yeah, looking for a bit of an option here. Does manage to get the explosive
It's
charge down. Mini stun into
3:22
the wall
a.m.
with
for
that
me.
buster shot as Core JJ maybe a
And
little
my
bit late to
normal
this
sleep
party.
schedule is I wake up at 5 a.m. and I sleep at like 7 p.m.
Yeah, it's still 20 CS in the lead. Feeling pretty okay with
But we're getting through it. We're getting
There's
through
the
it.
Malignant secured for the mid laner of Top Esports. He's
I
in a
took a
great
nap
position
this
overall. He's
morning.
gonna
I
be
got,
providing
or
a lot of
yeah,
damage
I took a
in the
nap
upcoming fights.
in the afternoon.
and Grub
I
Spawn are
slept
still a
until
ways
like
away.
11 p.m. or 11 a.m.
Harold, of course.
and I got matcha. So
nice
I think I'm doing okay
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
for
Harold?
today.
Harold.
What happened to Shelly?
I mean, Shelly, I mean, sorry.
No, like Saturn.
I'm just
Lore that I'm not familiar with?
When things change on the map, I get
Is
very
cool.
confused.
Okay.
And the Grubs also really, or the Kevins, they used to be the Kevins as well, and I gave up on that one at the same time.
What you got going on today?
Yeah, it just wasn't.
No, let's get it.
It's okay.
You know, in school, I tried to change my name to Captain Awesome.
You're in
and this
bed
is
at
not a
dinner
joke.
time?
Really?
On my lab
Dinner
coats
time
when
is
I was
like
in sixth form,
4
I
or
had Captain Awesome
5,
written on it.
silly.
It's a bit on the nose.
And then you got 2
well, I
hours
was
to
a confident
digest, and then you get into bed.
But
Did
yeah,
you get anyone to call you
Yeah,
Captain
no, I
Awesome?
got
Oh,
like
you're
the,
still
like
on
the first years in
vacation.
school,
Love
'cause
that.
I would come into the class and show chemistry stuff, and they would call me Captain Awesome.
You must really like
Even my
London,
age,
yeah?
though, ugh, yeah, no, that wasn't really sticking.
How long is
It's a bit
that
difficult. In
flight?
sixth form as well, it's very clicky. You know?
It really is.
So I feel like you
Yeah.
need your friend to call you Captain Awesome.
I gotta
for
support
it
my
to have any hope. My friend is
streamer.
locked.
Oh, you're
And
nocturnal.
also friends,
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to even
Valid,
claim that you
valid.
have them.
It's true.
That's what
As
I
we've already
learned just
established.
before,
I
yeah.
mean, I felt like for a long
Bro,
time I
you
had
definitely
too
going to
many.
bed at dinner time, but that's okay.
I mean,
Is
I
dinner
have to
time? Okay.
reassess.
I'm about to Google it.
Because
What time
I was
is
just
dinner
happy to be
time?
everyone's friend, but now apparently
Y'all
it's
not,
much more difficult.
y'all
And I
not
thought
about
I
to
was
do
friends
me.
with people that
What
maybe now I'm
time
not.
is dinner
It's
time?
just such a strong word, and it's just very there. You know what I mean?
Between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Okay.
I'm somewhat mean
You
because
know,
he's so
I don't
friendly,
think
though.
we
He'll be friends with
should put constraints
Okay, well,
on
that's
when
good. We
you
can
have
borderline
dinner.
Chronicles.
I don't think you should put time constraints on when you have dinner. I actually think that we should not conform
As Impact, looking for an
to
opportunity here.
society's standards.
He knew about it.
If you want to have dinner at 10 a.m.,
As Vault Breaker,
I
going
think
to
you
be used
should.
at exactly the right time, almost by accident.
Well, Team Liquid are in position to contest the Herald.
How bland
NBA in a bit of
would the
danger.
world be
Chris moves
if
on
everybody
forward.
did
There's
everything
LT,
at the
and
same
APA
time?
should just be dead, but Cream tanking this turret and gets the
Wow.
hit for Chris, and he's gonna
Okay,
be
Chris.
A-okay. Minions there at the ready as well, so not needing to worry
I think
about this
Chris
one.
just
That could
wanted
just
to
this out of
be
turret being
extra
taken
right there
down
with the
as well.
flash
I mean,
into the
at this point.
into
He's
the what
doing
was
a
that
really good job on the
Guardian
sideline. I love his coordination with Crisp as well. They really locked up
and the heal.
APA, mitigating his options.
Some hoes just
He
be
did have
so
the flash
extra.
available, chose not to use it, thinking he could find an avenue for an
I
outplay.
lived in Spain for a while, and their dinner was at like 11 p.m. Holy moly!
Now 3-0-0.
Bestie, I done been asleep for 4 hours at 11 p.m. Like,
As well. We can see slight
no
leads
ma'am.
for the AD carry in jungle
2
here
3
on
hours
TL
isn't
side,
too
but the
bad,
leads are
Max.
really growing elsewhere. The solo lanes especially, 369 and Cream. We know what
Only
they can
true
do when they
requirement
get
is
those
it's
leads
the
at
meal
same
at the end
time.
of the
Just
day.
gonna check this one
Facts.
out one more time, and it's just combo
like
after
that.
combo from Cream. It's unrelenting.
Yeah, I mean, the jump already used from APA, the knock-up coming through from Crisps as he tanks the tower. It ends up being Cream that gets the aggro. They were worried about that final tower shot. It's a close one for sure, but Crisp didn't want to take any risks, so he ends up burning both summoner spells. Could come back to hurt him later, but we'll see as the game continues. In terms of
Because of work, so
experience,
often my dinners are after midnight.
level ahead
Aww.
of APA, so
When
that
do you
one's
get
not
off
really
work?
running away into anything too crazy, but at one point,
Bedtime at 7 p.m. is crazy,
gold advantage
but
over
like
his lane opponents.
I get good
Cream's in a great
sleep,
position, but
and
this-
I wake up
this would
at
be
5
great
a.m.
Data. As someone who's not really
I think
a
that's
believer
valid.
in this
How many
champion,
hours is that? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oop, not 10.
Yeah, and
Well,
if not,
you
you've
know.
seen what a good Aurora is supposed to look like.
100%.
And Crisp, he's going to get knocked up. He is a
Those
man with a
arms.
Yeah,
door
what
and
it
not
is.
very many friends in this area. And so he will get stunned up. Arrow going to connect there as well as the Crescent Guard is used interestingly. Meanwhile, Teleport comes in from Cream and the heroic entrance to try and save
oh
the
my
jungler
gosh, the
of
way
TL.
Cream
This
keeps
is a
living.
little
Why
bit
is
of a
it
nightmare as Chris
stuttering?
has the
Can
door, but
we?
Impact just says, get the heck out of here. Rains down that punch with the passive.
We've got a
Still
2 for
finds himself in
2.
no man's land
No,
and
why
will
is
be
it
shut
stuttering?
down.
I
A 2
do
for
not
2.
like this. Stop.
And TL going to continue pushing here.
Whoa.
A chaotic
Whoa.
back and forth between the teams that was initiated by Team Liquid. Umti diving very deep to get that initial kill. Yon, if he can land another Q, there's an avenue for a kill here.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity. Kanavi just going to be moving away though.
My
It
bad.
looks like nothing is going to really happen. So, Top Esports now going to just push through for this top side, and this is what happens. You've got
Oh,
you
it's
lose
not
6
just me.
grubs, and then if
Okay.
anyone gets any
Everybody's
spare time
saying
with any
lag.
turret ever,
It's not just me. It's not
more
just me.
gold going their way, and you can see Top Esports
There
gonna be
is
moving for
a
about 3,000 gold
option
lead as that
that
top
I
ladder does
can
fall
set
down. Let's have a look at
up
this fight one more time.
So the
so that we don't have this. Like they have a official co-streamer link, but I just don't use it because like I just find it easier to pull up the stream. But after this, I think we're gonna set that up.
But his HP is a
I think we're gonna set that up, and I might be able to set it up while we're watching.
Impact to secure that double kill. But the rest of Team Liquid is a little bit too separated to escort him to safety, meaning that Top Esports can respond with a kill of their own.
It's a very satisfying Colossal Smash, though. I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie.
it certainly was.
Or wait, I forget what.
I'll try and
But anyway,
get started on that so we don't have to deal with this lag.
And that's a lot of money going over towards him as well. So Impact is going to start doing damage. Riftmaker on the way. Could imagine.
No, like if I open the chat, if you look at the chat, like people are saying like lag, lag, lag.
2 towers in their name. They got themselves.
But don't worry, guys. I can fix this because I have the link.
While 369 continues to push up. APA grouping with the team as well.
Ooh, a little bit of an engagement here as Cream completely pushed away. APA finding an ultimate that he was looking for. As Cream's all over
Oh my gosh, it's like actually so bad.
taking a lot of damage. Impact as well, not as tanky as he otherwise wants to be. And it's a 1-for-1. The problem is it's a 1-for-1 and there's a lot of damage onto that outer turret into the mid lane. And control is still there from Top Esports.
Feels like with 369
I can fix
in the
this.
area,
Just give me a
really can't afford to
moment.
Cease and desist and the equalizer both available as well.
They have too many resources. Kanavi has found Core JJ, but it's just more of a warning punch.
Oh, Yon, that's not where he wants to be. The flash does come on through.
Okay. Things are starting to spiral out of control. We were looking good early, but things are spiraling right now.
Time the delay as TES use all those resources to take down TL.
And just as we say it, Team Liquid, it was a dangerous approach. They'd already used so much in the prior fight. Top Esports still had so many resources left.
Things are spiraling. Things are spiraling.
369. He sees the avenue of attack. He flashes onto the AD carry of Team Liquid, and that was really what started off the demise of TL.
And this Hextech Drake, thankfully for TL, they did manage to take the first dragon. This is only going to even things out. We'll be able to find out in a second what our soul is going to be. But let's have a look at this fight one more time. As it was a little bit awkward. It started off quite well as Cream was out of position. But unfortunately, the rest of TES were in the right spot in this teleport from 369.
The fight on two fronts is what made it difficult because the front line of Team Liquid has now been eviscerated. And as you highlighted, so many of the ultis were still available, in particular from this Vi in the Rumble. And then 369, utilizing the Fog of War, catches Yon out. Jackulov commits his flash to try and secure that kill. But then the Rumble ultimate finishes off on one side, the ulti coming in from the Vi on the other. And it's just systematic destruction. Top Esports, they're known for their team fighting, and they demonstrate why with great patience. If you overstep your boundaries, they will punish you for it.
And we were talking about it a lot in our previous series, but target selection is important when you have a composition like this for TES, and we're seeing what it means when you execute on that perfectly. Jackulov just going from one to the other, the rest of the team right there with him, so that this Frost Shot is getting so many of these slows, so that you can then make sure you're stunning all of the targets that Brom has his
Okay,
passive
let me
on.
see if this works real quick. Okay, it does not work. Okay, we gon' keep troubleshooting.
As we go further into this one, as Umpty
We're gonna keep troubleshooting.
sticking around, getting some information where he can, but Crisp wrapping around too. And the map is getting smaller and smaller here for Team Liquid. As Umpty learning that the hard way. Does Blast going his way out to safety though.
I believe in you. Thank you. We're trying.
Pressure is good. Arrow comes through.
This lag is not cute.
To the Galio, so he is pretty tanky. Still
So
going
I
to
gotta figure this out.
Actually don't even know whether he needed to. He's looking pretty tanky, but Jackulov still hasn't caught up just yet, and he's got 2 items, Kraken Slayer as well as that Hurricane.
I mean, credit to Jackulov, by the way. He was relentlessly camped, but he's done a great job of bouncing back. Cream, I think, has made a few positional errors. It's kind of cost his lead in the side lane, but you can see that he's still able to find some nice trades against APA. He's a full level behind APA, though, as the Uttercon is being started off.
Yeah, this is somewhat dangerous. Teleports available for both of the solo lanes on TL's side. Still a few seconds away for 369, but it doesn't seem to matter too much as he is in this area. And so Cream He comes down. TL still haven't pulled the trigger just yet. Remember that combo as the quickness does come on down. Jackie Love is targeted. And there's the Galio delivery. They take down the Ash immediately. 369 still a fair bit of damage, but Cream pushed away. Umpty very low.
Oh no, Umpty's gonna die.
Audaciously charging towards Otacon. As it's down to 1,000 health. It's ridiculous. They lose their jungle as Impact realizes that Kanavi's here with a smite. And he can do nothing about it. The Otacon is going to be taken. The Otacon is going to be taken. And it looked so good until it was terrible. All right, never mind. Cream going to be taken out. Here is Yon looking for even more. Chris running. Remember, this is only them being sent back to bait. No, never mind. It was
Nice, Yon. Nice. Okay, they're not giving up. Yes, Yon. They're not giving up. They're not laying down. They're not laying down. I love that. I love that. I love that.
Oh, okay.
What was that team fight?
No, yeah, that was chaotic and scary.
And you could say that for both perspectives.
Yeah.
That was what was crazy about it, that it started off with Top Esports wanting to force the fight. They initiate the Otacon, and they force TL to come to them. But Jackie Love's positioning here, he's trying to apply the slows, but he becomes a prime and easy target with the nice follow-up.
That was
so the AD carry is
very
gone.
scary.
Then I think Team Liquid going a little too deep with some really nice damage coming through from Cream, forcing Umpty very low. The ulti's forced to come through. APA separated, and now look at how Team Liquid immediately becomes split apart. They don't have that front line to play around anymore. Kanavi on the left can basically 2 versus 1. I don't know, I guess Artican is also helping him, turning it into a 2 versus 2. Meanwhile, the rest of Top Esports is zoning them away, but then they zone away too much. And so Yon then turns it around and is able to find a few more kills.
Yeah, with the fact that 369 moved towards the Otacon instead, it meant that all of their health bars were actually elsewhere. True shot barrage, great snipe there from Yon, who does still have a gold advantage over his lane opposition. And we've been singing this guy's praises. He is definitely the one they're going to be leaning on here on TL's side later on into this game. He's currently moving to meet up with the rest of his team. You can see how aggressively Top Esports are positioning themselves around this Baron pit. Not a whole lot to fight for right here, but the Baron is going to be up in 5 seconds.
Oh my gosh, Kaisa is so fun to play. Hopefully we'll get some Kaisa from freaking
just yet. 369 towards that bottom side teleport.
Yun today.
Top might just be looking for this dragon as it does spawn. So that is going to be dragon number 3, their second. All right.
I mean, the reality
Give it to me
is,
straight. How bad is it for TL?
It's pretty bad.
Cross Gold Heart, thank you for the follow. How are you doing?
Especially given how Top Esports, I would say that their fights are definitely chaotic. But it feels like in the extended fights, Top Esports is just in a class of their own. You know, domestically, they were also known for their unbelievable team fighting. That 369 is very famous for his Cassante, right? But it's seen on many of the champions that he plays, in the patience that he demonstrates, his target selection. And I think we're seeing that here. His synergy with Kanavi has really been the big reason why Top Esports have been outdoing TL in the extended fights. But a single good fight could turn the tables. With catching out Jackie Love like that is a great demonstration of what's possible.
Yeah, and I think that he is sort of the only target that they can reliably get onto as well. So I think continuing to do that does make a lot of sense.
Flash is up now, though. Actually, was his Flash available in the last fight? I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm going to need to pass on that particular question. I do not have the answer. Infinity Edge is very, very close to being done here for APA. Does finish it now on this back. That's 2 items. Not exactly enough for him to be a real threat. Does kind of want to get towards 3. We'll see whether he has enough time to do so, as Umpty looking to clear away as much of his jungle as he can, stay as relevant as possible. Spirit Visage is completed as CoreJJ finds a bit of a
Was Trish supposed to counter Aurora, or is she a different purpose? I guess technically she can jump out of the ulti
because CoreJJ's already dead. The Winds of War come down
and like get away, but like
APA not auto-attacking, and Yon wasn't quite there yet. And so
not APA not auto-attacking. Don't come for him like that. Don't come for him like that.
There's the last auto. the revenge for the Ash, as now they're going to take down this inner turret.
That was crazy.
And man, they could take a whole lot more as well, as the Baron could be an opportunity here for Top Esports.
Zero hesitation, Top Esports, they collapse onto Team
That
Liquid.
was crazy.
And they just tear them apart.
Not
With the Baron open,
Baron.
it's an easy objective to convert it into a level 17 369. And when we get to see the replay, you'll notice how it's just so quick in how they collapse, because they turn their attention onto core, and then APA can't really join the fight because of the positioning of 369, allowing him to both
Thank you guys
join
for
the rest
liking
of
the
his team, but
TikTok
also
live, by the
zone
way.
the mid laner away. So keep your eyes on the positioning of this fight, because the engage comes through on the core JJ. Team Liquid are just, they're separated. The TP's gonna come through. Cream is just dancing around them. And then notice here how APA, he wants to offer assistance, but 369's angle makes it very difficult. He just walks towards him menacingly. APA's forced to disengage, and then 369 is in a position to collapse with the rest of his team as they just melt through Team Liquid. So another well-executed team fight that really should cement Top Esports' victory here in Game 1.
Certainly should, especially with what happened afterwards, which was the Baron being taken without too much of a contest. As we're having a look at Core JJ running really quickly, getting a nice little double knock-up. As let's see whether they actually manage to find something good here as Yon. I'm not sure about that arcane shift, just wanting to try and get behind the door as APA, he manages to get a kill. They take down Jackie Love once again, and that was one of their
Not
missions.
we looking like
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to keep
KC,
their Nexus alive as
y'all.
APA, no buster shot,
Not we
no
looking
chance.
like
Actually does have
KC.
the buster shot, so never you mind. Able to use that. It's going to buy him a few extra seconds. There
Not
you go. Rocket
APA
jump
the
as well.
Nautilus who was
Blasco,
running.
not even used. Uses it to get rid of Kanavi instead. That's very, very cute. And yeah, he will go down. So it buys a bit of time, you could say. But in the meantime, 369's taking down the inhibitor in the mid lane. And Top Esports are still being able to claim a whole lot of money and avenues towards this Nexus.
I mean, they're
to win
just
game
too
one.
fast. Is the
Very
thing. Team
sad.
Liquid, they're trying to set up a flank onto Jackie Love, but Top Esports is already reading the play. The TP comes through, but I think the TPs are a little bit too late because Core JJ is already down. The AD carry is quick to follow, and now the rest of the team joins. But look on the other side, Impact's like he's just getting obliterated by both Cream and 369. So I would argue that the reality is that TL have the right idea, and they're setting up to try and create these opportunities. Unfortunately, Top Esports is reading it, and they're just shutting it down before it can really gain any traction. And look at Kanavi, a 9-0-4 scoreline.
Yeah.
He and 369, I think, have been so instrumental in
I guess the
transitioning
lag
their
stopped,
early game
but
lead into a
I
strong
can't
mid-game performance, and now they're just decimating Team Liquid in the fights.
find
I want to go back to
how to
something
get
that
it
you
set
were
up.
talking about earlier on, and that is the Aurora Vi situation. The best way, it seems to me, from watching this game, is to make it not about Aurora Vi, you just make it about Vi Rumble instead.
Oh, yeah.
And that seems to have worked very, very well. As-
Okay.
Speaking of Aurora, she's
I like
gonna
that
be in a
they're
fair bit
still
of trouble.
trying
Looks like
though.
Grimace
They
is
haven't
gonna be
given
taken
up.
down. The Equalizer going to be stood on.
But
Humpty takes half of his
there's
health
things
bar, but now
like
they're
that
gonna turn
still
around
happening.
369 as best they can, and he just gets melted by the Flame Spitter. Core JJ now running for the hills. Yon is also at about 300 health as
It's
APA
okay.
cannot avoid
It's the best of 3 for a reason.
of Kanavi.
Everybody gets one.
TL
Everybody
with
gets
just
one.
their bottom lane
It's
remaining.
fine.
I don't think they're going to be able to defend as these Nexus turrets go down.
Biggest comeback of their
Door is given
life.
not even a true shot barrage, able to sail over.
It's okay.
As a
We got the
great
next one. We got the next
entrance
one.
coming up through. But TL, I
This
think
game,
they
however,
know
is
that
a
this
wrap.
one is
Yes.
done and dusted. And I think they're happy that 369 cannot play Rumble again in this series. This game
Alright.
is so good. Top
Them
Esports
killing
really
Yun
bouncing back
in
from
his
a
base is
difficult
crazy.
day one as they take their first Nexus of first stand.
A bit of a shaky early game, but the reality is Top Esports in the 5v5 are just monstrous as they lead the series 1-0.
Absolutely
That was
amazing stuff,
wild.
but now it is time for us to head to a short break. When we get back, we get to see whether TL can bounce back.
Last night took an L, but then back. Thank you, Twixie. That is so sweet. That is actually so kind. Thank you so much. Try this again.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With the custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for Legends. Only on Opera GX.
I don't know what's happening. Next one will be us though. Don't play with it. Hello, Kakuzu. Hope you are having a good day today. I feel like everybody's like getting up now. Everybody's getting up for the day.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow.
I do like the colors of the phone. No crap.
Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Like the pink one.
Poppy, why don't you
I
take
could
my
girl
keys and
boss
go
with
for it?
that. Yeah, we're co-streaming First Stand. It's Team Liquid versus
Almost.
Top Esports, and we kind of just got our cheeks taken. That's okay. It's the best of 3, so we're just gonna win the next 2. That's a-okay.
Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
That is a-okay.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Alright, I'm gonna try typing this in. Letter by letter. The only sad thing about this means that we want to go to game 3 now. Hey, I got it to work. Okay, it's working, it's working, it's working. High quality feed, high quality feed. Now we just need to get, oh, there's no music. There's no music this way. They don't put the music in because they don't want us to get copyright struck. So I'll put on some music. I'll get us some music. We can vibe. Crickets. I'm still hype. I'm still a little bit hype because I know that Team Liquid about to make a comeback. Team Liquid about to make a comeback. Okay. We got a minute until TL goes crazy. I kind of want to make some guacamole real quick. I'm gonna make some guacamole real quick. I'll be right back. Cause I wanna be sat and ready for this last game. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Drew Yon, immediate cleanse. That's Captain Jack-esque. You love to see it, but you don't love to see the amount of top esports players chasing down TL and APA is the dust. First blood to his lane opponent as well.
I'm coming soon now. Coming. Ash is dead for sure. Hitting Ash. Yeah. Let me know your position is good and then we yeah, nice, good job.
Oh, Yon, that's not where he wants to be. The flash does come on through. He cleanses to slow, and it's heroic from Umpty, but he's still done the equalizer to pick off the 80 carry.
Welcome back to First Stand 2025 as TES grab their first victory here in our new international tournament, and I'm just gonna lane swap for a bit here to give you the emotional, emotional support for here.
Honestly, this game is for sure winnable. Like, if Yon didn't face check in the river, you know, if they didn't mess up the Otacon one where they were completely split, Impact and APA started hitting the Otacon where Yon and the rest of them are like chasing for kills. So you know, I'm not quite trying yet.
Are you coping? Are you hoping? We'll decide this one later.
I'm hoping.
All right, let's focus a bit on TES here though, because they got the ball running really fast, I feel, and a lot of things from these bot lane kills that Cream was able to grab.
I mean, Cream was actually pretty good for the first 15 or so minutes. Then he had a couple of big whoopsies. But let's talk about the. He got very fed on the Aurora. He went up to 3-0. He had a little bit of help from Chris, and just went down there, got the free kills in the side lanes, and was a big menace. I think he used his fedness a little bit too much in the mid game, where he's like, "I am a huge presence. I want you to focus on me. Rumble and Vi can do the real damage." But he just ended up, yeah, that's the LPL copium. But at the end of the day, it actually kind of worked, even though he was dying all the time, just because I think TS splits better and more close playing these team fights at least.
Yeah, Cream was really good. Just APA also, like, you know, earning his own lead, and then those early game kills. But yeah, it definitely took 369 and Kanavi carrying later because Cream kind of.
Good morning.
Yeah. I want to have this lead, especially with a champion like Aurora, but he
thank you
was
for the follow,
not
Vasco and Trap.
from TES here. What has been the best recovery, would you guys say, from TES to what they showcased today in?
I think it's the two stars of this game because yesterday and today. Huge.
That was a little bit loud.
Like 369 Rumble was massive.
Is that better?
And Kanavi as well on the Vi just looked insane.
There should be no echo
This
now.
is the play
I'm sorry about the echo.
Though, where Yon goes into face check, so I'm wondering what the comms from TL were like, because they don't respect 369 on Rumble, and he immediately flashes, and then his ulti is able to, you know, they get all these chase down kills, and that's where Vi's getting a double kill, getting off of that, and you see it really come to fruition a lot later as well.
But it was my fault.
Team Liquid are able to make an original, like, good play, and usually it's like killing Cream or something, or killing. But then 369.
No, but thank y'all for always telling me.
Kanavi's able to keep them all in there, and like both of
Good morning, Akim.
That's the thing, they were on the hunt, and sometimes I feel like TL were a bit disconnected on which they were supposed to go to. And
Am I trolling or is it lagging?
As we know in League of Legends, to the reliable disconnect, where TS was able to secure over the fight at Arakan, and that's exactly that I'm talking about. I would like to see more cohesion maybe on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, very good. I mean, take a look at this engage from Core today. Extremely clean.
Am I trolling or is it still lagging?
This is what they're comped down like 6,000 gold as well in this fight.
They said it was supposed to be like
that
Less
half falls apart
problems.
all of a sudden.
Yeah, Umpty and half of the team continued chasing extra kills, but then
Let me see
kills,
if
but
I
then
do this.
as you saw, Galio and Tristana start hitting the Otacon, and so they're a bit more, and it's the chase down.
Bro.
Kanavi here, they're able to kill off Umpty, take away. He's able to get
It's
the
like
Otacon.
every
they
5
get up all
seconds
the
it
flowers.
skips.
369's ultimate was really good for chasing them down as well there, and so like those two were kind of like the Bash brothers of this game. Jan was doing his best. Like Jan
Why?
was like trying to scrape it together afterwards to make some plays and keep us in there, but it was too much.
I mean, we see it here. I think of the second
What is
game,
going
though, I
on?
want to say
All right, I'm gonna try one more thing.
the glimpse
and
of what
then
we saw in the early game. We've been talking about Umti doing things yesterday. I feel like the early game today was a bit similar to this, but what do they need to more? I really feel like they could have won this game. It's just came down to some details maybe in fight.
since it's not gonna
It
work,
was good. I feel like
we're
you
gonna go
need
back
to
to the
be
regular
very
feed because that's not cute. Good thing I didn't close it out.
a composition, have a team that's able to follow up through that in the mid game.
More discipline, maybe. As well?
I think tracking.
It just looks like there's some things going on
the
with the
level one
broadcast.
as well. Set them behind early, tracking enemies. Especially 369 and Kanavi, and then not over chasing and remaining on the same target.
All right.
in the fight.
We'll keep that advice in mind. I hope they can hear you. As we're
I'll
gonna send
email
it back
them
to
tomorrow
Masters for
and
the
make
game.
sure I get that set up.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's hope the TL can turn this one around. They did manage to kill Jackie Love a whole bunch more times.
Oh yeah.
Than they did in.
I just want it to be in 4K when Team Liquid wins. You know what I'm saying?
Better this time around.
I mean, I'm optimistic. I like the idea behind their composition and their early game plan. I think worked out pretty well. The problems ultimately came in the team fights, where 369 and Kanavi did their thing.
Yeah.
And so they will have to find a way to shut that down.
I think there's a conversation to be had about draft resources. And as we get into our champion select powered by Omen and HyperX, we can talk about the fact that Rumble is no longer available, right?
True.
Umpty, he played Xin Zhao in this composition that's built around the Galio. I don't think not having access to that is going to hurt them too much. And now TL on the blue side, which has proven to be a little bit more powerful, I guess. Certainly, if you're an LCK fan, you know that blue side was completely giga overpowered and it was ridiculous. If you're an LPL fan, you probably thought that red side was a little bit more powerful. But I think so far this tournament, blue has been strong.
So, Maokai...
I mean, I know FlyQuest likes choosing
West,
red
I'm
side.
thinking Maokai first pick, but Callista's open. Okay, I mean, that's fair enough. I respect it.
I think you have to pick it away from Jackalov.
I think you also you got to trust Jon. I think the man has been having a great tournament so far, even on the Ezreal. I don't think he was misplaying. I just think that things were falling apart around him. So, yeah, for sure, trust
How
him.
you doing, Boogie?
We've seen Draven banned a few times so far this tournament.
That is a great point.
We've been
It's
seeing
not
a lot of
banned.
Draven banned.
Nico is going to be picked
No way
away
Jackie
and
Love
picked
picks
up,
Draven here, right?
By either Crisp or Cream, I guess, although we have been seeing a lot more of it on the bottom side of the map. I mean, you don't even need to pick it here. You can pick a priority jungle if you'd like to. You can pick a top laner. Cassante is available, but it is going to be
We've seen the answer of Varus to Callista often,
He's a
so
fantastic Cassante, don't get me wrong. But
I'm not really
after his Rumble
surprised.
performance, I just want to see him popping
carry.
off. Yeah. Popping off.
but like with Varus Callista, like Callista has to win early.
Going for the Varus gives you a little bit more utility. Assuming that this Nico is in the support position, that is a very powerful 2v2 lane, but we're yet to see where exactly this
That's
Nico
so
goes.
sweet.
With the Maokai locked in,
Y'all are so sweet. Thank
I
you,
think Maokai
Brooke.
really
Thank you for
simplifies
being
the
here.
draft. Pairing that up with a Norless as well,
Ooh,
that is a great 1-2
Silas.
Yeah, from Team Liquid. It's very solid. You can't really go wrong. Strong bot side of the map as the Silas is locked in. So, I mean, throwback to Zeka Worlds 2022.
And look at these ultimates, man.
Yep.
Depth charge, the brambles.
Zeka was a big fan of picking the Silas into Maokai specifically just because you could steal away that Maokai ultimate, and basically the amount of control and space you garner from the Maokai ultimate, you can respond with your own. So it's a good response.
I'm a little bit
Obviously,
worried about that,
it leaves you
honestly,
open,
because there are
in the
some
mid
good
lane matchup.
ultis for him to
But with
steal.
Aurora taken out of the way, the fact that they've banned away the Cassio too.
Yeah, Talia,
also
Poppy,
gone.
and Cassio all
Nautilus
taken away. There's not a
ulti,
lot of ground
Ballista
left.
ulti.
Yeah, I mean, how many more
Pretty
champs can
scary.
you really punish with as the Sejuani ban going to come through on the side of TL?
Yeah, we'll have to see what APA does have available to himself. Of course, his Aurelian Soul's still there. I don't know whether you want to give him that ultimate as well, though.
True.
That seems a little bit scary. Just have to see, though, because ban's coming on in. Last one here for TES.
What are you ban here? Are you scared of Yone? I was going to say Corki Yone, maybe. Jace has or not been picked.
Yep, not quite yet.
Also,
and the Cassante is still up, so Kanavi, 369 can just play that one if he'd like to.
Quirky Yone?
Give them
it's for
a little
sure
bit less
TL?
range, I guess.
Cassante, no?
You'd hope so, but they don't get first grab
I don't
of
know
it.
about that.
But I imagine that Top Esports will lock in jungle here. No ban. Okay. Yeah, I imagine that it's going to be a
Vino, thank you so
jungle
much for the
lock-in.
5 months of support. Hope you're having a good day today.
A lot of options.
And hello. Hope you're having a good
Where
morning
does
as
Kanavi
well.
go? Kindred would be fun, actually. Give a little bit of extra range.
Zyra also. But do you want to do double AP? True. Lee Sin? No, surely not.
Oh, that'd be fun, though.
Pantheon.
I miss
like
Core's
that. I think it's
Pam.
good. Good setup with the mid jungle too. Gives you a lot of early game agency. And the global, I think, is really powerful. So Top Esports, a lot of teamfight tools. Their front line isn't inherently strong in the sense that Panthers a pretty squishy champion.
APA is
He
lasting
It's 3 a.m. and you need
Either
to sleep.
Spawn made
You
a
do.
suggestion that he thought was really
Let's make sure
funny.
you
He's
get some
shaking his
sleep,
head.
Buki.
It's like, I don't want to play Zillion, but it'd be so good here.
I need you to be refreshed
Yeah, that's fine.
in the morning.
Gives you a bit of range. You don't mind it. Let's see what Core JJ goes with now.
You know, I know you're a
though.
big fan of the color schemes. Look at the theme
I
on the side of Team
know.
Liquids.
It's a little dark.
Yeah.
Kind of into it.
I was-
Cassante bringing a bit of light to it, but I actually kind of...
Very swampy colors.
Yeah. It's like a forest coming into a beach.
Garden moss, one could say.
Yeah.
Now, rounding out top lane, 4369. What are we going to get? With the Gnar band,
Wade does a little bit of everything.
Rumble unavailable.
He has
We're
a
gonna
fear.
see a tank matchup.
He's got long range.
Maybe
Crit
this was
hope.
coming in. So this is something that we saw yesterday.
Oh my gosh, is it Pantheon jungle?
Bringing that one out. Aatrox has found ups and downs
Okay,
so
T.
far this season. So looking forward to seeing
Pantheon
what
jungle with
369 can do
Aatrox
with it.
top.
This has been a matchup
Wait,
that
I
has,
like
worked
top
either way,
esports
but we've
team
seen
though.
Aatrox is colossally
Like, I
failed,
like
but when
it.
they do get too strong, it's really difficult to handle, and 369 has very first-hand experience.
I feel like that in the current meta, the only people that play Aatrox are the ones that are really confident playing Aatrox.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Umpty, I trust
So
you
I'm
so much this
excited
game.
for 369.
Like,
I
please,
think
baby,
that
just
top side is scary.
carry us to
Top
victory,
Esports
please.
are playing with confidence. They have a lot of skirmishing tools. They have
Please,
great
my
agency
friend.
when it comes to their individual
We
playmaking.
need
whereas
this
Team Liquid
win.
have
We
gone
need this
back
win.
to a style that works for them. Front to back team.
What's your prediction
fight
for this
composition,
game?
Very similar to what they did in
Team
game one, but I
Liquid,
think this is much easier to execute.
and the score is going to
simply
be
because
25-0.
Maokai, Nautilus, Cassante. It's just a great front line.
It certainly is. The thing that I'm worried about is Cream is pretty good at Silas historically, and he has
Oh
access
my
to really
gosh.
cool stuff.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to the amount of
Look
cool
at that
stuff
drawing.
that he has, it's extensive. It really is. So
How do they
even
do
things like
this?
Fate's Call can be so incredibly strong when you have such an only go-in style of jungler. Then
They're
having the
like
ability to pull out your Pantheon if you would like to
artists.
is just too much flexibility, I would say.
Like,
but does
that
need to make
pose
sure
was
that he hijacks
exactly the
right things
pose.
at the right times. And this is a composition that can run out of time in games. You know, when you've got this Maokai composition, it can certainly scale quite nicely, especially with Ahoy alongside. So we'll just have to see whether TL can turn
All right,
things
come on, TL, baby. Come on.
Pressure's on. I mean, Top Esports, of course, the expected favorites in this matchup. But given what we saw in Game 1, and I think people want to be optimistic about Team Liquid, and rightly so, a roster that has a decent amount of international experience at this point. This format is definitely quite ruthless.
Oh, yeah.
But especially after FlyQuest's impressive series against Gen.G at the World Championship last year, I think North America and LTA want to be confident in their teams.
I think so too. I also think it was pretty tumultuous, right? In the opening season, because TL didn't really have that many fantastic games, right? There were a lot of people pointing fingers at Umpty, saying that he wasn't necessarily doing so well. This wasn't the team that a lot of people were expecting to be
I feel
heading here
like
to
we were
first
some of
stand.
the, we watched the finals. I'm pretty sure we were both pointing those fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. So this, I even think so far, like the fact that they managed to take down KC already is a great sign. And things look competitive in game one. We'll just have to see whether game two can be a similar story as Jan and KJJ pushed out of the brush right now.
Now, obviously, Callista is a strong laning champion.
They did. I remember
Unfortunately, when there's
saying,
two range champions
nah,
against the
APA, you know
Nautilus
you ain't
Callista
never
on
played no
one,
Hwei.
there's not really a lot
And
you
he
can
popped
do.
off on
You
Hwei.
call once to
He
wait
did.
Until he's probably got at least level
So,
2, ideally level 3 before
I'm
they
gonna
start
put some
fighting.
respect on
The
his
problem
name.
is, until that point, this is what's going to happen. You're just going to be sad as your HP bar is slowly whittled away.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about it, but the Nico pickup, I think, is like really, really smart from Top Esports and Crisp here, because it was obviously there only to deny a Kalista-Renata combination, right? Nico, very, very good at playing into the Renata just in general. And so KJJ, not wanting to pick that one up, then has to go for this less powerful in lane style of
You like a little Hwei.
He's doing a fantastic job, by the way. So Crisp starts when he's underneath the tower by zoning Yon away from one CS, and then Yon messes up his Ren. so
Okay,
he
please
doesn't
go
kill
away.
another.
Thank you.
And then as Yon tries to get another CS, he throws out the E, rooting him in place to then finally have the Q back up. And as he goes for one more, he denied
Okay,
like 4 or 5
glacial
CS just
support.
through his pressure. And already you can see
I see you,
9 to
Buki.
15 in this is the CS discrepancy between the two AD carries. The health pot is gone from Yon.
And it's 126 gold just passively from lane as well is a big deal here. As Jackie is
Be
going to continue.
glacialing hoes,
just
as you
wave
should.
after wave. An opportunity
you
now as
should.
Umpty finishes his full
Do you
clear. gonna be heading
find
down towards
Hwei
his
to
Krug
be
camp,
an
might be able to try and
easy
bail them
champion?
out.
Or would
But
you
that
say
means
he's
resources
pretty
invested,
hard?
The rest of the map then becomes more open. We've got both of these Rift Scuttlers available as Cream has closed the gap
Ooh,
between
not
him and
the
APA. APA
thumbs
taking a bit
up.
of damage here. Does shield himself up. Those
I wonder if APA been over there typing.
But it's not okay. The bottom side of the map, not feeling very okay.
Also, I love the electrocute pickup on Cream, basically giving you the strong burst rotation in lane. Oh, now the threat of a dive is here.
All right, APA just going to go down. That's first blood. Cream, that trade from earlier, paying off beautifully. And yeah, it's once again, Cream picking up first blood against TL.
Nicely done, very nicely done. Just recognizing the strength of the champion in these early levels. If you can chunk that person down enough, there's a real opportunity for you to find those outplays, and he's able to get it. He got the better of APA in the laning phase in game one, and now with a solo kill here in game two, Cream is off to a fantastic start.
Gonna find some chains onto Umpty there as well, but we're gonna back away from that. Don't wanna watch it. Gonna check out this solo kill here from Cream.
I'm curious if he actually had the electrocute back up.
And
Connects
the
the E.
flash.
Oh, he does. Yep.
It's okay, APA. Shake it off, baby. You got this. You got this. You got this. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I don't need you getting frustrated. You got this. Lock in. We've seen you turn these. We've seen you eat these up.
That's the ridiculous part is, okay, Chris taking a lot of damage here. Remember, you're extremely squishy.
Good job, Yun. Good job, Yun. Keep that up. Keep that up. APA, you gonna get that kill back. Don't even worry about it.
Good news here for TL as
You
they
gonna
manage
get
to
that
fight
kill
back in
back.
bottom lane.
Kanavi, knowing that he's stronger in the 1v1. I mean, what's APA going to do here? Even if he rotates over, his wave's in a bit of an awkward spot. Now the rotation is going to come through. Umpty should feel confident to try and fight this.
Yeah, APA, can he manage to snare him? He does get it off. As Cream, he's going to be moving in, finds yet another set of chains, and there it is! Cool guys don't look at explosions. He's walking away while he's picking up the kill. 2-0 now.
Okay. Okay, APA. There we go. That's what we like to see. Good rotation core. That's what I like to see. That's teamwork. That's teamwork.
This time not able to do
1 for
anything
1.
about it.
Okay, so Kanavi, he overstays
But-
his welcome, but you can see the skirmishing strength.
Cream is
Cream
6.
gets level 6. Bit of damage coming through from APA.
He has 2 kills.
But, it's a situation where in the 2 versus 2, it's just so much easier for this Silas Pantheon to win out. And
Yeah.
so Cream wisely sacrifices the farm in mid lane to regroup with his jungler.
Is this game
and they're
1?
able
This
to
is
get
game
that kill. They
2.
weren't expecting Core JJ to arrive, and it means that it ends up being a 1 for 1.
Jamal.
But the damage done in the bot lane as well as a consequence, 48 CS to 31 in the matchup.
It's a bit of a disaster. 20 CS the lead as Cream's taking a lot of damage, but it just feels like it's incidental coming from this way in the mid lane. As 369 does land some Infernal Chains, and Impact doesn't seem too worried about it. This is Wet Noodles, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Aatrox is a damaging champion.
Does Hui ulti go through minions?
Ultimately, though,
Jamal?
369 still doing well in the 1v1.
Like if I'm standing in minions in Hui ults,
in an awkward
it does?
spot.
Okay.
The thing about that bot
I don't know
lane
why, I
matchup,
just
and
couldn't remember
we're
if
going
it
to see
did
it
or
a
not.
lot more in the standard 2v2. The reason why bot lane is so important is because
I guess that would be pretty underpowered if it didn't, you
If you
know?
have early prio, oh hang on, Umpty looking for a play.
Yeah, there's the all out. 369 World Ender does come on through. We'll see whether Umpty can get this Twisted Advance to work out.
Okay.
Ramble smash to push him back there as well. Great knock up, but 369 still in trouble. Getting the sweet spot on that Q though, fantastic. Gets him a whole bunch of health back, and he is going to be absolutely
If Umpty
fine.
was
No
6, it was
flash
up.
needed.
Yeah, I'm impressed that he held his flash for the entire duration of that. Kanavi now walks
Impact's
up
fine.
He's got a
menacingly.
present incoming, and you can see 369
Nice
not
fear
actually, doing
APA.
anything
Okay,
about it.
I see
Great
that.
fear from APA.
Very well done.
Managing to make this way work.
Very
Now,
well done.
lane,
That's going to be crucial in the matchup as well, I think. Just being able to land that
All
fear.
right, good.
But I
We're
think a bit of an
we're
overstay
still
for
in
Kanavi.
this.
I think there was a window where he could have moved into the jungle and
Homeboy
started stealing away
is
some camps, especially with the
on
push they have in mid.
Umpty's
Present
cheeks.
doesn't actually spot anything here, as you can see. Umpty getting the information. This control ward has been here for so
Dangerous.
incredibly long. As all right.
Kanavi, Kanavi.
Who wins?
This 2v2 is not even
He's
close, ladies and gentlemen.
on
TES gonna
Umpty's
back
cheeks.
themselves away, largely because Cream is so big. Of course, only about a kill ahead.
Is Top
or a
Esports
first blood
losing?
ahead, I
No.
guess, with the fact
We're
that a kill did
currently
come back,
winning,
onto
unfortunately.
APA. Could be important moving forward.
Glacial Hui is why I'm Diamond Fortune. I'm so happy this is off with this off meta support pick.
And I was there when Nico was released.
It is something that APA pulls out
I
sometimes.
saw that Varus roaming mid, and I was about to say, oh, Varus roaming
I guess he
mid.
felt like the Aurelian
choice,
Soul
and then
wouldn't
I'm
have been
Varus.
great into Silas.
Yeah, the good old
Fooling
Chains of
me.
Corruption gang. You
Okay,
love to
nice
see it.
fear.
Cream is going to get feared once again. Oh, APA's got his eye in. I don't
It's
know whether
okay,
it's
he's fine.
actually going to matter too much here
Yeah.
as they trade some ultis. And yeah,
It's fine.
despair is indeed it.
APA still has ulti. Nice.
JJ with level 6. Oh.
Wait, this is.
There's the
Oh.
spiraling as Cream's in trouble. The
wow.
Ramble's going to deserve
APA, that was
a,
almost T.
flash here as Cream is just going to sidestep, and he is A-OK. Alright, in comes Kanavi. APA gonna get taken
Dude,
down.
they are
Cream taking some damage.
on
Umpty just cannot
APA and
close the gap,
Umpty,
though.
bro. Like they are
And TL,
on
they
their
lose him once
cheeks, on their necks, on their
Falling from the heavens,
forehead, bro.
Kanavi punishes the mid lane
Holy
once more. This
moly.
mid-jungle duo is so terrifying in the skirmish, and Team Liquid can't avoid it. Nice trade back initially from APA, but it ends up in his demise.
You know what? I respect the ambition.
Not gonna quite find it there. Good sidestep
I respect the
from
ambition. I
Jaguar.
respect the ambition. We gonna get this right. We gonna get this right. It's not like we're giving up kills left and right, right?
You can imagine the core JJ really
It's just
did want to
a
trade
couple
at
of
least.
unfortunate
You can definitely feel
circumstances
the
back to
pressure
back to back to back to
Team
back to
Liquid
back
is.
to back
The
to
early
back to
game
back
is
to back to
already
back.
Slipping away
It's
from
okay.
them. 2K is the goal deficit. As this Pantheon is getting stronger. X Flash.
Does manage to find a minion. As Umpty's moving in as well. His health bar isn't exactly full.
Like
As
APA
another fear comes down
isn't
from
laying
APA.
down. He's still fighting back.
Lost chapter now completed.
369 said in an interview that APA was a player they were looking out for. Probably why they're targeting him 24/7. That's crazy. But that's like good. Like go APA. Like you're on an international radar. Like that's kind of T.
This game goes on, now going for a recall.
I think it would be worse if he wasn't, right?
As we check this one out one more time.
I feel like if he landed that, like if that landed and he went in, I think he kills, right?
See the QW combo.
And then he's not in position for this Pantheon.
But they did not expect Kanavi.
Yep. And even with
Every time I hear Kanavi, I think of Kanabi, which is a piano brand. Like all I think of is the piano.
And Umpty continuing to just try and stay as relevant as possible in this game. And they will still have a very powerful team fight if they get to that point.
There's a win condition.
Hasanabi? What is Hasanabi?
How neutered will they be prior to reaching that win condition? Because you look at the bottom of your screen
Hasanabi?
and you see red,
Not really sure how that's
It's a lot of
pronounced. I
red, yeah.
apologize.
The numbers aren't 3 digits yet, though, so that's good news.
Like Hassan. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Always looking at the bright side.
Yeah. No, I know who you're
May
talking
not
about.
necessarily be as much as Top Esports are moving down, trying to push them away as the Brambles come out. Nature is
core.
grasping. They do manage to get
Oh,
a few as
Umpty.
Kanavi just says no, gives them the shield. And in
Okay.
goes Umpty. They still want to find it.
It did go on core.
Connects onto a couple. Kanavi does go down.
Okay.
There's the Fate's call.
Okay, we cooking. I don't know if we cooking with grease quite yet. I think we might have put like a little butter in there. I think we put a little butter, maybe.
Get a really nice collapse
We don't want it to burn though. We don't want to burn the butter. We want to brown the butter. You know what I'm saying? We put a little something in there. Put a little something in there. Okay. We ain't got the grease yet. We ain't popped out the grease yet. But we might be cooking. We might be cooking with something.
They have the damage needed to shut him down.
We cooking with petroleum. To be honest, we not frying yet. We not frying yet. The oil is not in the pan. We got a little butter. Got a little butter. We trying not to burn it. We want to brown it so we get that smoky, peanutty flavor. That's what we working with right now.
Very easy as they follow up onto 369.
They also get
We gonna get there though. We gonna get there. We gonna get there. We need Yun to get a couple kills so we can start breading the chicken, you know, seasoning it, you know, getting the egg so we can double dip that hoe. We just got the butter. We just got the butter right now. There's steps. There's levels.
Exactly what they want, you know?
Completely right.
But right now, Core JJ got a kill.
We think about optimism. That's a great
Cassante got a kill.
Cream does still hold on to a lead in terms of the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, Cream has shutdown gold. I'd love to see Yun with Cream shutdown.
Playing with a little bit more confidence as they move their bot lane into mid, get that push off.
First item is done here for Yon, so he's feeling pretty powerful at this point in time.
A crucial item
Okay,
as well.
period.
Yeah.
Impact. You make sure he remember the
Should be
name.
able to avoid these infernal chains, and you can see he's able to do so, but the Darkened Blade just kind of makes things unfair. As okay, in they go.
Yeah, and
once again,
I don't know about that miscue.
And Yon takes so much damage.
Yeah.
There's Kanavi, lands the spear, and Umpty just there a little bit too late.
Miscue into
Top Esports once again
the ultimate
Great
for the
idea from Team Liquid,
Nico
but the
was
response from Kanavi was just that much better. Nice use of the ultimate to collapse incredibly quickly, and the 2v2 ends in disaster. That ulti from Crisp as well, providing some much needed crowd control.
Yeah, it did. It really
Two
did.
members of TL end up falling.
It stopped the autos, stopped the threat. It's okay though. It's okay though. We still getting the ingredients out.
On the bottom side as well. Feats of strength going their
He missed
way
his
for that
Q
one.
right there.
And again, I love the
And then
idea
he
here.
dashed
The
forward.
CC does connect the double knockup too.
Dummy CC. You know what, Kanabi? Let me just go ahead and let you know. You a Stanko. You are.
The snipe coming in from Kanavi as well.
You are.
Barrier and heal both as well, giving Jackie Love so much effective health in that
Great
moment.
point as well, yeah.
Just misleading there.
Ooh,
TL
nice
thinking that
dodge.
they had the opportunity as Core JJ, Gratz, does have a 27 gold advantage. Cream not able to find
Okay,
those
let's see
chains, but
Impact.
because Yon's able to have
Let's see Impact. Let's see you make an impact. Impact.
369 gonna get all
Yup.
out
Thumbs
of
up
here
him.
as the Otacon
Thumbs
wall's
up
making
him.
things confusing. Let's
Let
see
him
what
know
the
he a
solo
hoe.
kill can come on through as the thumbs
Okay,
up as
okay,
well.
okay.
In comes Umpty.
Okay.
He knew that he was dead, and so
We got the
Impact
onion powder.
able to grab
Yeah, we
himself
putting it in there. Mm-hmm. Little salt, just a little salt.
I mean, it would have been. It would have been.
We working on it.
It should, yeah, it should have
been.
Nicely done there from Impact, though.
Yeah, nicely done. Good punish onto 369. And this Cassante ramping up nicely. Could be a wall that will be difficult for Top Esports to break through, especially given that they have gone for the lethality virus instead.
Yeah, sometimes Cassante with
You're gonna
Impact.
be leaning, if you're a TL fan, you're going to be leaning a lot more on APA
That was
to be able to dish
crazy.
out a lot of late game damage. And that could be difficult right now. He's almost 1,000 gold behind. But we know what Hui can do. When he does just get to sit back and turret, it can be very, very scary. So if Impact can be that front line, make things as difficult as possible, that could be their way through.
Yeah, I mean, we're
The
speaking
thing
a lot
is
from the
about
context of Team Liquid, because right now it's top esports who are in the
the
driving seat,
Asian
right? They
teams
built
that I've
themselves a 2K
noticed,
gold lead. This very
like
much feels like it's their
LPL
game
and
to lose.
LCK,
And so exploring
is
the avenues in
that
which Team Liquid turn it
they
around.
don't,
Thanks to their
like when
composition,
they
we
get a
already talked a lot about
lead,
it.
they don't really let
definitely
up.
have tools to turn this
They
game
don't
around. I would
really
not
make
count them out just
mistakes
yet.
the
But,
way that NA
right
will
now,
do.
especially
Like
in the game,
NA
it
will
feels like
throw a lead,
top esports composition
or
spikes
has
really
in the
hard.
past
It's a scary
during multiple
position for TL to
showings.
be in, because this is where top
But
esports can really break the game open.
what I've seen with LCK and LPL,
And there's the Fates call to start it off. Let's see whether they can get enough burst, because he could
Jesus
just get a bunch
Christ,
of
y'all, we're just TPing in to die on repeat. Oh my gosh, somebody buy heel cut. Somebody buy heel cut yesterday, because we just did 3 for 1 under tower.
kitchen sink at 369, and he just said, "Thank you very much. I'm remodeling my house."
As Leonidas once said, give them nothing but take from them everything, as Team Liquid lose 4 in an attempted dive against 369. Oh my goodness, the sustain was monstrous.
Yes, very disciplined. Very disciplined.
That almost looked unfair, but we'd seen it. It was only yesterday that Zeus was defying what is possible. I thought we took away the revived passive from Aatrox, you know?
I mean, just look at there's the first chunk of sustain.
If somebody doesn't go and buy heel cut after that display, we deserve the loss. I better look at these builds and see some type of Bramble Vest, Oblivion Orb, or Executioner's Calling.
It just wasn't worth.
It really wasn't.
If I don't see one, okay, thank you, Maokai. Thank you, Cassante.
369 off the map, and now APA.
It's unacceptable.
Oh dear. I don't think he's getting out of this one. Decent little fear, but that spiraling despair. This
Nice
one
dodges,
is the scary
I
one.
mean, but
As Kanavi wanted to give this kill over to Cream. Takes a little bit of time, but eventually it is going to be APA on the floor. And that really felt like a back-breaking
he's doing damage.
Now insult added to injury. As Impact just looking to see what he can do here. The all-out does come on down. Pop Blossom coming through. Umpty is going to be here as well. But Impact just not enough damage here. I think Impact is really feeling the fact that he's the one with an advantage, trying to utilize it as best he can, but it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Impact with the right idea. Maybe he can get a flash out from Jacula.
y'all. I
Even a
do
single
not
summer
know.
spell could be enough to provide an opportunity for you to turn the game around, but unfortunately it ends up just being a trade of ultimates. Cream continues to build his lead in the side lane, as after APA losing his life, it opens up this tower. And just look at the state of the map.
Yeah.
It's 4 towers to 1.
Are you the
10
one checking
kills to
impact
5.
stacks?
It's a
Yeah, I
6K
was.
gold lead,
I was trying to
and
see
we're
if it would
just
show
cresting
me
the
his
20-minute
build
mark.
path. It seems that he had Bramble Vest from the start. Ooh, sorry, let me get this out the way. Okay, let me actually not watch that. Yeah, I just wanted to see. So it looks like he just bought Oblivion Orb. This looks, this game looks done.
369 isn't your
It's a
enemy,
little
he's
bit.
the enemy.
It's a little bit.
The way that he just stands there,
It's a little bit. It's a little bit much. I think the butter is burned. Okay, we're no longer cooking. The fire alarm is going off currently because of the smoke from the burnt butter. There's no grease. There's no petroleum. Brown bits at the bottom of the pot. Matter of fact, it's now stuck to the pot.
Just been changed. Like now we just have a different one. Otacon has a. Oh, he's now. He's Rotovages
We're putting
now.
up the seasonings.
Without the context, people would Rotovages. What do you?
I'm looking for Sunfire Cape Otacon. That's gonna be a fun one. Just like the burn damage, the aura. That sounds fun.
You guys, what are we doing? What are we doing?
APA not able to find too much here as the Pop Blossom on both carries. Yon picks up Core JJ though, and Cream may have overstepped.
Like, this looks like a fiasco. Yo, Crisp is absolutely eating down. Crisp has set up so many plays.
The chains connect. The Kingslayer to give back all their health to Cream.
It's okay.
Look at these health bars, the aggro management.
It's okay. You know, honestly, sometimes teams need games like these. Sometimes teams need games like these because it shows them that they can't just lollygag. They gotta go in with a game plan and stick to it. It shows them that they are not unstoppable. It shows them that they cannot get cocky. And sometimes teams have to lose. Sometimes teams have to lose. And this is not an elimination match, so this is a good loss. There is so much to learn from this game. So much to learn. This is actually great. This is actually fantastic for Team Liquid. This is actually fantastic because there's so much growth that can be done from the past 2 games. So this is actually great because I know they're going to come back on Wednesday and be bigger and better. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not saying they need to be humbled. I'm saying, like, I don't think that they hot stuff, but I think that experience is the best and worst teacher. And this is how they get experience. This is how they get experience. So, honestly, like, I think this is good.
The surmountability factor is quite low, is what I'm going to say. Impact now moving into his own jungle, or what used to be
the game did escalate quickly. Like, it just snowballed out of control. It was like an avalanche.
Pretty much. Yeah, the options are limited. Team Liquid, I mean, I feel like that things really got away from them straight from the early game. Just the fact that Cream got that solo kill in the mid lane, the bot lane 2 versus 2 was very difficult for them to navigate. And Kanavi's really, once again, just been running away with this Pantheon, similar to what we saw in game 1.
8, 2, and 6.
We thought that 369 was going to be a little bit quieter.
We don't need to know his score.
Separated the top lane felt in terms of the matchup.
We don't need to know that he's 8, 2, and 6. We just knew he was fed. That's all we needed.
MVP for this one. I'd actually find it quite difficult. As Cream's also built a Magi's.
Low-key been fantastic.
Incredible.
You know it's bad when Yun is 0-4, because Yun is normally the one who, like, when all seems like it's going horrible.
Fantastic. Just the fact that he picked the Nico as well.
And Callisto falls off. That's what I'm sad about.
Also makes things difficult. As Cream with a Fate's Call available, nowhere near anyone. But not going to be able to use that one in time. Rest of TL. I mean, they're okay for now. The problem is the top
and normally Core JJ doesn't miss a hood. Like, there are games where I truly don't believe I've seen him miss a singular CC.
Not a whole lot of money to gather. Not a whole lot of objectives you can contest.
No follow-up.
Going to throw the Herald through. That is going to be Jackie Love. Locked down by Core JJ, but unfortunately there is no follow-up, there is no nothing, there is no turret left in this mid lane either. And TL, I mean, they just lose a bunch of health bars and just have to give everything up.
It's okay though. It's okay though. We're gonna learn from this. We're gonna learn from this and come back bigger, better, stronger.
There's just no follow-up. They're so far behind at this point. Even if top esports make mistakes, they have so much breathing room for error that it's going to be, they're going to require top esports to make a number of mistakes.
Yeah, it's Crisp. Crisp is making Yun's life, like, literally
Team Liquid are now doing what they can to do some damage.
Horrible.
Try and get some farm back out
Crisp is doing such an amazing job.
The next objective for top esports.
Like, genuinely. And, like, I know he's the enemy, but I do give credit where credit is due. And Crisp is indeed eating.
collect whatever he can.
Now you know who I'm not gonna give credit
Clones
to?
being thrown out
Kanabi
whenever they
and
want as well.
Cream
Just gives Crisp a whole lot of control.
ganging up on hoes. No,
this
no
area.
credit. No
TL, good
credit.
information. And if they give up this Baron, it's likely the end of the game, so you may as well just look for anything you can. Crisp off to the side. This Pop Blossom could
Okay,
be really
this could be a
scary.
kill
That's
for
stolen depth charge
369.
thrown towards the Callisto.
But
They try and
goodness
block 369.
gracious.
It is kind of working beyond. He's actually going to use the passive to get towards him. Piercing arrow not quite long enough. They take down one, but is it going to be enough? And I think the answer, unfortunately, NA fans, is
At
not
what cost?
going to be anything, as Cream is able to clean things up, and the rest of TES going to move forward. It's not a clean ace this time around, but that is the only thing he can be happy about. Is Yon underneath this inhibitor
It's
turret gonna
giving-
get flashed on by Cream.
It's giving you're doing too much. Truly. Like all of that was not necessary.
Going to make this series
It's
a
giving
2-0
try hard. It's giving overdoing it. It's giving too much. Dial it back.
Yeah, exactly.
No, truly, Jamal, right? Truly. It's giving you're doing absolutely too much.
Like they weren't
Like-
going to be contested. And Top Esports saying, no. We just had a bit of an off day. Looking absolutely fantastic here up against TL. And we'll see whether that rematch does come on through as the Nexus falls.
Which one of them hoes is Cream? Let me see the back.
Claim their first victory here.
I want to see Kanabi and Cream on my screen right now. That hoe. See, you look like you do too much. You do. You look like you do too much on a daily.
Just putting on a storm.
Where Kanabi? Which one Kanabi?
What we saw from yesterday. Yeah. And overall, a much
Which one of you hoes Kanabi?
Yeah, and I thought that 369 was struggling a little bit in that early
And 369,
game.
there he is at the end.
The Aatrox's ability to absorb pressure throughout the mid game was
Look like
absolutely
you're doing too
gorgeous.
much.
You can see there giving us the thumbs up. And I was thinking that it was going to be a 9 into a 3.
I can't hate on Jackie Love though. Like Jackie Love is that guy. Like
That's just how it went. But have you heard, ladies and gentlemen, you can subscribe to All Esports on Twitch now to support your favorite teams. You can use custom emotes and go ad-free on Twitch. Regular subscribers are also rewarded with the Vi Have You Heard in-game emote. And now let's send it back to the desk for the first stand cooldown.
Thank you so much, guys. We're back here for a cooldown after this 2-0 from TES. Of course,
Are we, or are we with them?
I don't know. I mean, what did you think?
I mean, obviously, first game was way more playable than this game.
Yeah.
This game, I think it was really intelligent to go for the bottom lane draft that they did for TES, because that has been TL's point of power for the longest time, and they really took that away. But once again, another really good game from Kanavi, and one of the biggest things that we could not get away from in this series for TL was, the lane phase for APA. Cream, again, had another really good opening lane phase for him, and so there were just too many points of pressure from TS this time around that made it hard. There were some points where TL, tried to get something going with a couple of those attempts, catching them through River, but yeah, this one was all TES.
Yeah, there were a lot of times
I
where
will
I feel like,
say
TL kind of
it is
forgot that
such a
Pantheon
skill,
existed, where they're like, "We're gonna go
and
for
it
these
would
plays.
definitely have to be a skill for me to learn how to do if I were to ever like try and be on broadcast permanently or like LTA or LCS. That was a very unbiased
it's a good idea,
like
but with Pantheon there coming in, it just feels like
summary
he's always gonna be there
of how he felt,
Unfortunately, that's not Umti's
and
fault.
like
That's just the way
that
the
was
champion
very
works.
fair.
Top Esports,
Everything that he said was very fair, and he didn't show his NA bias. Like besides saying like obviously I wanted NA to win, but
I guess he learned something.
it was a really good idea for them to take away or go for the bot lane that they did, because that is obviously Team Liquid's strong point. Like that was very that was skilled. Like that was very skilled. Like I peeped that.
Performance here from
So-
the top laner, and we have a HyperX Reflex replay showcasing perfectly why Aatrox years after years is such a
We don't need to see display. Like if I were to give my thoughts, I would have been like, first and foremost, Cream's breath is stank. Okay, I could smell it through the screen because he was trying so freaking hard. I know the breath was hot because he was over there.
so
when
many
he was
times.
pressing them
That list was
buttons.
talked
Okay,
about. It's like, okay, it worked a couple of times, and then
that's
eventually
first
he
what I
gets
know.
one item, he just
Secondly,
needs the Sundered
I
Sky.
would
And you're just not
say
gonna kill
the
for eventually.
same
Again,
for
that's what I'm
Kanavi.
saying, the Pantheon shows up,
I
or the rest of
would.
the team
He
shows
was
up,
trying
so
super
Zombies Force did a
hard,
great job
being all up
of
in
rotating
Umpty's
and getting
jungle.
their own
Like
time to
that's what
support
I
as well.
saw.
Okay, but we did
You know what I'm
kill
saying?
369.
We did.
We lost.
That's my summary.
But it was worth it.
That's my summary.
What are
So
the main
like
takeaways, guys,
what
from,
Kobe
from
just
this
did
series, on the side of
was
Team Liquid,
truly
signs of
skilled,
hope,
and I
improvements,
respect
maybe
that.
looking at the next
And
days,
that's
and,
something.
TES as one of the favorites of the
Is that something I want to reel in?
I mean, for TL, I mean, this was.
I don't
like
know.
You said, this would have been an upset. If
But
they
I
were
do think
going
it's a
to
skill,
take
and
down
if it's a
Umpty
skill,
Sports,
then
so
maybe I
not a
should
tremendous
learn how to
amount
do that.
Of
So
takeaways, I think they're already in a pretty good spot because they started out.
that's a
with the
good
win
note to have. Let
over
me
KC.
actually write that
And so
down.
Their eyes are pretty much squarely on CFO.
Being
and,
unbiased.
in that matchup because HLE looks like massively dominant, and we already just lost to TES. So I think all eyes are kind of turning towards that matchup now.
Yeah, that's the thing about this tournament.
But I think that's like
well,
part of being PR trained.
They've already taken 2 losses, so TL. This
You
is
would
an
say that in the
expected loss,
rioters,
but they
and
can
us
kinda
would be
learn from it and say,
cackling.
at least we've got that one win over KC.
I would
We
hope
can
they
build
wouldn't
off
hate
of this.
that.
We
I
can
would.
take the rest of the tournament to learn, and hopefully we can make it into playoffs through it. Just the fact that we
But
do
all
have
right,
one
y'all.
team that's already started off 0-2 gives the other teams that aren't
It
necessarily
is
going
also
to
a
be the
skill to
top
be
of the
able to
bracket,
read them.
a little
You're
bit more of
absolutely
a buffer
correct.
feeling.
And that is a skill that I
team,
have honed in on.
Gracie from the LEC. As earlier, we've been able to catch up with the Ike and what he had to say in the press conference for the Verizon post-game
Ooh.
interview. Let's check it out.
Yike.
You
What
didn't
did
show
he have
the
to
same
say?
signs of confidence and synergy as in
Oh,
the
wow.
LEC. What has been different so far in here in Korea?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to figure out as well. It goes very fast. It's been 2 days, and for sure I'm very disappointed with how I played. And yeah, I'm not really sure for the reasoning. I don't want to make excuses as well. It's just how it is right now. Yeah.
With only 2 matches left and
Bro,
very
he
little
looks
time to adapt,
dead.
what do you think is necessary to turn things around? Do you still believe that qualification is within
Man on the
reach,
right looks
despite TES
dead
and
inside.
HLE standing in your way?
Yeah, I mean, I would always think it's believable. I think no one is going to give up in the team. I think we're always going to believe that we can still do it. And yeah, we're going to come into these games. And the most important is just to not lose confidence. Just keep doing what we know we're good at, and always trying to have fun. I think that's the most important for us.
A lot of sadness here, of course, on the side of KC. But
Yeah.
I really like the question about what they can do to turn things around. I had a chance
I
to
think,
talk to Targamas,
like,
actually,
if
after
we're
the
applauding
series,
people for their
focusing on the next
skills
series,
in
TES
interviews,
and
I
HLE
think that
ahead.
is also
And from
a
what he told me is
skilled
that you have to play loose,
response
you have to have fun, you just have to
to
regain that
questions.
confidence, and it's gonna
Like,
go
I
from
feel like some players could
taking things as
easily,
they go
like,
and
they're
trying to
obviously
have fun in them, and
sad
I do feel like
that
it's the
they
right
lost.
approach here.
But I
don't
feel
know what to
like
expect
after interviews,
for them to regain what
gamers,
made them
especially
strong in
because
the
a lot of
league. I
them
just
don't
feel
know
like
how to control
you
their
just have to
temper.
forget everything that
And this might be doing the absolute bare
I
minimum.
know it's super standard and like really
But
basic thing to say, but
I think that the
when you're in
fact
the mind of a
that
pro player
he
like
did
this,
not
especially after
let
crushing loss like
his
this, I
emotions
just feel like
take
you have to
control of him and like get super frustrated and upset and angry at having to do the interview. I think that's also
have to look at the games ahead, and it's not going to be easy, especially with their confidence.
is that a skill? I think that's a skill.
after these
Learning
first
how to
couple of
control your
matches, but
emotions is a
that's their
skill.
only choice, right?
And
They
there
have to
are a
get an
lot of
upset somewhere,
gamers
and,
who do not
gotta find
have
one of
that
those
skill
against
quite
one of those
yet.
teams.
What I always like to see
So-
when a team is kind of pushed to that point is
I also wanna
one thing you can try and use to your advantage.
commend
is
him
that
for
you already now feel like there's nothing
the
left to
response that he
lose
had because he said,
because
I don't want to make
it would be such a
excuses
big upset for
either.
us to go for
So,
wins.
period.
So pick some Darius jungle or some Timos jungle or something like. I mean, Darius jungle is running solo queue right now.
Yeah, no, Darius Jungle is T right now.
Darius jungle. That's why I want to see them just take chances.
Yes.
And try and go with some solo queue strategy or
Yes.
That's what I believe he's referring to when he's talking about having fun. And that's kind of like go back to the essence of League of Legends and pick just like some strategy that is going to be really unexpected so that you can try and make your opponents feel as uncomfortable as like it may make you feel in this situation where they are like heavy favorites. And so that's basically the one thing you can try and use as an advantage when you're at the bottom like that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the schedule maybe to see where we can see some upsets here happen at first. And as tomorrow, we're going to have CFO taking on HLE in the first game of the day. And the second one will be KC against TES. Any upset here? I mean, I'm thinking with the way HLE
Okay, so we're gonna have HLE versus CFO. I think HLE is gonna win.
So
first stand, honestly, because the way that they stomped top esports.
Today. I think
so out of all of the matches, it looked like HLE, Team Liquid, and CFO are top 3 teams. Well, HLE beat Top Esports, and Top Esports just beat TL.
Did look great.
So I don't know if we can keep Team Liquid in there for like what we saw today. I do think that Team Liquid can still pop up and show up and show out and make it to finals. They could possibly even win. I think anything can happen. I think they're more than capable. But like in terms of what we've seen since we've seen all of the teams in first stand, it looks like HLE is the strongest. Top esports or CFO would probably be second place to me, and then I would put Team Liquid. I really want to see CFO versus Team Liquid, which we'll see on Thursday, I think. Let me pull it up.
I think they're a bit more solid. TES.
We'll see Top East or CFO versus TL on Thursday, and then we'll see semifinals on Friday. Friday night is when we'll see semifinals. So we're also gonna see Team Liquid versus HLE on Friday, which I think Friday is gonna be a really fun game, or a really fun it's gonna be really good matches. We'll see Top Esports versus CFO as well. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me as well, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching with me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We're gonna do it all over again tomorrow. Let me pull up the schedule for y'all as well so y'all can see. So we just got done with these two, and we're gonna see CFO versus HLE tomorrow. So after that, we'll kind of see like who the top team is, which I expect HLE to come out on top. And then we'll see KC versus Top Esports. Good luck, KC. That's all I gotta say. But I love you guys so much. I hope you guys have a great day. Thank you so much, Mikrin, for the bitty bits. I hope you're having a good day. And yeah.